But for 8 men and 8 women, it's here and it's now, as the road to the World Championship goes through Toronto, Canada. Over 3 weeks, chess's elite compete for their right to challenge for the crown. For some, it's a story of redemption.
Jan, he's in the zone, he's been there, he's done it before.
There's experience, there's youth, and for one nation on the rise, fortune could favor indeed.
An incredible mate. He's proven himself that he can rebound.
Only one will advance. Only one will play for it all. Watch the 2024 FIDE Candidates on chess.com. History, prestige, legacy. Words synonymous with the most coveted title in chess. To be a world champion means your name etched in the history books alongside greats of the past.
Seeing me rent a deserving world champion.
Thing is overtaken by emotions. What a match this has been.
But for 8 men and 8 women, it's here and it's now, as the road to the World Championship goes through Toronto, Canada. Over 3 weeks, chess's elite compete for their right to challenge for the crown. For some, it's a story of redemption.
Jan, he's in the zone, he's been there, he's done it before.
There's experience, there's youth, and for one nation on the rise, fortune could favor indeed.
An incredible mate. He's proven himself that he can rebound.
Only one will advance. Only one will play for it all. Watch the 2024 FIDE Candidates on chess.com. History, prestige, legacy. Words synonymous with the most coveted title in chess. To be a world champion means your name etched in the history books alongside greats of the past.
Seeing me rent a deserving world champion.
Thing is overtaken by emotions. What a match this has been.
But for 8 men and 8 women, it's here and it's now, as the road to the World Championship goes through Toronto, Canada. For 3 weeks, chess's elite compete for their right to challenge for the crown. For some, it's a story of redemption.
Jan, he's in the zone, he's been there, he's done it before.
There's experience, there's youth, and for one nation on the rise, fortune could favor indeed.
An incredible mate. He's proven himself that he can rebound.
Only one will advance. Only one will play for it all. Watch the 2024.
Hello, chat. We are live with FIDE Candidates day number 12. And this is undoubtedly the most important day of the tournament thus far. Welcome, Tanya. Welcome, Sahaj. What's the vibe today? I mean, we are all in awe of this tournament. Kitne so amazing stakes hai, and what can we expect today?
I think we are expecting some massive results today because there's so much on the line for the players on each of the boards. It's that stage, Sahaj, of the candidates where it's a make or break for the players.
100%. I couldn't agree more, especially the game between Nepo and Pragg. I mean, that's going to be very, very crucial, I think, today. And same goes for, I think, Nijat versus Gukesh, where, Gukesh has a lot on the line here.
Yeah, absolutely agree with that. And today we will have a clue as to who are the players who are moving towards that top spot to actually qualify for the World Championship. Everything is at stake here. And Tanya, I mean, how has your experience been in this tournament, covering it at the global channel, and as well as looking at the players' journey? Kaun hoga jo aaj stand up karega, who will stand up to the occasion at this important juncture?
I think for each one of them, in their hearts, they know that, they've made it this far in the tournament. It's just 3 games remaining. The fatigue sets in, the pressure is at an all-time high, but that's when the champions bring out the best in them. So we're going to see some incredible play by the players who are at the top right now. And what can I say about my personal journey at the candidates, calling the action with you guys on Chess24 Global? It's been amazing. I've said it before, Sahil, ki ye mera sabse favorite tournament hai. The storylines in this tournament, what's at stake in this tournament, you don't get to see it anywhere. It's the ultimate chess showdown. It's been fantastic. But I think today for India, it's a huge day.
Yeah, I could not agree more. Yeah, especially after yesterday. It wasn't the best day, but I'm hoping today, our boys can bounce back. I think
Yeah,
today is the day.
today is the day. But before we have a look at today, it's important to also have a look at what happened yesterday or on a day which could have gone better. But can we have a recap of yesterday, Niranjan Bhai, and have a look at what happened?
For glory is on.
Abasov, who's made a slip, who's blundered. I want to whisper that word quietly because it wasn't an easy position, but I don't think he realizes potentially how bad his position is. It's turned.
Abasov did resign. Alireza Firouzja gets a quick win in the bag. David, he finds it.
Wow.
He finds the best move in the position. Bishop d5 played. Has Hikaru spotted h5 as well? He plays it immediately. It is on the board. Hikaru is going for the win here. These are the last few moments of an incredibly critical win for Hikaru Nakamura. He's
got to decide.
He's gonna take the rook. He's gonna take the rook. He has to take the rook. Oh, he goes for the a3. We've got a game on our hands. Yan goes in with the rook. Rook b4, the move you pointed out, keeping the key square f4 under control.
Might be a blunder. Apparently, king goes forward. I think Vidit's simply forgotten that the black rook covers f4.
He's panicking. He's got seconds on the clock. He falls back with a check, but it's only a check. It's only delaying the inevitable for Vidit. You keep fighting, and then in the last moments, you know it's all over. This is so difficult for Vidit.
So hard to watch.
Jan Nepomniachtchi knows that he's going to go into round 12 as the sole leader of the candidates. Can he keep it up? The man remains undefeated.
It just looks so terrible for black. I can't imagine you're holding on, but you do hold on to that pawn for a moment at least.
What a game that was. She's just a super strong player. She's now in clear first.
And we are back for this important day. As we have seen, सब कुछ हमारे plan के script के according नहीं गया, but maybe today is the day where the Indian players shine. And Tanya, I mean, first of all, I know Vidit has almost no chances to get to the first play today, but कितना मतलब क्या ही journey थी Vidit की. I mean, it was so amazing to watch those emotions, those amazing games, defeating Hikaru twice. I mean, जितना बोले कम है about his journey overall.
Sahil, scripts are meant to be rewritten. So these players who are there in Toronto right now fighting it out, I'm expecting some turnarounds, some bounce backs from them. And I think बहुत दिल टूटे हैं कल, but दिल भी टूटते हैं जुड़ने के लिए. So hopefully we'll have some of that action coming in today. And as far as the journey of the players, we saw the recap and it was a difficult moment to watch, to even commentate on. And I know for the fans as well watching. पता है मेरे को किस चीज की याद आई उस मोमेंट में सहज I was reminded of the World Championship match between Yan and Ding and those final moments of the tie break where you could see the pain on Yan's face, Nepomniachtchi's face. And here it just felt like roles have reversed and you could see the pain on Vidit.
100%. Yeah, to be honest, I was also reminded of that. And also, we saw Vidit's reaction to that, but also Nepo's reaction yesterday was, he was also very much in, I would say, not really stress, but more so like a bit of nerves. Yeah, you could see that on his face as well. So yeah, big day for sure.
Yeah, and the day is only going to get spicier and spicier. But first of all, maybe we can have a look at the standings of the women's section. And Tanya, we are 2 points behind the leader. Tan Zongi is simply pulling off a Nepo here. 7.5 points. It's hard to imagine a scenario where, Humpy catches up, yeah?
Half-point lead for Tan, just like you said. In the candidates, we've got Yan Nepomniachtchi with a half-point lead. Humpy with just 3 games remaining, I think almost all the games are must win for her. She has to just go all out. Vaishali, she lost 4 games in a row and she's bounced back. She beat Salimova. She took down Gorachkina yesterday, but it's a bit late. I think she's going to throw in some more punches in the women's candidates. We do need a miracle in the women's candidates to be at the top though.
Yeah, completely. I think it's, to be honest, it looks like it's going to be between Tan Zongi and Lee. They're basically 1.5 points ahead of everyone else, and only 3 rounds remaining. It looks very unlikely, but still theoretically possible, right?
The moment you say theoretically to something, you already start feeling like the possibility is so little. But yes, the big difference, as you said, Sahaj, isme and in our men's candidates is that, in the open candidates, is that the players are running away in this, at least the two. But it's so much tighter in the FIDE candidates.
Yeah. And as you said, Tanya, it is indeed quite close in the open section. Maybe we can have a look at those standings. There they are. Nepo on 7 points. I mean, what a spectacular comeback. We have to hand it to Nepo to find that crazy variation there in the last game against Vidit, taking some chances under time pressure. And yeah, there he is leading the event right now. We can't see Nepo on the cameras, but we will see him pretty soon. And Sahaj, I mean, Gukesh there on 6.5. I would say he has amazing chances still.
Definitely, yeah. And also kal ka game jo tha Gukesh ka, I felt like, he was kind of, carrying the game the whole way. I mean, but sirf, I felt that time was not maybe his, time ki wajah se I felt like it was not going his direction. But I think otherwise, as far as the chess is concerned, I felt like he was better throughout. So I think, we can see something similar today as well. And he's playing your favorite player, Abasov. So, we can see some good chess.
Nijat's your favorite player, Sahil? I didn't know that.
Yeah, definitely one of my favorites. But, we've had this joke on the stream, for many, many days now, ki Sahaj unke second hai actually Nijat ke. And the only time, he's free is when he's on stream commentating. And jaise Nijat ki khatam hoti hai, wo kehte hai, acha, I think मैं इतना ही commentate कर सकता हूँ, मैं चला. So
अच्छा, मुझे लगा कि आप कह रहे हो he's your favorite because वो जो points दे रहा है Indians को, that's why.
I hope that happens today, Tanya. That's exactly what we want today. So फिर मेरे वो favorite हो जाएंगे. निजात भाई, easy solution है भाई. You know what to do. And Tanya, Sahaj, I mean, we have the pairings there. I mean, this is such a crucial round. I mean, I don't even know which game is important because each and every one seems so crucial to the actual standings. Tanya, I think Nepo against Pragg. I mean, how important is that?
Each one of them has a storyline, and I would love to go live into our scenes on Toronto to see the players, because we briefly also saw Gukesh in his full focus meditation mode right before the start. We've seen him do that throughout the candidates, and it's worked so well for him. He brings in the focus, he brings in the zoning in on the board, just fantastic control of the position, full board awareness throughout the game. And Sagar Shah OP bhi ho jaye chat mein. As always, Sagar also on our camera. He's behind Gukesh Abhi. Players are ready to go. Top left mein hum dekh rahe hain Hikaru versus Alireza. Such a big matchup as well. Hikaru, he's bounced back. He's tied for second along with Gukesh right now. Uske niche Vidit abhi thoda akela hai on his board. He has a big one against Fabi. And I have a feeling Fabi versus Vidit will be a decisive game. And the reason I say that is because for Fabi, it's an absolute must win. He's 1 point behind the leaders. This is his white. Usko lag raha hai that Vidit is a wounded player right now after what happened yesterday. Psychologically, Fabi wants to strike. And that's where Vidit might get his chances, Sahaj.
You are right. So just so I understand, you think between Fabi and Vidit there's going to be a decisive result? I mean, I think that's very much possible. But मुझे ऐसा भी लगता है कि Vidit के लिए भी, I mean, I feel like after what happened yesterday, he would definitely want to come back. And beating the world number 2 with black pieces, it's not maybe everything that he wanted, but it's the closest thing to it, right?
At this stage, for sure, Sahil, for Vidit, he's looking at a good finish in the candidates right now. I think the hopes for fighting for the world championship with that loss yesterday, that road has come to an end for Vidit. But he can also, if he beats Fabi, he takes away the competition as well for the other Indians as well. And Vidit himself is looking for a good finish right now. But he needs to forget what happened yesterday. Many times that's easier said than done, but the guys playing there, they have so much experience, so much mental fortitude. Vidit is not only fighting the world number 2 today, he's fighting his own self as well.
Absolutely agree. But he had so much pressure on himself somehow of these candidates. all that pressure has evaporated now. Unko pata hai ki yaar ab theek hai, this I cannot finish in first place. He's a wounded tiger who's been kind of let loose. And Fabi and Vidit, I think dono ke dono aaj win ke liye khelenge, as you correctly pointed out, Tanya. And Fabi, of course, would love ki Vidit, does not go for some drawish line. So us game pe fireworks dekhne ko milenge aaj. And I would say charo game pe dekhne ko mil sakte hain. What do you think, Sahaj?
Definitely, and I think मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि the game that I'll be looking out for the most is between Nijat versus Gukesh. Firstly because ये check करना कि preparation board पे आई कि नहीं, and secondly because I think उस game में there will be fireworks for sure.
Undoubtedly a marquee matchup, that one, but which is also really important, guys, is just below that, Praggnanandhaa against Yan. And let me tell you one thing, it's not just all of us, it's not just all of India who's rooting for Pragg in this one, but even the players in the candidates. Because if Pragg is able to win, the field is wide open for the players. Abhi Yan has a half-point lead. To mix it up, to shake things up, that would be massive. So I think all the other players are also today rooting for Pragg.
Definitely.
Well,
but if you were in Jan's shoes, would you go for a like a direct win today, या फिर you'll play a bit solid and try to keep your lead, by half a point? What do you think, Sahil and Tanya?
I would say absolutely. I mean, you know exactly what Pragg needs. You know what he needs, and that is a win. So from Nepo's angle, I mean, if he can keep a solid position, Pragg at some point will have no chance but to create, unnecessary risky complications, and uska Nepo fayda utha sakte hai. Tanya, we have the handshake.
We have the handshakes. Round 12 is officially underway. First moves have been made in this very, very critical round. For Yan Nepomniachtchi, the amount of experience this guy has is unmatched in the tournament. Sahaj, I think you asked a very important question ki Yan ka approach kya hoega? Will he try and go all out with the white pieces? We will find out as the game progresses, but I think for Yan, he knows that it's so important to wait for his opportunity to come. He's playing against Pragg. He knows that Pragg has to try to win to get his chances in the candidates for a good finish. Meko lag raha hai ki Yan ka mindset will be to keep things solid, but if the opportunity presents itself, he will grab it with both hands. I don't expect him to go completely all out crazy on the board on his own.
I actually agree with that. I think and I think that makes sense, and also it kind of adds on to Sahil bhai's point as well. I think the pressure is more on Pragg to kind of join the lead and or to sort of get to the top 3 or to to the top 2 in the field. But Nepo ke hisab se, I feel it's a bit less. So I'm expecting more of a solid play and let Pragg do his thing, essentially, because that being said, I also think Pragg with the black pieces is one of the most dangerous players in the world. So also, we can see some fireworks from each side.
And more to come. Okay, before we guys deep dive into the opening moves, let's do quick predictions of the decisive results that we're expecting. And I'm going to start with you, Sahaj.
So I think looking at Hikaru versus Firouzja, this is a French exchange, an opening that has a history of sort of playing solid. But I somehow have a feeling यहाँ पे result जरूर आएगा. And I'm not going to say who, but I think there's going to be a result here. You know what? कोई Indian नहीं खेल रहा है, so I'm just going to say it. Hikaru, I'm supporting Hikaru here. And between Gukesh and Abasov, I think there's going to be a result as well. Although that H6 is a pretty interesting move. I have not seen that before. We should probably go into that a bit later. And Vidit versus Caruana, मुझे लगता है it would be, I think, a draw. That would be my prediction. And Pragg versus Nepo, that's a very difficult one. And looking at the position, that looks pretty solid, Tanya. Don't you think so?
We'll deep dive into it. But so Sahaj is predicting 2 decisive games. Is that correct?
Yes.
2 decisive games. What about you, Sahil?
I think, considering the stakes, we will have 4 decisive games today. I can imagine Hikaru being fully motivated to win this. Same for Gukesh, same for Caruana, and same for every single board we can see. So I do think we might have 4 results today. Tanya, how many results according to you?
I love that prediction that you made. And I think, chat, even you guys are hoping for a crazy day and the kind of bloodbath that Sahil's vouching for with 4 decisive games. I'm going to play it a bit more cautious than that. I'm going to go with 3 decisive games. And I think they will happen on the boards of Vidit, Fabi, Gukesh, Nijat, and Hikaru Alireza. I think Pragg, my prediction is will end in a draw and we'll have 3 decisive games. With that, guys, should we do a deep dive into the openings?
Yeah, let's do it. Yeah, the one in front of us, I mean, here, this is some Nimzo Indian, right? But I have never seen H6 before here, Tanya and Sahil bhai. What is the idea of this? I have no clue. I've never seen this before, actually.
I mean, if you have not seen it, I've not seen it. I think this is pretty clear that Gukesh is trying to avoid opening prep because जो मुझे लग रहा है Sahaj bhai, you being his second, it's very obvious he has enough visual data to go on कि मतलब क्या कर सकते हैं, मतलब पूरा opening prep avoid करने की strategy हो सकती है, तान्या.
I am with you on this. I think, and you know what? To me, one thing's clear. With Gukesh's opening approach, he wants to get into a complicated middle game. Nijat, the one thing he's shown in the candidates is incredible opening preparation with the white. Usne Hikaru ke saath draw kiya, Yan ke saath draw kiya. He's been just super solid with white. And what Gukesh is trying to do is what Alireza did yesterday. Get Nijat out of the opening. So I think 8-6 is an idea. With that in mind, get an unconventional opening and just get a game against Nijat and then see what happens. Should we take this from the top and go through the first couple of moves to see how we actually got to this 8-6 point?
Yeah, absolutely.
So Nijat started with the queen's pawn opening and Gukesh going for the Nimzo Indian defense with e6, knight c3. The bishop comes out and chat, everything is so standard here. So many moves. I don't know how many thousands of games are there in the database with this position. And every move, we've seen it multiple times. Shock castle, d5, c5, bishop takes knight, b6, everything that you can think of. But here's where Gukesh played out a surprising move. 8-6 on the board. Keeping everything flexible, Sahaj, but making a move that takes away a key square from white's bishop from developing. Because in many of the other lines, bishop g5 is an option for white. So Gukesh not showing his hands, and then after the knight develops, he strikes in the center with c5.
I think very good point, yeah, to just avoid bishop g5. But what I'm curious about is if instead of knight f3, if white went for something like e4, do you think that would have been a bit more of a dynamic game? Because I feel like that's a logical move to play here. But Nijat going for knight f3 after, a bit of thought makes me think he's going for a more of a, solid approach, which I think is valid considering the situation of the tournament.
Sahaj, I absolutely agree. And kahin na kahin pe, we've seen Abasov already 5 minutes behind. So he has been bamboozled a little bit by this opening choice. And Tanya, I mean, in the first 4 moves, I noticed usually Gukesh is very calm and composed, sitting back in this posture. Today, he was leaning forward aggressively. And even right now, you can see that posture, right? He's not relaxed today. Do you think he's feeling a lot of pressure because his lead suddenly, vanished and he's in second place?
Both of them were mirroring each other's sort of chess pose right now. Look at that. But you can tell, you can sense a different energy. Gukesh, I don't know about the pressure. To me, he looks incredibly confident. It looks like he's willed himself that, you know what, this is my moment. This is the game that I have to give everything to. Fir jo hoga, wo hoga. And I sense an incredibly confident Gukesh right now. Nijat with the white pieces, of course, a world-class player. It's not going to be easy for Gukesh, but he's already mixing things up in the opening, Sahaj.
Yeah, definitely. And I think Nijat ke liye, I'm sensing some kind of a solid play. So maybe I would be expecting something like e3, which, is generally not something you would play in, if you were a bit, I mean, maybe considering the tournament situation, like in an open event or something like that, maybe you wouldn't go for something like e3. But I feel aaj ke liye, a solid game by Nijat is what I'm expecting. Let Gukesh kind of, do his thing and be a bit more aggressive and, I think we will see some fireworks once that happens. क्या लगता है आपको क्या लगता है साहिल भाई?
सहज, आई अग्री, एंड इस गेम को देखने में बहुत बहुत मजा आने वाला है. एंड तान्या, आई डू हैव अ रिकमेंडेशन. मे बी वी कैन, इफ पॉसिबल, स्विच टू द नेपो प्राग गेम, बिकॉज एक मूव खेली गई है वहां पे जो मैं सहज भाई से 1 घंटा क्लास लेके बाद में समझना चाहूंगा. बिकॉज मेरे को सिखाया गया था सहज भाई बचपन में कि यार बिशप किसी को ब्लॉक नहीं करना. नाइट F6 इज अ गुड स्क्वायर, सो व्हाई इज द नाइट ऑन E7? Would love to know, Tanya. I mean, I am already confused.
I'm
I know.
assuming
Sahaj,
this is
you're
French
the sorry,
exchange,
Sahaj.
right?
Sahaj, go on. But I just wanted to tell everyone that you're the French expert, and we have a French on the board. So we have all the help that we need, and I think we would all love it if you take it from the top and break this down for us.
So let's go maybe on move 2 after D4, E4, E6. We have the French defense on the board. So D4 and D5, and this is the main line. So now White has, a bunch of options here. There is E5, there is Knight C3, there is Knight D2, but E takes D5 sort of has this reputation for being extremely solid. जब White को sort of draw के लिए खेलना होता है, that's like what people say. You go for E takes D5, क्योंकि यहाँ पे black के जीतने के chances बहुत कम रहते हैं in practical play. But that being said, because of cloud and everything, with this whole wealth of analysis that we have readily available, E takes D5 is also a line that we have seen at the top level more recently. So after E takes D5, White goes Knight F3, I'm assuming. I think this is quite normal. I think he goes Knight C6, and then this is first of all, Sahil bhai, you asked me why the knight went to E7. So he's playing Knight C6 firstly to keep flexible with the knight on G8, क्योंकि वो knight G8 का F6 पे भी जा सकता है and E7 पे भी जा सकता है, and F6 is the the normal way to play, and E7, whenever the knight goes to E7, इसका एक main reason ये होता है कि when the white bishop goes to D3, black can play bishop F5 to exchange that. It is a well-known fact कि French में जो French bishop होता है, which is the C8 bishop, that is the piece you need to exchange first. So I think that's the reason why he's delaying the development of the knight on G8. But I somehow am having some trouble understanding what was the point of Knight C3 and especially the move A3 after that, because I feel like Knight C3, Knight E7, and A3 is a move I'm having a hard time understanding. Do you think Nepo is playing for just he's straight up going for a draw? Yeah, do you think there is something more to it, Tanya?
Sahaj, sorry, yeah, Tanya.
No, go ahead, Sahil.
Yeah. No, the reason why I was a bit eager to speak is because Nepo took 1 minute for this move. The idea being कि I'll see Knight E7 on the board and then I will take only 1 minute is completely alien to me. भाई क्यों, मतलब कोई नॉवेल्टी खेलिए, कम से कम 10 मिनट तो सोचो ना यार. प्राग बैठा है वहां पे कह रहा है यार मैं घर पे सोच के आया, 4 घंटे प्रेपर के आया, और बंदे ने एक ही सेकंड में A3 खेला, ऐसे मतलब वो घर से रट के आया हो वेरिएशन. So Tanya, I mean, Nepo, is he just trying to confuse Pragg back कि भाई ठीक है, I can just play A3 and still hold this?
Pragg is the other player who's shown incredible opening preparation this entire tournament. So I think when Yan took the decision कि मैं exchange French खेलूंगा, pawn takes pawn on move number 3, he definitely had some ideas. One explanation for the move A3 is that, like we were talking, White wants the bishop on D3. If you immediately continue with the development with bishop D3, amongst other options, Pragg के पास शायद ये choice होती कि you jump in with the knight to B4. अगर आप मुझे अपना bishop दे दो, I get the bishop pair early on. But now if you fall back, not only have you lost a tempo, black comes in with bishop F5, a beautiful square with the bishop, and hello to the C2 pawn. That would be huge trouble for White early on. So I think A3 is a prophylactic move, wanting to get this bishop on the square where you need it the most.
I think that's a very good point. Yeah, I think we have seen a move from Pragg as well. He just went for bishop F5, and I think he's ready to exchange the bishops, sooner rather than later. And I think bishop D3 we will expect on the board. And मुझे लगता है कि this game is going for a straight kind of equality. Maybe I'm getting a bit ahead of myself, but that's the feeling I'm getting.
साज भाई शुभ शुभ बोलो यार, शुभ शुभ बोलो प्लीज. यहाँ ड्रॉ नहीं होना चाहिए. वी नीड अ विन चैट, बिकॉज प्राग के पास कोई ऑप्शन नहीं है, बस 3 गेम जीतने, बस 3 यार, 3 ही तो यार, कर लेगा. आई थिंक या ही विल विन. एंड तान्या, आई मीन Bishop f5 on the board. अब Bishop d3 exchange. I mean, Nepo बहुत extra cautiously नहीं खेल रहे, because usually you want to keep the light square bishop. Or will he play Bishop e2 here? What will be the plan?
I see he hasn't yet made a move, so he's thinking about it. The thing is कि मुझे लगता है ये black का bishop बहुत strong है. You can't really let it stay on this diagonal. अगर वो bishop e2 आएगा तो ये bishop यहाँ से क्या ही कर रहा है? While the black bishop is ideally placed, I'm just wondering, looking at this position more and more, knowing that Pragg also wants to create his chances, it's so important for him to win this game. Do you think there's a reality, a universe where we might see Queen d7 and long castle by him? Or is that too crazy?
Yeah, somehow I feel that, you made a very good point that A3 ka idea was to stop knight b4, but I also think that A3 ka ek extra idea bhi ho sakta hai, which is to go b4 and, some b5, some kind of an attack on the queen side. So very interesting move by Nepo, by the way, Bishop e3. But I feel that long castling would maybe it's possible, but I would be a bit afraid of this b4 idea. Just this queen side attack. I feel like this can come very, very quickly here.
Yeah, this is insane. By the way, in the last move before Bishop e3, I just had a peek at the engines, and there are many ways to develop here. Bishop e2 खेल सकते हो, जैसा साहज भाई ने कहा, बहुत सारे options हैं. But Bishop e3 engine की first preference है. So is there a genuine chance, Tanya, कि यहाँ पे नेपो एक घर पे देख के बैठे, he's prepared for this obscure line जो मैंने तो जिंदगी में सुनी भी नहीं है?
100%. If you're saying that this is the top move by the engine, because Sahaj pointed this out, na, कि French में इतने तरीके हैं for white to play, but Jan went for this trading option. He's also playing against Pragg style because Pragg thrives on complicated possession. Jan wants to basically push Pragg to take chances, to take risks in this. So he's going for a solid opening, जिसमें उसने preparation करके आया, and he's saying, you know what, with black, if you want to try for win, if you want to be that brave and courageous against me, then you're going to be taking big risks as well. So Bishop e3 would not have been the first move that would come to any of our minds, because we want to keep this bishop flexible, right? This bishop can go here. It can go to g5. Yang to me looks like he's prepared for this one, Sahaj.
Definitely, yeah. And now this brings the question, whether Pragg will actually go for the long side castling, because one key idea of Bishop e3 I see is that, let's say black actually does castle on the long side, then this idea of knight e5 sort of looks appealing to me, because if you take that knight, then I can take back with my pawn, and maybe that bishop is situated perfectly to attack the a7 pawn. It could be an idea that is implied, but of course, something like f6 can stop that, but also pushing f6 so early on somehow just doesn't feel right to me. Hey, Tanya?
Don't play f6 in any position is, Ben Feingold's advice. And I feel like, yes, I get your point. You want to keep the central squares under control, but f6 is such an ugly move to make. You create so many long-term weaknesses. And even if it is the best move by the engine, I think unless तुमने ये घर पे prepare किया है, f6 is not a move that comes naturally on the board.
Absolutely. And I think we're sure that this is not Pragg's preparation. I mean, looking at the time and, just judging by the situation, it doesn't look like Pragg is in prep anymore.
Do you think he was surprised by Jan's decision to go for the exchange, the pawn takes pawn line of the French?
I would assume so, but I'm also a bit, I'm not sure if Nepo actually predicted that Pragg matlab French खेलेगा क्या नहीं, because that's not something we have seen a lot in the candidates itself. I think we saw only one game of French so far, but was it Pragg or was it Firouzja? It was one or the other, I think. I can't remember, but I think. Sorry?
I'm saying अगर Jan तुम्हारे साथ खेल रहा होता, then you would have predicted कि French होने वाला है, but against Pragg it's more difficult to predict कि वो क्या करेगा.
Exactly. Exactly. So yeah, I mean, to answer your question, like e takes d5 definitely is not something you expect from sort of a dynamic player like Jan, but I think the tournament situation kind of justifies it, because he wants to solidify his place in the in the first place no matter what happens, and Pragg is a very dangerous opponent, especially with the black pieces. So I think this is a smart choice by him.
And you know what, मैं वो variation continue करी as you pointed out about the queenside castling. That is a potential way for Pragg to play. तो वो पूरा plan possible है. लेकिन Ian ने very calmly A3 खेल चुके हैं. So he's also all set up for that queenside plan. So if you had to take a bet, Tanya, क्या Pragg queenside castle करेंगे? Because that is going to raise the stakes immediately, and because Ian prepared hai, would Pragg second guess it?
It's a great question, Sahil. It's very tough to answer that one. You know, if Pragg does play queen to d7, then I think it becomes a serious option on the board. Because agar tumhe kingside castle karni hai, firstly, you need to find a way to develop your bishop. Do you have the time to go knight g6, find a good square for the bishop on e7? Perhaps you have to put it because d5 pawn thoda weak hai. This next move, I think, will answer your question better than I can. I would love to see a queenside castle because, chat, that means that ये game काफी crazy होने वाली है if we do see a queenside castle. By the way, what is the chat prediction, Sahil, on the result of this game?
You know what? I'm going to put up a poll quickly and chat. जो मैं हंस रहा हूँ तुम्हारे comments पढ़ के हंस रहा हूँ भाई, तुम मजे ले रहे हो मेरे भाई, ठीक है यार. तो भाई कोई ना भाई, बाद में we'll get one each. बाद में मैं poll put up कर रहा हूँ जल्दी से. So we have Nepo or Pragg में 69% people say Pragg, 70% now, 17% Nepo and 13% draw. So chat तो full on team Pragg है, बिल्कुल हमारे साथ, हम भी team Pragg है chat. Let's hope so कि Pragg भी team Pragg हो.
I think dil se to hum sab, we are all like go Pragg right now. And if he does it na, to crazy ho jayega, because do you imagine what that means for the candidates going into the final 2 rounds? If he gets the win in, it becomes anybody's candidates once again. So, huge matchup. We'll see how this progresses and whether Pragg decides to long castle. But let's do a quick prediction. I think it's too dangerous to go long castle. I'll be honest. You know, as a commentator, I would love to see it, but seeing how quick white can be with b4, b5, mera dil to dharak raha hai for long castle. So I will go with no. Sahaj, what's your prediction? Long castle, yes or no?
I think he kind of has to, because as you said, कि, you know, agar Pragg decide करता है कि उसको king side castling करनी है, then he has to play, you know, knight to g6, which is not necessarily the best square, and bishop e7 का भी उतना अच्छा नहीं लग रहा देख के, you know. So if, yeah, exactly, this h4 h5 idea looks a bit dangerous. So I feel like a long castling is, I think that's going to happen on the board. Plus, considering, you know, this is a must-win situation for Pragg, I mean, long castle is the way to go, right?
Sahil, you have to break the tie now. So I think long castle's too scary. Sahaj thinks it's going to happen. What do you think?
You know what? I'm in for the spicy game, so I'll go with Sahaj here. Let's go queenside castles. I mean, it's a French exchange, so काफी कुछ symmetrical है यहाँ पे, so कुछ तो हमें change करना पड़ेगा. So Pragg, let's go and let's hope कि आपकी preparation काफी अच्छी है. And now, Tanya, we can move towards the next game, that is Caruana against Vidit. Because, you know, even though Vidit cannot finish in first place, but कहीं ना कहीं पे Caruana का, जैसा आपने कहा, must win game है. तो game के stakes are still extremely high. And there we can see Vidit. I don't know if he's thinking about the moves or if he's just thinking of tournament situation. He's always has emotions on his sleeves, yeah?
Yeah, it's... And why do we have 2 empty chairs here?
I just saw him there.
We were just seeing them sitting on the board, right?
Vidit गायब कहाँ हो गया यार? ये क्या है?
Vidit the Houdini अभी तो यहीं था. अच्छा, I think ये तो यहाँ पे pieces भी नहीं move हुए हैं. This is...
अच्छा, ये
Let's go
कुछ...
back to our players' camera. If Niranjan can bring up our live cameras, that would be great. Let's have that. We saw Vidit. You know, it's so difficult for Vidit after what happened yesterday. And I'll tell you the reason why. Because he was close to actually winning that game. And, you know, you have this feeling, jab tum khel rahe ho ki I'm fully in control, I'm the one who's pushing, then things go out of hand. You think ki yaar, draw to hai hi haath mein. But you want to still be ambitious because you're not able to adapt to that situation ki win haath se nikal gayi hai. And then slowly, your opponent takes over. You have fought for 6 hours, and at the end of it, to lose that game, Sahil, it is so painful. I can't believe it. I mean, I can't tell you. And you know what? To sleep after a game like that is one of the most difficult things to do. And I know, Sahaj, that like we've played so much that we have so much experience of these things. And at that level, so it's a whole different ball game.
100%, yeah. I mean, I could relate somewhat, but not at this level at all, because at this level, it just hits different. I'm assuming, I've had moments like these. So many times, and one of them was with you. But I luckily escaped. But but
Yeah,
one
that
of
was a
them.
sleepless night for me, Sahaj.
Oh, really? But one of those moments was with you. It could have been with you, but yeah, I managed to just escape. But yeah, you're absolutely right. It is so hard to actually, you know, like endure all of that as a player. With all of these expectations, yeah, it was very sad indeed.
And we can still kind of see the pain in his eyes. I mean, it's like he's half thinking about the position and half about, how he landed here. Kaise ye tournament downhill chala gaya. So, I mean, ऐसा लग रहा है कि he has to consciously focus on the game. मतलब ध्यान कहीं और जा रहा है. So, कहीं ना कहीं पे I'm really hoping कि यहाँ पे he can, pull up a tough fight. And Sahaj bhai, can you help us go through the initial few moves? देखते हैं कि कैसे यहाँ पे हम पहुंचे, क्योंकि 12 moves हो चुके हैं. At least time pressure पहले काफी टाइम बाद मुझे नहीं दिख रहा है वीडी के गेम में.
That's actually a good sign, yeah. I think time pressure has been one of the the main enemies, I think, for Vidit so far. But it's good to see that he's managing it well this far. Let's go through the openings, Tanya. But I think he went for e5. Yeah, knight f3, knight c6, and I think Fabio goes for bishop c4. Okay, that's the Italian opening. Castle is interesting. Yeah, usually you play castle also because you want to keep the option of d4. But okay, at this level, maybe it's not possible. But okay, at this point, I think anything is possible. So yeah, knight f6, we go for d3, protecting the pawn. And now, how does Vidit respond? d6. So d6 ka idea is usually to play knight to a5, and that is to kill the bishop, the Italian bishop. Chahe wo bishop c4 pe rahe, b5 pe rahe, which is in Spanish. In both cases, you kind of want to remove the bishop, and because that's the strongest piece in the position. So c3 ka idea yahi hai, to create that space on c2 where the bishop can hide. So if black goes knight a5, bishop a4, and now the bishop can sit on c2. Exactly, Tanya. So c3, a very, very nice move by Fabi. I think let's continue. What happened after this? a6, a4. Oh, I think we saw a very similar opening by Vidit against Gukesh, I think it was, right? Where a6 and a4 was played, but in a different, I think, move order. Yeah, knight bd2, castle, I believe. h3, very natural play so far by both players. Knight e7. Okay, I think we can kind of see Vidit loves the move knight e7. Yeah, we've seen that quite a few times from him, especially in this tournament as well. He likes to attack. So knight e7 ka idea, guys, इस position में ये होगा कि black wants to play knight to g6, and secondly to play c6 and d5, which is to break the center and sort of may more or less kind of be dominant in the center itself. And what happened after this, Tanya? a5, nice move, c6, and bishop b3. I think this is where we are, right? So bishop b3, a nice prophylactic move, so, preventing or preparing against this d5 idea. But d5 अब I think उतना attractive नहीं लग रहा, because I'm feeling that e5 pawn is hanging. Is it hanging, Tanya?
That's what black needs to calculate. But in these positions, right, we're talking about the time management. First, let's address that, because this is a very standard way to play here. Vidit's plan of knight e7, knight g6 is one of the many plans that black has in these positions. So it was clearly his idea कि अगर ये होगा board में, this is what I want to go for. Even though the position looks extremely closed right now, it is actually one of the most complex and rich openings with white to play. The Italian, because there are so many, तुम एक चाल h3 चल दो बीच में, one move you go for a4. Do you include this? Do you not include this? Has black included h6? It all becomes very confusing and eventually explodes when there's a center break. Black wants to get d5 in, white wants to get d4 in at the right time. And Vidit, I think, needed to go rook e8 to defend e5, because if you go directly, maybe there's a pawn sacrifice concept because you can take with the knight, f4 is hanging, but I don't think it works in this situation. I'm not really sure. But rook e8 ke baad, Vidit is definitely preparing d5 by defending on e5. The more I look at it though, Sahaj, I think d5 was a very interesting choice at that moment. But it's important
Yeah.
to be well prepared for it.
Definitely, yeah. I mean, I was calculating it just now, but 95 early positions, even though it looks like white has white is going to win a pawn, it looks like black has a lot of compensation for it. Because Marshall just feeling are you know.
So maybe, but you have to really calculate, and it's too committal to sacrifice a pawn early on. So I think Vidit wants to play d5 next. He's just supported the e5 pawn. The big question is white in time to get the d4 break in here, Sahil?
Tanya, I think he might have to prepare it. And, I was looking at all the other games. Sorry to go off topic here. Charo games hai na, they are slightly better for white. वो बाहर ना हल्का सा व्हाइट के फेवर में टिल्टेड है एंड वी नो सारे प्लेयर्स हमारे ब्लैक से खेल रहे हैं तो रियली होपिंग कि आज हमारे रिजल्ट्स हमारे फेवर में जाएं एंड d4 दैट इज द प्लान आई डू थिंक ही कैन प्ले इट राइट नाउ व्हाट हैपेंड
No, nothing. I thought I saw a move, but no, it wasn't a move.
Yeah, and I agree with you. I think d4 should be the plan. Blocks the bishop on a7. Center में एक और pawn जा रहा है. Black का d6 pawn compared to d4 pawn feels like an inferior version. And with it, rook e8, great move though, putting pressure on the e4 pawn. And Sahaj, I mean, today we don't see a huge time difference. And although I constantly see Vidit staring into the air and kahin na kahin, from his perspective, what is that motivation within him to actually win today? कहाँ से ढूंढ के लाएंगे वो? And यहाँ पे कारुआना के लिए best strategy क्या रहेगी to actually put pressure on Vidit on the board and also, psychologically?
I think Tanya mentioned this a bit earlier ke I think pressure last game ke baad Vidit ke liye, I think it kind of went away because even if he scores 3 out of 3, like that podium finish is not there anymore. So I think in that sense he can be a bit free. He can sort of just play chess and play for the love of chess, which I think is a very good sign. And Fabi ke liye, I don't think that's good news, because if black is sort of playing for a win, then you can kind of provoke that. I think वो हम Nepo और Pragg के game में देख सकते हैं because in that game Pragg has to sort of go for a win, and but I think in this situation Fabi के ऊपर भी pressure होगा because he's playing against someone who is just playing for the love of the game, and I think that's a pretty good sign.
Agreed.
Yeah.
But Sahil, just looking at the camera, I'm also with you on the other point that you made, that Vidit looks a little like he's had a rough night to deal with. I think it does show a bit. This is going to be a slow one. Let's bring up our bird's eye view and do a quick overview of the games that are going on, because really every board is so crucial for Vidit right now. Can he actually, even if he wins this, it's great news for the other Indians because Fabi is one of the players who's on the race as well. So I think for Pragg and Gukesh, that win would also really help their cause as well. And oh my God, look at that top right board. What on earth is happening there? That is insane. There's a knight on h7.
Okay, I can't stop laughing looking at the game. And there's a pawn on e5, double pawns with the c5, knight on h7, rook on b8. I mean, Sahaj, क्या prepare करा है आपने Abasov को? भाई यार ऐसे तभी शांत है तब से. Sahaj was very confident. Abasov अच्छा खेलेगा आज. Now I can see why. ये क्या है Sahaj?
This wasn't me, guys. this wasn't me. This wasn't in the script. I'm sorry.
So an absolute crazy position, top right, Gukesh versus Abasov. Look at the bottom right board. Praggnanandhaa has basically combined both plans. तो वो अब और भी confused कर रहा है हमको कि long castle होएगा कि नहीं होएगा, because queen d7 has been played, but he's also vacated the development for his dark squared bishop. So again, big mystery. Are we going to see a queenside castle or a short side castle by Pragg? Meanwhile, Vidit Fabi continues to be a strategic battle. Hikaru versus Firuza. Now, I know that, we don't have an Indian playing on this board, but for the standings, it's such a crucial game as well. Because Gukesh and Hikaru are on the same points right now. So, a lot of dynamics, a lot of it depends on what happens in this one. And again, a very rich position. There's tension on that C5 pawn. But guys, I think we have to go to the Gukesh board. It's a position I've not seen before.
Yeah, this feels like a district tournament. I just was traveling through, commentating through a district state game or something like that, because यहाँ पे कुछ समझ नहीं आ रहा है. Sahaj, please explain us, ऐसा क्या आपने सिखाया, आपने नहीं सिखाया तो किसके पास गए थे वो सेकंड सीखने के लिए, क्या गलती कर दी उन्होंने? Please explain us the game here.
I wish I could, but I'm still trying to comprehend what's happening on the board, because I for the longest time I thought this was a Sicilian, but it's obviously Nimzo now that I look at it. But yeah, I mean, Gukesh ki last move also feels a bit strange, but okay, I think his idea is to go b6 and bishop b7 and just to like get away from that diagonal. And he's delaying castling actually on purpose. So I mean, definitely there is some potential for a kingside attack. Guys, this is going to be
But
look at the
time. Look at the time. Look at the time. I mean, Gukesh has not used any time at all. Is this all prep, Sahaj? Tanya, what is this?
I mean, and he played b6 really quickly as well. It very well could be. But, coming back to your point, if we didn't know that this is the candidates going on and we didn't know who the players were, and you see this random position on the board, you would think कि भाई ये कौन खेल रहा है? कौन से noobs हैं जो खेल रहे हैं ये? But
yes,
then you see
exactly.
It's a mad position. Castle हुई नहीं है. Knight h7 पे क्या ही कर रहा है? Look at white's pawn structure. Completely hideous. This is headed, even though the bar says it's a level position, I am more than convinced that this will be a decisive result because there are so many imbalances on it. Gukesh continues with the plan of developing the bishop, but there are dark squared weaknesses, which Nijat is heading towards. If this knight lands on d6, it could be big trouble for Gukesh. I think what white wants to do, Sahaj, is try to trade off these two bishops somehow.
Yes, that would be ideal. And I was thinking of a way to achieve that. Maybe like a4 and bishop e3 or bishop a3 or rook e1, bishop e3, one way or the other. But I feel like uske liye time utna nahi hoga, Tanya, because I feel like when you play a4, I'm just going to take that knight on e4, maybe not immediately, but at the right moment. And then I'm not going to allow your knight to sit on d6. So even though it looks really attractive, but I somehow think your knight d6 pe wo baithne nahi dega.
Sahil, looking at the position, would you rather be white or black here? Just your first feeling.
If I'm as well prepared as Gukesh, then 100% black. अगर मुझे अगले 40 move पता है, तो I would love to be in black shoes. But कहीं ना कहीं पे I do prefer white still. ये d6 square, as you correctly pointed out, looks very tempting. मेरे पास bishop pair भी है, and your knight on h7.
Political answer था? क्या आप elections के जा रहे हैं क्या?
Political answer नहीं, because I love white, but मुझे वो I'm guilty for loving white here. ऐसा मुझे लग रहा है. I do like white's position though. Knight e4 कितना बढ़िया piece है. d6 square पे control. Castle नहीं किया black ने. As Sahaj said, a4, bishop a3, always an idea. Knight on h7 has no good squares, so I do like white's position. But Gukesh का time देखते हुए, I'm very confident कि he knows what he's doing. And यहाँ पे कुछ ना कुछ उन्होंने सोचा होगा. And Sahaj, I mean, अगर हम a4 ही खेलते हैं, आपका idea, क्या कोई bishop e4 मारने का plan है क्या? How do you counter this?
So that's what I'm calculating, because I think bishop e4 के बाद bishop takes e4 is possible. And मुझे just एक question है कि वो knight जो h7 का पड़ा है, where is it going to go? Because if you bring it to g5, maybe I'll just play something like bishop g2 and I'll play h4 again just to kick that knight away. वो वापस h7 पे जाएगा. And if you go to knight f8, then आप castling कैसे कर रहे हो? So I think either ways there are some immediate questions that Gukesh needs to answer. A4 looks quite interesting to me, I'm not gonna lie.
And I like a4 more than the other plan that we were discussing of rook e1, because from a strategic point, white wants this bishop off the board so that you can control the d6 square. Agar bishop hum e3 se laate hai, to wo bishop fir bhi can go back and keep control on the dark squares. So a4 would be a challenging move, and also in the future, it hints at an a5 move, creating weaknesses for black. Sahil, I am actually with you ki it looks that there are urgent questions that Gukesh has to answer in this position. castle nahi hui hai, ye knight kya kar raha hai, ye knight yahan pe aa raha hai, how are you handling this? But look at that, he's taken barely any time on the clock. So it's clearly part of his game plan today to get into this completely imbalanced position. In chess terms, we often say that strategically, black is winning here. Strategically, if you go into any end games, imagine karo sare minor pieces exchange ho jate hain is position mein. It is lost for white because of the horrible pawn structure. You will end up in big trouble. But urgently, dynamically, white has got trumps here because of the dark square weaknesses. And Sahaj, to me, timing will be so important for Nijat. He can't afford to play slow in this game.
I think you're right. And, just to add on to your point, ke, end game में अगर हम जाते हैं तो ये गुकेश की better. I mean, we can definitely say better, maybe even winning. I think I'm with you. It is definitely, I think it's winning, yeah, for sure. पर अगर ये गेम में अगर pieces रहते हैं, minor pieces रहते हैं, major pieces रहते हैं, then I think black's king, it's in a bit of trouble. So I'm also thinking of another idea here, which is, what if I go queen to e2? अब ना इस मूव के दो आइडियाज हैं. पहला, that bishop e3 which we discussed before. ठीक है, I'm just saying, just to trade the bishop. Maybe it's not the best square, but I'm just saying this is my secondary idea. The first idea is to play queen to g4, and now look at that queen. It's attacking the g7 pawn. It's preventing black from castling, because the bishop takes h6 will be so dangerous. I really like this move for Nijat actually.
Yeah. Tricky move, Sahaj. And I saw the body posture of both Nijat and Gukesh. इतना stress में लग रहे थे Abasov. ऐसा लग रहा था कि he is the one with the black pieces and उनको theory के बारे में पता नहीं है. So now he's a bit more relaxed. And I love your move, bhai. Queen e2, queen g4, brilliant idea. And black को castle तो करना है. But as you said, ये knight h7 का कहाँ जाएगा तान्या? I really don't know इसका घर कहाँ है final. क्योंकि यहाँ पे तो नहीं रह जाता. इसके सपने बड़े हैं, but जाएगा कहाँ?
सपने बड़े हैं तो आगे ही बढ़ना होगा. The only square I really see is the knight on g5. क्योंकि सपनों के साथ पीछे जाना तो sounds like a bad dream to me. But all very valid questions. Again, I'm repeating what Sahil said, and because it's the standout point to me, Gukesh's clock. He's gotten into this position because he knows it's an imbalance. He knows it has all the makings, that Mikhail Tal's deep, dark forest of calculation, where 2 + 2 is equal to 5, and the path out is wide enough for only one player. This is that kind of a position. So Gukesh wants to get those complications, and he looks so confident on the camera, like कोई trouble ही नहीं है उसकी position में, कुछ हो ही नहीं रहा है. I mean, to me, it feels that Gukesh knows exactly what he's doing, but we are struggling to find moves after whether it's queen e2 or a4 for black.
Yes, I mean, just to add on to your point, अगर ये गुकेश ना होता और गुकेश के टाइम इतना ज्यादा ना होता तो I would be a little bit worried, just looking at the position. But the fact that he looks so confident and he's playing so fast is, yeah, I mean, that makes the situation a little bit better.
And look at the crowd behind as well. It's a packed day in the Great Hall in Toronto. Such an important round. So a lot of people watching online, on site. Wow.
Wow. This game is going to be extremely exciting. बहुत मजा आने वाला है because Abasov already 30 minutes से ज्यादा पीछे हैं. But एक नजर हम लोग अगर मारे bottom right में, so queen, how likely is queenside castling now? I think
100%.
Yeah, I think अब काफी likely है chat, तो बड़ा मजा आने वाला है. देखेंगे कैसे दोनों king जल्दी से queenside castle करेंगे. And
so just to like just to like ask another question, के queenside castling सिर्फ black के लिए भी, or you think white is also going to castle on the queen? Because that kind of defeats the purpose of the queenside castling, right? अगर दोनों कर लेंगे तो.
True, but option क्या है यार? I don't know. Like मतलब अगर हम जाएं उस position में, if you look at the current h4, h5 on the board, तो कहीं ना कहीं दोनों को करना पड़ेगा ना यार? नहीं?
Yeah, I think, but somehow, अगर bishops board पे ना होते, let's assume, e2 का bishop और f5 का bishop board पे नहीं है, ठीक है? Let's say I've played bishop d3 and you've taken on d3 and I'm going to play queen d3. And somehow in this position, I like the idea of king f1. just to keep the king on f1 and maybe something like g3, king g2. Maybe not immediately, but I'm saying, just to keep that imbalance in the position and go for a queenside attack. Looks a little interesting. But yeah, I mean, normally speaking, अगर आप French exchange के लिए जा रहे हो as white, so I mean, I think you're gonna go for a long castle here for sure.
Wait, he played something.
Let's take a quick look. Yes, he's gone for knight d2. So he's immediately putting a threat on the board. And I think this also means that long castle, for now at least, is not on the radar, because he'll have to perhaps spend one more move. He's rerouting the knight maybe to the queen side, and then he might think about it. But Abhi, Pragg has to answer one big question, ki how is he dealing with this threat? And to just quickly do a quick action replay, because when we left it last, we were having these discussions. I think it was around this point when Jan played the move bishop e3, and in fact, Pragg played queen d7, development, knight g6. So keeping it flexible, options hamesha, you have to keep them open in life. h4, h5 khela gaya to stop a very important idea. You can't allow white's pawn to push all the way. Knight ka kya hi hoga? h5 ke baad knight d2 on the board. Pawn under attack. How big of a threat is this? Because I also see some tactics on the board around the c2 pawn, Sahaj.
Yes, so maybe bishop h5 ka threat jo hai, I mean, you can take on c2, but maybe I can play something like queen f3, and now I see the d5 pawn.
So let's say black goes long castle.
I'll go bishop h5, let's say bishop c2, and then I go something like queen f3. Now somehow I like this move of, bishop g4. Yeah, queen c2, there is rook h5, and I like the move queen f3, just keeping my bishop.
Yes,
somehow
we'll
I like
get
this
to
idea
that. But I think let's just show everyone that this is what black would really want, because it gives you a nice target, and white ka pura pawn structure hill gaya. It's just been destroyed. So you're saying not to take and to go queen f3 instead.
Yes. As I see, the bar really doesn't like this move. But being a French player myself, I'm always wired to just think of scenarios जहाँ पे black ही better हो. So जो भी मेरा analysis यहाँ पे होगा ना, it's just going to show black is better. चाहे वो white की side से हो, चाहे वो black की side से. I'm just
Sahaj,
putting out a
white
disclaimer.
castle कहाँ करेगा यार? That is the question. Where will he castle? I can't
white
find
को
a way.
castle ही नहीं करनी ना, black को जीतना है game. So
nice,
so,
very 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 convenient. Yeah. Nice.
So I'm just gonna say like really really bad news from the white side from now on. Let's
But then
manifest this, guys.
This could get damn interesting for black. I mean, right now, knight d2 played. To me, it looks like both players are kind of playing a bit with fire. Knight d2 is provoking long castle. I actually don't think that Jan will take on h5. That line looked really good for black. You destroy white's pawn structure, and you very nicely pointed out white's king gets stuck in the center. What Jan, I think, wants is to place this knight on b3. Then put his queen on d2 and go long castle. Because compare this knight here to here. In that position, agar black ki long castle hoti hai, knight on b3 could serve a very nice purpose of jumping on c5 at the right time.
Very good point, yaar, Tanya. Because first of all, let's just think about the move h4, right? I mean, white ka idea h4 ka ye tha to play h5, but also to provoke h5 by black. And jab bhi black ne h5 khela, one thing is certain कि black king side पे castle नहीं कर सकता because of that, exposed pawn. I mean, white भी नहीं कर सकता, but I think black भी नहीं कर सकता. That is the point. And now he's rerouting the knight to b3 to make sure कि when he castles on the queen side, there's going to be some kind of an attack. I mean, this is very, very not normal in French exchange, but I think he's definitely posing some problems early on in the opening. थोड़ा dangerous लग रहा है मुझे black के लिए.
Yeah. I think, Sahaj bhai, as you said कि यहाँ पे कहीं ना कहीं you were trying to make the position better for black कहीं ना कहीं, तो मेरे को तो सिर्फ अच्छी चीजें दिख रही हैं black के बारे में. I can see black is going to castle, white is 1, 2, 3 moves away from castling, and ये h5 pawn is not that important. अगर या तो bishop pair देना पड़ेगा या फिर h4 pawn मार लेंगे. So मेरे को सिर्फ अच्छी चीजें दिख रही हैं black के बारे में अभी. So I'm on board with you and hoping कि यहाँ पे Pragg can slowly grind this down. And as you said, knight b3, knight c5, a big threat for sure. But kahin na kahin, castling, I think when is going to white castle is my question, Tanya. I don't know कि कब तक वो delay कर सकते हैं, because black is ready to go in one move.
It has to be a queenside castling for Jan as well, because of the commitment of these h pawns moving forward. थोड़ा time लगेगा, पर जाएगा तो king यहीं. because you can't keep it on the center on an open e file. It's not a blocked position ki bhai main center mein rakh ke khushi se jeevan bitaunga yahan pe. That's not a possibility. You have to find king safety. It's very hard to imagine white going short castle, but Yan is full of surprises. The other plan that I see, which could be possible, although I do like knight b3, but maybe knight f1, knight g3, rerouting the knight to the g3 square to also hit the h5 pawn, something that has to be on the radar. For Pragg, on the other hand, he wants to put his bishop on e7, start targeting the h4 pawn. So very interesting developments on this one. Yan is ahead on the clock. Pragg is on the think. I think it's going to be one of the two moves, either bishop e7 or short castle here. Sorry, long castle here.
I think I agree, but I'm slightly more I'm inclining more towards bishop e7 क्योंकि उससे flexibility थोड़ी सी ज़्यादा बढ़ जाती है black की. I think castle is more, that's a statement. Yeah, I mean, you can't take that back, and then you have to kind of go on the queen side uske baad, and you have to be a bit worried about okay, whether there is a queen side attack coming or not. I mean, we saw knight b3, knight c5, Tanya and Sahil, but there is also knight b3 ke baad you can also go knight a4 and put the knight on c5 as well. That looks a bit dangerous. I mean, and attack बहुत जल्दी आ सकता है वहाँ पे. So I'm thinking that maybe he's not going to go for long castling immediately.
और Pragg हमारे कैमरा में कैसे लग रहे हैं साहिल? We need our body language expert to step in right now.
I think अभी मेरी psychology degree पता नहीं कहाँ है, घूम गई है. But based on what I can see, Pragg is with his usual self. कुछ मेरे को different नहीं लग रहा है. He's calm, composed, वो jolly way में अपनी कुर्सी हिला रहे हैं. तो I think he's doing well. मेंटली एटलीस्ट, एंड हमें पता भी है वो किसी से डरते नहीं है. मतलब कार्लसन को पहले हराने वाले वो थे, हर किसी टॉप प्लेयर को, डिंग को पहले हराने वाले वो थे. सीसीटी इवेंट्स में बहुत देखा है ये. सो आई रियली डोंट थिंक कि वो उस स्ट्रेस को अपने तक लेने दे रहे हैं. बट गेम में कितने चांसेस है, एज वी कैन सी कि नेपो टाइम पे भी 20 मिनट अप है, तो दैट्स अ कंप्लीटली सेपरेट डिबेट. एंड फिलहाल के लिए आई वुड से प्रग सीम्स फाइन बेस्ड ऑन हिज बॉडी लैंग्वेज एंड द पोजीशन. बट आगे क्या होगा वो तो समय बताएगा.
शायद समय literally बताएगा आगे क्या होगा. But guys, is it fair to say that for Pragg in this situation where he is in the candidates, this is a dream outcome out of the opening with the black? You've got a game to play. It's an unbalanced position, and we have a move, by the way, by Pragg. He's saying ki I don't want to deal with any pressure on the h pawn. I want to exchange the light squared bishop on my terms. If white was to take on g4, you take with the h pawn, open up the h file, and you're the first one to put pressure. Also want to highlight that no need to be scared of h5 because there's a huge pin on the h line. So pawn into knight is not a threat. And I would be very inclined to play queen f5. Okay, maybe the bar says there's something better, but I really don't care because I'm coming for the h5 pawn.
Absolutely right, yeah. I think that h pawn looks a bit in danger if I take bishop g4. But somehow मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि after bishop g4, maybe I can just let it be. Like, I don't have to take on g4. I can just continue with my idea. Let's go knight b3. Maybe I can go queen d2 after that and think about long castling and wait ke Pragg castling kab karega is position mein. And then I can, maybe go for some knight c5 ideas in the future and just go for a queenside attack. I think it's better ke black bishop e2 mare, because in that case, h pawn wahi pe rahega. Mera h4 pawn ko koi danger nahi hai, it seems like a safer, more solid option for Nepo here.
Agreed.
By the way, Tanya, we are having a guest joining us right now. It's not Samay chat, but it's one more player who has played Samay multiple times. So maybe we can have the full screen as we do the transition. Chat, filhal ke liye you can see Pragg fully focused there, and we are going to have one more guest joining us for the next hour. And Tanya, before my face vanishes, one question for you. Based on Pragg's opening so far, do you think that, he's actually in his mind ki I have to win at all cost? Or is he like, I'll just play chess and I'll just play normal chess and see what happens? Because my perception was कि आज तो वो all in जाने ही वाले हैं.
At this stage now, once the opening sets in and you're in the zone of playing, you're not thinking about the results anymore. You are only focused on what's your next move, on trying to just play your best chess. Pragg definitely wants a game today. He doesn't want to ki bhai openings mein, matlab, I'm going to try and just trade off my queens, try to just completely, play passive cautiously. He wants a game, he wants a fight, but he's not thinking about how important it is for him to win this right now. He just wants to continue playing in this position, and that's what would be my guess. Would you agree, Sahaj?
Yeah, I think that's a fair statement. I think you're right.
वेलकम 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 प्रखर नॉट शब्द उनके हैं पर आवाज हमारी है.
What does that even mean? Hi guys. Hi Tanya. Hi Sahaj.
Hi.
Hi.
Chat, we've got Praggnanandhaa joining us now. Prakhar, welcome to the show. You've
Thank you.
joined us at a good time because we're on Pragg's big game. And I think you can see it as well. Pehle batao, how have you been? Have you been following the candidates?
All of it, dude. I don't sleep at night. I'm like, मैं उठ के रात को 2-2 3-3 बजे I'm like, कहाँ पहुँचा game? And then I wake up and I'm either happy or sad. So every day, that's all I do and all I think for. How have you
Where
been?
are you? What time zone are you following on?
I am actually in Faridabad, so it's the same time zone as I think most people here. You are in Delhi as well, or
Yeah,
wherever
so
in India?
nobody's sleeping here. Chat is not sleeping. We aren't sleeping. Who cares about sleep when candidates is on and we got our boys fighting it out? And huge day today.
Yeah. So, Sahaj, how are you?
Pretty good. Actually, I'm not in Delhi right now. I'm actually living in Budapest. So mere liye time zone is a little bit better. But usually whenever the stream ends, I'm not able to sleep for the next 3-4 hours. So I feel like I'm following the same kind of sleep schedule as everyone else in this.
Bro, when both of us were very young, we actually played a tournament. I mean, I was absolutely nobody. You were still probably grandmaster level back then. So I've known of you forever.
Really? What?
Yeah,
Which tournament was it?
I think Parsanath, Delhi. I think Tanya, you've played that tournament many times too.
I have. I think we both have played that tournament. And I feel, Prakhar, we've had this conversation as well before.
We have.
Yeah.
We've had that
So
conversation.
Prakhar's, he's also been in the chess scene for a long time. And I think we should bring up our bird's eye view. We've done a deep dive into this one. So we're going to bring up, zoom out for a moment. Prakhar, take a look at the 4 boards. This is the action on top right. Absolutely crazy. Such an unconventional position we've got. None of us have seen this kind of an opening before. Black's knight on 8-7, not castle. Meanwhile, Nijat is getting quite aggressive. The H-pawn moving forward, the knight in the center. So that's a crazy one. Huge tension on the Vidit Fabi board. That's the bottom left board. We see a face-off in the center. It is Fabi who blinks first and takes on E5. So we're going to see a lot of trades there. And Prakhar, you've joined us. So which one looks the most fun to you?
Actually, Gukesh Abasov. I want to know how we got here. Like, what was the opening for us to get to knight at 7, rook b8? What is happening?
Let's do it. Let's jump straight into that one. And I think I'm really glad you said it because this game mein action replay to banta hai. So we'll take it from where we left it last, or I'll just start from the beginning really quickly. For everyone who's also just joining us and wondering ki ye ho kya raha hai candidates mein, ye kaisi position hai. So this is how it happened. We had a Nimzo Indian defense. And here Gukesh sprung the first surprise with the move 8-6. So not something that's super common. Knight f3, strikes in the center, trade happened. Instead of falling back with the bishop, a nice idea, thematic idea of black here to develop the knight and capture with the knight, bringing it to the center of the board. Bishop comes out and Gukesh playing aggressively from the start, destroys white's pawn structure, comes back with the bishop, e4. So white has lead in development, but a worse structure. And this is one move that I think took us all by surprise. E5 happened, controlling a lot of dark squares, which have been weakened by Gukesh's move. Gukesh wants to finish development. Knight piche aaya, heading to a key central square on e4. Wants to develop that bishop. Knight e4, bishop b7. h4 was played. And this is where we are, Sahaj. h4 was not on our radar.
No, it was definitely not. Because we were looking at some knight g5 ideas and some queen e2, queen h2, queen g4. And I remember we were actually analyzing the move a4 as well. So he's looking at, completely on the other side. And I think h4 ka idea is seems pretty straightforward. I think he wants to attack. Maybe he's looking at some queen e2, queen g4 ideas in the future, and h4 kind of adds on to that pressure क्योंकि king side पे अभी भी काफी pressure दिख रहा है मुझे, and I think black का king जाएगा किधर? It has to go to the king side, right? It can't stay in the center. So I feel like it was a pretty nice move, and judging by the fact that Gukesh is thinking, maybe this is the first move where he is out of prep.
You think h6 वगैरह is actually prep, or is it just like a monkey wrench कि मैंने move order destroy कर दिया है, अब मतलब we'll figure out from there?
No, I think it was prep for sure. I mean, when he played h6, Pragg, he had some 1 hour and 58 minutes on his clock or something like that. So he only spent like 2 minutes.
Wow.
So, and on this whole knight h7 and rook b8, all of that, he played within, he played it within 30 seconds, 40 seconds, something like that.
What an interesting
First
position.
move he's thinking on. Yeah.
So you think the proper position is knight g6 and castles, huh? Like eventually knight g6 route करके castle करना?
I was thinking that, but somehow that this move h4 kind of makes me reconsider my idea, because I can play h5 and just kick the knight away. So वो knight h7 का क्या होगा? I have no clue.
And to your point, Prakhar, actually the whole game, h4, this is the first time Gukesh is in a tank. He's taken about 7.5 minutes on this move. So out of book now, out of preparation, which in a way could also be a good sign, right? Because it means it's not the best move in his prep for white. So he starts thinking now, but it's not an easy answer, because to me, it's very obvious why white played h4. He's just playing against this knight's activity. You take away all the key squares, and this is going to be a bit of a problem piece for Gukesh. Sahil, I would love to get your views on this. Ki h4 के बाद तुम्हें और प्रखर को क्या लगता है कि what are the moves that come to your mind for black here, and your opinion on the position?
I honestly feel Gukesh, अब वो थोड़ा, he's taking a slight pause there, right? I mean, finally, you've seen him think a little bit. तो कहीं ना कहीं h4, कहीं मुझे लग रहा है कि he's out of prep now. And Prakhar, I mean, you look at his body language. I mean, you are the pro. So उनकी body language देख के क्या लग रहा है? Like, is he in his prep? And also, how confident does he feel? Because फिलहाल के लिए ना हमने notice किया कि दोनों के दोनों copy कर रहे थे body language में. तो क्या ऐसा लग रहा है कुछ?
तो अगर, by the way, if people copy body language, the one who moves first is more confident than the next one. तो मतलब अगर Gukesh is one way and then Abasov copies, that means Abasov is following body language.
I think the cameras are frozen because now we've got the live feed. So I was like, no one's going
I
to
had the
blink
live feed on the
first.
stream for a sec.
Okay.
But I think Queen C7 is a good idea, no? Like Queen C7 से mobilize करना Queen को, or is there an F4 there? Because F4 is F4 is not possible also.
I think you're right. F4 maybe not, but I like the move bishop f4. Because with bishop f4, you're kind of allowing that knight d6 check idea, Tanya, that you mentioned a bit earlier. And uske saath saath, it's a developing move, and then I think it only adds on to this queen e2, queen g4 idea, which I really really like for white. Yeah. Somehow, अगर time difference आधे घंटे से ज़्यादा ना होता ना, तो I would have thought के Gukesh is in some serious trouble, but the fact that he has so much more time, I'm happy.
Prakhar, right off the bat, who do you think is going to win the candidates?
I don't think I have a good answer to who I think is going to win. I have an answer for who I want for to win, and that is in order Gukesh, Pragg, Vidit, or Hikaru. Any of those 4 people.
And I still want to know, who do you think will win the candidates? We all know who you want. That's the answer for pretty much everyone watching this stream.
Yeah. But I honestly feel like Nepo is just a monster. Like, we require some heavy Praggnanandhaa going all out on Nepo tonight vibes to stop that monster. Nepo is just a beast when it comes to candidates, particularly. He just plays his best chess somehow when it comes to the candidates specifically. So I think Nepo is statistically clear favorites right now. But I think Gukesh is so cool, so collected. What an inspirational player. At 17, oh my God, at 17, he's playing top tier chess. Incredible. So I'm hoping Gukesh, but it looks like it'll be Nepo if magic does not happen on the board.
I mean, Nepo, I'm going to say he's leading by half a point. He's the only player who's undefeated in the candidates so far. And everything that you've just said, his experience, having played 2 World Championship matches, last candidates he won with a 1 point margin. Last two candidates he won with a 1 point margin. But, this field is so tight right now. And I think for Gukesh, I want to bring up his road ahead because that also matters who the players are playing in these 3 rounds. Who are they facing? And I feel that works in our favor because Gukesh actually has 2 whites left in these 3 games. And Niranjan, if we could have our Gukesh's schedule going forward in the second half, this is what it's like. So he plays Nijat today in round 12. He plays Nijat today and then he plays Hikaru. No, sorry, he plays Firuza. I'm sorry, he
Yes.
plays Firuza
Yeah.
and then he plays Hikaru in the last round. So these 2 games are so important. He's playing the 2 players who are on the bottom of the leaderboard. He's playing, the 2 players who are struggling in the candidates. And that's where Gukesh's shot lies.
Yeah, that's spot on. Because I think Nepo is playing only top players, no? Caruana, Hikaru, and such.
Let's bring that up. Let's take a look at Yan Nepomniachtchi, who's currently half a point ahead. Niranjan, if we can have Yan's schedule in the second half, the players that he's playing in the next, and look at that, he's playing Pragg Pelletho today. It's already quite a crazy game. It's going to be a tough battle. Then he plays Hikaru and then he plays Fabi.
Yeah, that's tough.
Yeah, that's a tough lineup, yeah. That's a very tough
And
lineup.
Hikaru is going for the kill also, na? So like that is going to be an all-out match also. Like that's not going to be half-half very easily. That's 1-0-0-1.
And it's the same with Fabi because if Fabi wants a chance, usko bhi decisive result hi chahiye. We are talking playing world number 2 and world number 3 when the pressure is at its highest, when the fatigue is at its highest. So Yan Nepomniachtchi has a very tough road ahead of him.
Yeah, also, looking at Gukesh's schedule, I mean the next 2 rounds, I mean after this one is Firuza and Hikaru, right? So I mean both of those rounds I think are going to be quite challenging. So I think aaj ka round maybe it's like a must-win situation, I would say, for Gukesh. That kind of explains Knight H7, doesn't it?
But how?
No, I mean, as black, if you want to play for a win, you have to do something crazy, right? You can't just go into something mainstream. Kyuki, I mean, Abasov, correct me if I'm wrong, he hasn't lost a single game with white pieces so far in this tournament. And I think that is right. And that just goes to show, okay, if you're playing, your mainstream.
I don't mean to interrupt, but I want to bring up our board before we do this analysis so everyone can follow it. We've seen the schedule and this is the position. Please go on.
No. I mean, I was just explaining, the knight on h7, the rook on b8, the fact that he hasn't castled. I mean, it's clear that he wants to go for something, that is not mainstream essentially, because agar aap normal chale kheloge, to I think Nijat will keep, his cool. He's going to be solid, and eventually game will be a draw. And as black, agar aapko kabhi bhi jeetne ke liye khelna hai, to you have to be okay with playing weird stuff. That's sort of the disadvantage that black normally faces, because you don't get the first move.
That's very true. It's also the fact that there's one is the objective evaluation, keep playing, the most thematic line, the correct chess. But when you want to try to get a result, you very often have to not play objectively the best move, but something that asks opponent big questions early on sometimes, practically difficult to handle positions. And this feels like that. We have the evaluation bar telling us we've got our analysis board. We're figuring things out as we analyze. But for the players, they're doing all of that on the board. For Nijat, who's such a well-prepared player, this is an uncomfortable situation to be in. And Sahil, I think we saw their roads ahead. We're seeing these big decisions. What do you think after looking at those statistics of who the players are facing? How much does that favor Gukesh?
It's a crazy pairing to have for the last 3 rounds, क्योंकि आप bottom 2 players से खेल रहे हो. That is insane. इतना bonus है ना वो. It's like I can't imagine as Hikaru or as somebody else को Fabi से खेलना है last round में. Today they are playing Pragg. It's so much of an easy pairing for Gukesh. वो आधा point का deficit है ना, वो एक game में उल्टा आधा point का lead हो जाएगा as long as Gukesh keeps playing good chess. तो मुझे पूरा भरोसा है गुकेश के ऊपर. एंड एक और चीज हम मेंशन कर रहे थे फैबी का, अगर हम उनकी गेम जाके अगर देखें, वहां पे काफी एक्सचेंजेस हो रहे हैं. आर वी सीइंग फैबीज ड्रीम? falling apart right now, Tanya, because मुझे लग रहा है कि बहुत पीस ट्रेड्स हो रहे हैं and कहीं ना कहीं ड्रॉ की तरफ ना बढ़ रहा हो.
We'll check in with that, and we're missing the players' camera. Niranjan, if we can have our live feed from Toronto on, so we can also see how and what the players are feeling as they play this very critical game right now for Vidit. Yeah, it was heartbreak yesterday. I don't know if you saw that, Prakhar.
I could not. मैंने बस देखा he lost. I was like, मैं नहीं देखूंगा ये गेम, मेरे को नहीं देखना, मेरे को बुरा लगेगा. Honestly, the only game I haven't seen is last night's Vidit game. So sad. I saw pictures and I was like, no.
It was heartbreaking to watch, and also because he was doing so well, and you play for 5+ hours, you play your best chess, you almost have it, and then things move by move slip out of your hand. It was brutal. So also psychologically a difficult spot for Vidit to be in. He's playing against Fabi. This is where we left it last. So rook e8 khela usne, Vidit ne. Fabi ne immediately strikes in the center. Very thematic approach by white. And Sahaj d5. It's you push your pawn, I'll push my pawn. Major tension in the center. Fabi blinks, takes on e5, mass trades on the e5 square, and e takes d5 played.
I think we're going to see rook takes e1, queen takes e1, and then I'm not sure what is he going to take the d5 pawn with. Just going by instinct, I think knight d5 looks good, because somehow playing c takes d5 just doesn't sit right with me. That's like a isolated pawn, and I feel like it's unnecessary to have it at the moment. Okay, so rook e1, queen e1 has already been played. Yeah,
on the board, but you will have to have that isolated pawn. The one thing you don't want to do after bishop takes knight is take it with the queen, because that would be checkmate. So you have to take it with the pawn, but in return you get a bishop pair. So bishop d5.
Some compensation in exchange for the isolated pawn. I'm happy with that. Just faltu mein, I feel like giving up the isolated pawn. I don't like that. I think we have something.
Big update, by the way. Gukesh has played Prakhar's move, queen to c7 on the board.
Guys, I'm not saying I should be in the candidates, but just Tanya is saying something.
We'll jump into that, but Gukesh putting pressure on the central pawns. Yes, Sahaj. So queen e1, jaise tumne bola tha, it has been played. Also knight d5 played. So this is the live position that we have.
Yeah, I think bishop d5 cd5 probably is going to happen, and then maybe we will see some kind of position where Fabi tries to just acquire that d4 square. I think Fabi ke liye it's very important that he eliminates the black bishop, the a7 bishop, with our c1 bishop. Agar hum end game ke bare mein soche, to you want the knight and you want your opponent's light bishop on c8 to exist. Uske alawa sab kuch exchange kar lo, and then white will have most likely a 2 result position. I know I've said it many times ki 2 results position don't exist, but this is like the closest thing that you can have to a 2 results position. But yeah, I feel yes.
Sorry, Saj, but I just noticed something when he took on d5 with the knight. Chat, you can verify this. इतना कम एफर्ट से उसने वो नाइट उठाया ना, इट फेल्ट लाइक ही वाज ड्रैगिंग इट. जैसे होता है ना मजबूरी में कुछ ड्रैग करना पड़ता है. एंड आई वुड लव टू गेट एवरीबॉडीज पर्सपेक्टिव. एंड प्रखर, आई मीन वीडी का हमने नोटिस किया कि ही वाज लाइक, मतलब ही वाज थिंकिंग अबाउट आई थिंक मोर ऑफ द सिचुएशन देन द एक्चुअल मूव्स. सो यहाँ पे व्हाट कैन ही डू to actually think yaar ye this is worth something, I have to win this. I can't see that motivation in this game.
Yeah man, I can't imagine. मतलब थोड़ा ऐसे हार्ट ब्रेक हो जाता है उसके बाद to keep your spirits alive is very very difficult na. And he's played phenomenal chess. Like both the Hikaru games are, the first Hikaru game was just brilliant chess, the second Hikaru game was brilliant chess, and throughout the tournament थोड़ा time वगैरह के management में I feel like he's taken a little bit of an L, but he's played some of the best chess I've seen VD play. So I understand why he's a little heartbroken. I still think after everything is exchanged, maybe it's still a fighting chance. ऐसा नहीं है कि बिल्कुल ही खत्म हो गया. I think if anybody is still fighting, it's VD. Bishop pair के बाद. So hopefully he can recruit and gather himself and continue fighting. What do you think?
I see a really cool idea for black here. So let's say you go bishop d5 C takes d5, and let's say white plays a move like
Knight
knight to
F3.
b3. Just to knight to
Oh.
b3 or f3, you can choose. So knight b3 का idea अब यही हुआ ना कि I want to play bishop e3 के वो bishop exchange हो जाए, and then white is going to be better. But I like the move d4 here for black. Just sack the pawn. ले लो.
भाई साहब.
You play knight takes d4. I'll take back with my bishop. You play c takes d4. अब मैं वो pawn छोड़ दूंगा. ठीक है. Then I will play bishop to e6. So let's play cd4 here, Tanya. And now just bishop to e6. Put that bishop on d5. White क्या कर लेगा इस position में?
So
Wow.
it's a very cool idea because that isolated queen's pawn on d5 is actually worse to have on the board. It's better to have it off the board to create a weakness for your opponent and get a really nice square. But would this give real chances to fight for an advantage? Because that would be the big question here. I think black doesn't have any danger, but to me, it also feels like white should be able to hold without any problem.
You are absolutely right. I think white can hold this for sure, but somehow I think allowing, bishop e3 and going into that trade, it just doesn't sit right with me, because I feel like यहाँ पे let's play knight f3, I think, just to explain it a bit better. Bishop e6 and bishop e3, and now if black takes and queen takes e3, and somehow I feel black has to suffer here, yeah.
Agreed.
At least
Agreed.
दूसरी position में you have, some kind of attacking dynamic chances जो यहाँ पे अब नहीं है, I feel.
Because knight बहुत अच्छा बैठ जाएगा d4 पे फिर.
बहुत अच्छा बैठ जाएगा.
Exactly.
And you have this
bishop
weakness
e6 का है.
forever.
वो bishop e6 तभी तो मैं वो weakness देना चाहता हूँ, शुरुआत में. Because then at least I'll get that nice square on d5 जहाँ पे वो bishop will be super active.
All right, let's refresh our board. So currently, knight takes pawn has been played. This is the position. Fabi hasn't played this because I also feel that from Fabi's perspective, it's a must-win game for him. He needs to keep his chances as much as possible. It's very likely that he's seen these trades, and Sahaj loves that idea of कि weakness को पकड़ के रखना, उसको defend करके रखना for the rest of your life. It's better कि वो दे दो to get some activity, because then at least you have something to play for. And I think for Fabi, he wants to find a way to keep this game going. Pragg, would you agree with that? That Fabi trade करना, he doesn't want that. He's going for a win against Vidit.
He has more to lose ना. अगर he तो still has a better fighting chance उस sense में, तो I don't think, that's why I think he's thinking कि मैं नहीं लेता, what else do I got? और yeah, I don't think he's happy with the draw. Like हाँ, हम देख सकते हैं, we can see the draw coming if exchanges happen and such, but I don't think he wants a draw at all.
No.
With the white
With
pieces,
white.
definitely not. Yeah.
It doesn't make sense. So very possible that he might not go for this line because he just doesn't have enough moves to get what you want ideally in this position because of that fantastic idea that Sahaj pointed out of sacrificing the pawn. As Fabi contemplates what to play next, let's zoom out, bring up our bird's eye view and take a look at the other boards, because yaar, itne important results are on the stakes, such crucial positions. And Sahil, I'm going to ask you to choose this time. Where do you want to go to next?
I love the bird's eye view because suddenly मेरी आवाज बढ़िया सुनाई देती है. You know what? I look at the 4 boards. I really am tempted to have one brief look at the Hikaru game. वो मतलब कहीं ना कहीं पे ना ऐसे मुझे प्रेशर दिख रहा है. D5, F2 बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग गेम है. एक नजर मार सकते हैं क्या वहां पे, तान्या?
बिल्कुल मार सकते हैं, and it's a very important game. It's a very important game not only for Hikaru, who's currently tied for second, but he's tied with Gukesh. So an Ali Reza win would mean we again have a huge shuffle up on the standings. This is our live position, and I'm so glad you called for this because it looks like a really fun one, Sahil, but I would want to take this from the top to understand how we got here, guys.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
Let's go.
Another French defense. Someone said something about a French defense as a candidate earlier.
क्या बात है यार. I mean, I don't think I've ever seen French defense being played like twice in any candidates.
Another exchange French defense.
What?
Oh my God.
I need to rethink my chess preparation.
Hey, how much have you been playing?
Actually, not as much as I'd like to. Budapest में काफी events होते हैं back to back. There are these GM closed events that I play. They are very close to my house, and it's more or less convenient for me to play as opposed to events that I really want to play. So I'm trying to go and play more in Europe. But for now, I'm just playing here. But actually, this year I have played about 60 games or so already. So that's quite good, I'd say.
Wow.
And Sahaj, of course, we'd all want to see more of you on the board, but right now we're just glad you're with us in the commentary because I really need you to break this down. Knight f6 was played, and immediately Hikaru got c5 in. So gaining space on the queen side with tempo forces the bishop to fall back, gives a check. Is this something you're familiar with?
I think so. This is theory. I think we're still in theory because I think if you go bishop d7, then I have queen to b3 and not queen to c2. I remember queen to b3 here. I really need to check my chess preparation again. But yeah.
Well, Hikaru's checked his chess preparation and he plays a new move then, queen c2. And maybe Sahil, you can update us if we're in novelty territory or not yet. Queen c2 khela, shot castle. Hanji, bolo.
Totally. So I think Queen C2 has been played in 4 games and then castles, Bishop D3 तो वो single digit game territory में है. एक बंदे ने कभी हिस्ट्री की चेस में उस पीस को गलती से वहां छोड़ दिया होगा तो वही हिकारू ने कहा हम यही खेलेंगे एंड वो बोर्ड पे भी नहीं है तो आई एम अज्यूमिंग कि ये सारा प्रिपरेशन ही चल रहा है उनका और आज तो पूरा मूड में आया है हिकारू. तो प्लीज बताइए सहज भाई कि ये मूड हमारे लिए अच्छा है कि बुरा है.
I mean, so far I like White's position. Just c5 ka pawn it looks really, really good. Generally, French exchange mein c5 आप allow नहीं करते हो because it gives White a lot of space on the queen side. But if Alireza removes, these pawns from the equation, then the position would be a bit balanced. And I think that's what happened, right?
So he jumped in with the knight, and White never wants to take on black's terms because then you get a pawn in the center, you open up the A file. What White wants is ki tum lo c5 so that once again I get a strong pawn imbalance, creating an imbalance in the pawn structure. And then rook comes to d1, you get a lot of play. So that's what he wants. Queen move to d2, bishop f5, small but also a big threat that needs to be handled. A basic threat, but it had to be stopped. Rook c1 khela. Knight jumps in, attacking the bishop. Nahi dunga. By the way, Prakhar, are you a bishop's guy or a knight guy?
Close positions, I think knights. Like this one. See, I'm not that talented. Like, मैं इस position में I won't even bother. I'd probably castle and I'd play for the open f file. But when the positions are very locked, I'll play for knights.
So you mean here you would consider just going short castle, and if you take the bishop, you get your pawn in the center, you open up the F line.
हाँ, मेरी instinct वो है कि वो open up करके and then maybe we'll be able to do something, but मतलब मेरी instinct का क्या है?
फिर समय से हार जाओगे COB में भाई.
भाई तू prepare करवा देना यार फिर उल्टी बात कर रहा है.
By the way, guys, this has to be some kind of a preparation because this is a pawn sacrifice to my eyes, right? Sahaj, that c5 pawn now suddenly doesn't have enough defenders. And I see it was picked up by Alireza. So actually, Alireza has an extra pawn in the position. But this is a weird position. Look at the formation of the minor pieces. Completely symmetrical on the king side and the queen side. Playing a bit of copycat chess with his own pieces. But
yes, I think that's kind of the point कि pawn तो sack कर ही दिया है पर उसके साथ साथ I think वो d5 का pawn जो है ना I feel like that's going to get taken sooner or later क्योंकि एक idea दिख रहा है मुझे कि you can play a3 and just kick the knight away and then you just capture the d5 pawn and अगर आप वो d5 के pawn को बचाने की कोशिश करते हो let's say you play something like I don't know c6 then I can still I think I can play a3 and the knight on b4 is now trapped, isn't it? A6 पे जा नहीं सकता basics. So my question is, how do you protect this pawn on d5? ये तो बच ही नहीं सकता. Maybe you can play something like d4, but d4 के बाद मुझे लगता है कि knight a4 और maybe knight b5 दोनों ही ठीक लग रहे हैं मुझे. Knight b5 maybe looks a little bit better. क्या लगता है आपको तान्या?
Also very tender, no? The c7 pawn. We've been focusing on d4. I'm not only threatening d4, your bishop moves, c7's hanging. Also, you need to stay connected to the knight. So bishop b6 would be actually a huge blunder with a hanging piece here. Definite compensation, but I feel there has to be something here that, because it's black's move, it's your one chance to try to defend this. I really don't want to play knight f6, a retreating move here.
Knight f6 में भी मुझे लगता है कोई tactic जरूर है यहाँ पे. Knight b5 still looks good ना? क्योंकि
Oh.
तब भी c7 I'm attacking, c5 I'm attacking, and you can't play bishop b6, you know.
Okay,
Maybe
the
you
bar
have
didn't react, so it's maybe not completely horrible.
Mhm. Maybe after knight b5, Tanya, there is knight to e4.
Well, crazy position, but one thing's for sure that Hikaru's playing for the initiative. So he also considers it his chance. Pragg, what do you think is, you know, I mean, actually, we all know Hikaru's mindset. Yeah, he's playing with the white pieces.
He
He's
doesn't
going
care.
for the win.
He doesn't care. Yeah.
You think he literally doesn't care?
No, he does. He
He
does.
cares so
Secretly,
much.
we all know
He
Hikaru
cares the
does.
most.
You know, actually, I was just reading the chat and someone mentioned कि board पे actually heart बना हुआ है.
Ah,
Oh.
nice.
Can you see it?
Really?
There is a heart
Nice.
on the board.
That. Oh no, or maybe I'll actually include this also. I'll make it a
Yes,
bigger
yes.
heart.
Yes.
Guys, I have a question. Do you think Ali Reza still cares?
Oh,
Like
that's a
after
good-
whatever's been through the tournament, do you think he's still into it? Like he wants to? Is he having fun at this point? वो lose हो गया है? Because मेरे को एक बार Abasov के game में भी लग रहा था he's playing a little loser. Like he's वो उतना tight नहीं है. But is that true? Do you think he still wants to go for as many points as he can?
That's a great question, Sahil. What do you think? And also, while we dive into Ali Reza's mindset, let's bring up our bird's eye view as well so we can get a full picture of what is going on. And I think as far as Ali Reza is concerned, well, Sahil, I want to hear your thoughts first.
I think Firuzja has always been that guy who loves the stakes. Freestyle chess में भी जैसे ही वो top 4 से निकल गए थे तो उनका थोड़ा सा मूड ऐसा हो गया था कि अब कैसे खेले, मजा नहीं आएगा. And he's also had a couple of, you know, unfortunate moments in this tournament, ऐसा बोल लेते हैं. तो कहीं ना कहीं उनको थोड़ा distracted तो होंगे. But at the end, I do feel कि he's a professional and उनको पता है कि what's needed in this game and he will go full in. And कल की win के बाद, ऐसी win के बाद ना कई बार लगता है आ यार मैं ही हूँ भाई, मैं ही जीनियस हूँ. So क्या ही win थी कल. So I do think कि he'll be motivated to win this game पूरा 100%. Tanya, what do you think?
You know, Ali Reza, I mean, I'm actually quite an Ali Reza fan. I love his brand of chess. It's always creative, it's always imaginative. He brings the entertainment to the board. You know you're going to have fun watching his games. But I think with that creativity also comes this instability on his chess. And I think we've seen him go on a bit of a tilt in tournaments when things don't go his way. Last Candidates May, you know, we saw this storyline of a collapse by him, and then he went on to play a 250 game bullet match against Daniel Naroditsky. He's got a game the next day. So we've seen him kind of be a little shaky like that. I would love to see Ali Reza back in form, but I want to see him back in form on the last round because kal uska Gukesh ke saath game hai. That's my only concern.
हाँ अभी ढीला रहे भाई. अभी पापा की सुन अपने.
By the way, you know, I'm going to just tell you कि एक गेम थी जिसको हम देख रहे थे, जो सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट गेम है, वो है नेपो वर्सेस प्रग. दोनों के किंग ने कहा कि चले क्वीन साइड हम. तो कहीं ना कहीं पे आई डोंट नो हाउ शार्प दैट गेम इज स्टिल, बट वी हैव बोथ द किंग्स ऑन द क्वीन साइड नाउ. साज भाई आपने कहा था दोनों कर लेंगे तो क्या फायदा. सो वुड लव टू नो कि क्या इवैल्यूएशन है करंट पोजीशन की.
Let's go. You know, by the way, जब से वो हार्ट वाला कमेंट है ना, तब से it feels like a revelation to me, क्योंकि अब मैं हर पोजीशन में वो पैटर्न्स ही ढूंढ रहा हूँ.
दिल ढूंढ रहे हो तुम, but मेरा दिल बहुत खुश हो जाएगा if we can get the cameras up as well, and there we have it, just on call. कोई बैठा नहीं हुआ, so we can't really read into it, but this is where we left it last. Do you see any hearts on the board in this one, or only hearts in chat?
No, I'm seeing hearts on chat. Yeah, chat में hearts नहीं दिख रहे यार. You know, that's the problem. You know,
Chat भाई
chat
ये
में
मत
भी
करो भाई.
दिखने
Hearts
चाहिए
hearts कर दो अब. Hearts कर
hearts
दो. बिल्कुल.
दिखने चाहिए chat में यार. Oh,
Let's
thank
go
you so
Indian
much.
contingent. Let's go. Hearts in the chat.
Hearts in the chat, guys. Today is the day. It is the most important day. Either our dream stays alive or it's dashed. And it all relies on the three boys who are fighting it out in Toronto. For Vidit, it's a difficult call. Pragg, he needs to try to get his win. It's not going to be easy for him. But Gukesh right now, fighting. He's currently tied for second position, playing against Nijat. He's trying to get that win. It's so obvious from his opening approach that वो आज अपनी जान लगा के खेलेगा.
Definitely.
Oh my
I'm seeing
God,
so many
Sahaj.
hearts. Yaar. Yes.
Sahaj, Nepo played your move. If you go to the current position, he has played your move, the one you mentioned 2 hours ago. यार Sahaj, यार आप हो ही second यार. It's unbelievable. यार तान्या, I'm not kidding. Prakhar, I'm not kidding. हर दिन हम यही कहते रहते हैं, भाई ये हर move कैसे guess कर लेते हो आप? And out of the blue, he will mention one plan जो किसी ने सोचा भी नहीं है, but वही move होती है on the board.
You know, that's the script, guys. That's the script. That is the script.
Sahaj, OP in chat, but let's get up to date with the position. So knight b3 happened here. We were discussing these ideas, and bishop e7 nikala to attack that h4 tender spot. Defended it with g3. Bishop takes bishop, queen takes bishop, and both sides got their king to safety on the queen side. Queen comes in. Notice the light squares which are tender in white's camp. So good general advice, place your pieces on light squares. Play on those light squares. Queen f5 and Sahed's idea of knight a4 on the board by Jan Nepomniachtchi. You want to take that knight to the outpost. Well, it's not an outpost, but a really strong hold on c5.
You know, good point, Tanya, but I actually do see it as an outburst because b6 तो आप कभी खेल ही नहीं सकते ना, because then I can go that queen a6 check and you know it's over. Then it's just over.
You can never allow. So even though it's not literally an outpost, it's practically an outpost, a really nice one. And I also want to point out that you will actually, for example, if black is not careful, you will provoke that pawn to move forward. Give white just a couple of moves and you can be in big trouble with your king on the queen side.
For sure. So I think Pragg has to be a bit careful to not allow knight c5 and queen b5. And I'm not sure how he's going to do that. Because, you know, just pushing a6 doesn't sit right with me. क्योंकि मुझे लगता है कि वो a6 के बाद वो knight a6 और knight b7 वाले जो attacking ideas हैं, they can be a bit dangerous. And also let's not forget कि जो हमारा रुक बैठा हुआ है d1 पे, it's just waiting. Rook d1, rook c3, b3, it's just going to join in on the attack in just 2 moves. So Pragg को थोड़ा careful रहना होगा यहाँ पे, just to not end up, you know, in some kind of a mating attack.
तो I have a question. तो अभी Pragg को अपने सारे pieces queen side, at least सारे नहीं, but minor pieces queen side ले जाने चाहिए ना? Like that should be the plan, no? For defense?
Yes, definitely. I think that's a very good point. या फिर आप, you know, queens exchange कर लो, जो I think is not seeming, you know, possible at the moment. But yeah, pieces को या तो पास लेके जाओ या फिर, you know, prevent something like knight c5. जो भी हमने ideas देखे, like queen b5, knight c5, maybe you can prevent that in some way. For example, I also like the move b6. Like maybe it's not as conventional, क्योंकि, you know, b6 feels like a weakening move, but because because हमारे पास bishops नहीं है, you know, because हमारे पास light squared वाले bishops नहीं है, maybe this can be a move as it prevents knight c5.
Sahaj bhai, sorry to cut you off. b6 के बाद queen a6 and knight a to c5 is apparently working. Oh, yes.
Crazy.
That is apparently working, and white is much better, or at least better now. So, I mean, that would be crazy.
Maybe I can go for some queen c8 ideas, Sahil bhai. I know I completely missed knight c5, but I still don't think a position utni kharab hai, because, you know, I am successful in bringing my queen, you know, towards the, you know, closer to the king, which I think was the point. Somehow I'm not as convinced कि उतनी खराब है.
To me, b6 is a very difficult move to make, because you're just weakening your own king side so voluntarily. It feels that, yes, you're stopping the most immediate threat ki knight c5 aa raha, you stop it, but all these light squares, it's not a happy move. And I also want to address Prakhar's point of getting the pieces on the queen side. That would be the dream, but Pragg's last move was queen f5. He just placed it on the king side, right? And now to read out your mind कि मुझे ये queen c8 पे लानी है to defend, psychologically it's also a very difficult plan to make. To me, the most natural move in this position is the hand move that I made in the beginning. But it's also the scariest move, because after knight c5, I'm struggling to find a response here.
But I have a question. जैसे knight a4 तो Pragg ने calculate करा होगा ना, because that seems I mean, retrospectively, of course, ऐसा लगता है कि हाँ ये तो पता ही होगा. But knight a4 seems like a very good plan.
Correct.
So when he's
Agreed.
coming queen f5, he's thought of something. I'm assuming.
Yeah, what
Because-
is it? Let's try and think what's going on in his mind.
I mean,
Pragg,
knight
you're
c5
right.
के बाद knight c5 के बाद I think queen b5 तो prevent करना जरूरी है ही. Maybe the idea is you can then play a6. So I think Tanya and Pragg, I think या तो आप a6 खेलोगे या फिर आप b6 खेलोगे. It's one or the other. Because you have to prevent queen b5 or knight c5. अगर दोनों allow कर दिए तो it feels
Whoa.
risky.
That's his idea. He wants to challenge the knight on c5. He doesn't want it to stay alive. And I think he might have to do it from this square. And he's just made the move knight f8. So the point is कि जब ये knight c5 पे आएगा, what he wants to do, and I don't know whether he trades on c5 or not, but I just want to show an idea that let's say this position, and there are two squares you can challenge this knight because like Sehed said, you want to stop it from b5. I think knight e5 runs into knight b7.
Oh,
King
what a
takes
nice
knight.
tactic, yaar.
Queen b5, and you win the knight. And now look at the difference. If you attack the knight from d7, this doesn't work anymore because you have knight b6.
Knight b6.
Wow, crazy.
Oof, क्या subtle difference है.
Yeah, that's very cool. That's very cool.
So do you think that's what he wants? He just doesn't want to allow white's knight to stay alive in this on this really scary looking square.
Yes,
I think
because
that is
you know
the
in
plan,
French, French exchange में there is a sort of like an underlying sort of I want to say not a rule but sort of like an understanding कि अगर आपको better end game चाहिए तो you need वो white का जो dark bishop है and you need a knight for yourself. So you need a good, we call it a good knight versus bad bishop, so like sort of a situation. So a knight c5 के बाद bishop c5 and exchanging that knight feels like we're going, towards that direction जहाँ पे white का bishop is still there and white and black का good knight is still there as well.
Do you mean like just a position like this, if it comes, you're very happy with black here?
This is like a dream scenario, I think, for French exchange as black, I think.
Why in French exchange specifically? ऐसा क्या है?
क्योंकि फ्रेंच एक्सचेंज में ये पॉसिबल है काफी इस तरह की पोजीशंस बहुत आती हैं जो वाइट जनरली ट्राइज टू अवॉइड क्योंकि यहाँ पे जीतने के चांसेस वाइट के बहुत कम हो जाते हैं.
अच्छा, मतलब more drawish or blackish. हाँ.
Pragg, like in this kind of a position, you can see that the black knight always has targets. Even if you defend it, let's say with c3, this knight can eventually jump on the light squares. While the bishop will have no targets to play against. So you're always the one who's kind of calling the play with black, with a better minor piece.
I mean, ideal situation, ये भी होती है कि अगर white ने short castle किया होता, then king side attack भी आ सकता है इस position में. So that's like the ideal situation, but queen side castle is also, I'll take it easily. But yeah, very nice point, with this knight d7 idea, Tanya. I really like it.
Actually, that's a nice defensive resource because even if the engine had other moves in mind in this position, let's say any of the moves that we discussed, from a human element, you really think about the fact that you don't want to weaken your king side. You want your knight, you want to trade off into the position that you mentioned ki sirf ye knight or ye bishop rahe board pe. And I think if that happens, black can play forever. Black can try to create something out of that, even if it's a small edge.
Definitely. And Sahil bhai, question for you. अगर ये bishop versus knight वाली position आती है, तो do you think we're getting, like a 5-hour game, like a 6-hour game, just like yesterday?
भाई मैं रेडी हूँ. सुबह 9 बजे तक बैठना है. मैं अभी पॉपकॉर्न ले आऊंगा या ब्रेकफास्ट में अंडे गर्म करके आ जाऊंगा. मुझे कोई चक्कर नहीं है. But I am all in, and I'm all in as long as Pragg is fighting. We are going to support him till the end, chat. And मेरा सवाल ना I think हर किसी से है, and especially Prakhar. So what I've noticed is कि Indian players ना, they are sitting in the chair always. Hikaru, Nepo, ये लोग move खेलते हैं, आते हैं, खेलते हैं, जाते हैं. So मतलब ये क्यों ऐसा डिफरेंस देखने को मिल रहा है? Even though level wise they're kind of similar, but जो बाहर के प्लेयर हैं, they are like coming and playing and going. And अगर हम देखो ना, अभी भी नहीं है कहीं. Nepo is nowhere to be seen, even though उसकी move है. So why is this constantly happening psychologically?
I think Nepo तो थोड़ा उत्साही है ही. He's a little bit like excitable. He's always moving, no? In general also. But I think, bro, like if you look at Pragg, Gukesh particularly, they're such disciplined players, bro. Like मतलब हमारे यहाँ पे ना I also feel like the way we treat any sport for that matter, it's a lot of devotion sort of that goes into it. And Sahaj and Tanya, you can probably speak to that. Ki there is some prayer happening. You see Vidit before every round going into his meditation. So I think there is a little bit of that too. Hikaru's a streamer. He's always playing for quick dopamine anyway. Like usko, they played more as a game, more as an opportunity, more as a job. This is my guess, right? Like no shade on anybody, but I think Pragg and Gukesh and Vidit, they have a sense of devotion towards this thing. Plus यार हमारे आर्बिटर डांट देते थे, ओए बोर्ड पे जाके बैठो, आदत पड़ जाती है.
Nepo back at the board, by the way. फिर से वही crazy expressions, and he's thinking what to do here. Sahaj, are we going to see the knight on c5 now?
Yeah, if I'm calculating all of this, with this good knight versus bad bishop scenario, I would not want to do that as Nepo. Because I think that basically says that I'm saying goodbye to all of my winning chances and let's try to survive the next 6 hours, because I think he is going to play. I think because this is do or die situation, sort of for Pragg. And already Nepo, he has made a statement with this French exchange and, with this A3 line. I still have no idea what happened. Because A3 ka pawn mujhe abhi bhi kharab lag raha hai white ke liye. And I somehow feel that, this is not what he intended. And knight c5 just goes further into that, position jo uske liye ideal nahi hai. Maybe something like rook d3 looks appealing. Because tab maybe I can go for, I don't know, rook c3 and some rook takes c6 sacrifice. I don't know.
Oh, wow.
अरे भाई ये क्या?
It at least puts on the pressure. Yeah, go
यार
on.
अगर कुछ normally नहीं काम कर रहा तो let's create some fire on the board ना, तब तो कुछ होगा ही.
सहज भाई, rook d3 हमारे पास rook d6 resource नहीं है. Like, can we not pull the same sort of defensive resource at that point? Because we're pretty much playing piece for piece now.
So good point, Prakhar bhai. But when you play rook d6, you cannot play bishop c5 anymore. So तब knight c5 पे बैठ सकता है मेरा. So I can go like knight bc5 or knight ac5 and sort of continue the attack.
And even bishop f4 is irritating फिर थोड़ा सा है ना? Like eventually.
Bishop f4, yeah, you're right. Bishop f4 also looks really good. The rook d3 looks good to me.
I think rook d3 does ask a lot of questions. I also agree with your point that he's not going to go into that position where Pragg just has a really happy knight and you just have a really bad bishop, a really sad bishop for the rest of the game. So rook d3, I would expect Pragg to continue with the plan. But also I want to point out, it's very possible that knight f8 is a move that's very easy to miss. You play knight a4, you have all these ideas ki you're coming in with your knight, you're looking at all your plans and everything, and you're looking at moves like b6, you're looking at moves like a6. Chess mein the hardest moves to find are knight retreats. So knight f8, looking at Jan on the camera as well, I think he's not very happy that Pragg found this move because it just puts a big speed breaker to his smooth highway plans.
Good point. Very good point. And I think
भाई वो underestimate कर रहा है Pragg को. धोखा खाएगा थोड़ी देर में.
भाई वो गेम हारा नहीं है. एक भी गेम नहीं हारा है Nepo.
अभी तक.
Only player in the
नहीं इसलिए है वो क्योंकि उसने अभी तक किसी को underestimate नहीं किया है until today.
आज गलती करने वाला है भाई वो.
आज underestimate किया है ना उसने, बस खत्म.
देख मैंने उसे कभी ऐसे बैठे हुए भी नहीं देखा इतना lean in करते हुए. You know why? Because he's nervous.
Actually, ironically enough, कल when he was winning against Vidit, same post था उसका. Same post था.
अरे यार साहिल.
तू यार रहने दे यार. तेरे को किसने बोला यार यहाँ आने को?
इसलिए मेरा कैमरा ऑफ है भाई चैट. इसलिए ऑफ है मेरा कैमरा. ताकि blame किसी और पे जाए.
By the way, just coming back to that heart thing again, I know it's the last time I'll mention it, but if black plays knight e6, okay, then we can see a heart kind of. क्योंकि वो g6 के बाद ना heart बन जाएगा.
Oh,
Tell me you can see it. Tell me you can see it, right? That's a heart. That's a proper heart. And that's the last time I'll mention it ever.
I can see half a heart. Where is?
No. F like d4 वो v बना दो. d4
Yeah?
e3 f2 g3 h4 वाला v बना दो.
अच्छा ये वाला.
And then h5 and black just has to play g6, right?
Oh,
and then
okay.
वो
Let me
f5 वाली
help you.
queen तो already है board पे. That's a heart,
And
guys. And that's the
then
last time I'll mention
Guys,
it.
elite commentary. Elite.
Yes.
बहुत मजा आ रहा है.
दिल की बातें हो रही हैं यहाँ पे. Okay, none of these moves. I mean, knight e6 might happen, but I would be maybe g6 will happen at some point if provoked. But guys, should we take a look at our other boards as well? Knight f8, beautiful, beautiful find by Praggnanandhaa. And let me just get rid of our heart and bring up our position. Really nice resource there. And it just shows how involved the players get into these games to find these creative ideas to defend, because it was so scary to fight against knight c5. So as Pragg takes a think, Sahil, where should we go next? What catches your attention? Top right, by the way, Gukesh has managed to go short castle.
Anya, you said it. Top right, top right, top right. That's the most important game. Let's go. The knight on h7 is alone. Let's help him out. उसकी मदद करते हैं बाहर निकलने के लिए. So let's go to the top right game.
And pehle to let's see the players. By the way, have you noticed that Nijat and Gukesh have very similar chess poses from the very start? Both have been leaning in. Both have been sort of mirroring each other with their, head in hand sometimes hand on face. So it's very, like even right now, by the way, it's very interesting. And Pragg, you are a body language expert, right? So what were you saying about someone breaking some eye contact, or what was that about?
First of all, I want to make this correction. मैं जितनी बार चेस स्ट्रीम्स पे किसी पे भी जाता हूँ, कभी मैं लॉयर बन जाता हूँ, कभी मेरे को कोई कुछ बनाता है, मैं कुछ नहीं हूँ, मैं कंटेंट क्रिएटर हूँ. But ठीक है, I'll take the body language expert thing. To your question, so it is about mirroring. Mirroring is an idea where the person who generally has more command of the room will make the first move, and the other person will replicate that. It can also be used in reverse, by the way, mirroring to sort of. If I start mirroring you or Sahaj, it is me eliciting cooperation. I'm inviting friendship in that case. So, but इस confrontational setup में जहाँ दो player खेल रहे हैं ना एक दूसरे के against, if Gukesh is one way and then Nijat follows suit, that means Nijat is taking Gukesh's lead. And that is generally a good sign from a body language standpoint.
इंटरेस्टिंग. यार मुझे एक चीज समझ आती है, जब भी लोग निजत के बारे में बात करते हैं, व्हाई इज ही ऑलवेज लाइक फॉलोइंग समवन?
ब्रो उसकी रेटिंग की गलती है.
वही वो भी तो लीड कर सकता है ना. ये लोग कैजुअली मतलब मेरे भाई को रोस्ट कर देते हैं.
नहीं, I think we have full support for Nijat. बस यही है कि Gukesh is our only hope now. So now it's getting to a stage जहाँ पे we want Gukesh to win, and we can see he's stressed out. Usually he's very calm and composed sitting back, and Nijat looks very confident. ऐसा क्या हो गया यार गेम में? Sahaj?
He gets up for the first time.
Oh, by the way, I have a nice question for chat. तो तान्या हम एक दो मूव पहले जा सकते हैं क्या?
Yes, I'll stop ek do move pehle, but I'll just take it from where we left it last, Sahaj, if that's okay. Just to do a quick action replay. And I think we left it last, knight 8-7 pe aa gaya tha, e5 khela. Actually, not many moves have happened. We saw all of this. Knight e4, bishop b7 development, taking away g5 square. Pragg ki move on the board with queen c7, and rook to d1 was played. And Sahaj, I think you wanted to make a point around here?
Yeah, so let's play bishop takes e4, and iske baad let's assume white will go bishop takes e4 and not queen takes e4. That's what he played in the game. And now I'm going to play queen takes e5 as black. Okay?
What?
Now it is white to play. What should white do here, chat?
You are underestimating our chat. I think people are going to be... Chat, wrong answers only. Chat, wrong answers only.
Wrong answer.
I mean, ये क्या है यार? ये क्या question है, Sahaj? सबको मिलेगा 100%. 100% chat will get this.
I am not sure.
It feels like I've got the chat actually.
Yeah.
It feels like I've got them.
Oh my gosh.
Sorry, chat.
Actually, now I understand how you're tricking them.
Yes.
I take everything I said back, because this is a tricky grandmaster level question that Sahaj has posed. And let's, Sahil, can we bring up our chat responses?
Yeah, Niranjan bhai, let's go. Arey, chat finally coming through, yeah?
Nice.
Bishop f4, बिल्कुल सही. पहले फंस गई थी chat लेकिन.
पहले फंस गई थी.
मुझे प्रखर की एक्सप्रेशन से लगा कि प्रखर भी फंस गया था.
मैं तो पूरा फंस गया था. मैंने बोला मारो फ्री नाइट मर रहा है. फिर मैंने देखा जब वो GM लेवल प्रॉम्प्ट आया ना, फिर मेरे दिमाग में आया
Chat and great guesses there. Bishop f4, Sahil, many guesses, many right answers.
या अनिमेश मिस्टर आई डोंट नो वो सेकंड नाम क्या है, मैं नहीं पढ़ूंगा. अरे एक साहिल भी है, हार्दिक, स्वप्ना, वेल डन एवरीवन इन द चैट. नाइस. बिशप F4 एब्सोल्युटली करेक्ट. एंड उसके बाद घोड़ा तो हैंगिंग है ही, बाद में मार लेंगे. सो ऑफ कोर्स गुकेश डिड नॉट fall for this. In fact, we had Queen E4, right, Saj?
Yes, and also it's very important to not take this because suddenly black has got a check and it's a huge turnaround that happens. So bishop takes
Yes.
knight was the trap that Sahaj has set up.
Yeah, that was the point. And bishop f4, as everyone pointed out, is perfect. That is the move that wins the game immediately. Because
And also-
शुरुआत में when he played bishop e4, I was thinking to myself, उसने bishop e4 क्यों नहीं मारा यहाँ पे? And then I started thinking about this. But yeah, queen e4 also feels, somehow I still feel bishop e4 was a bit more, I don't know, problematic for black. Nahi Prakhar? Because like now the h7 knight is attacked and you have to, sort of move that knight either to f8 or somewhere, and तब आप castling नहीं कर सकते.
यार तभी तो मैं कह रहा था निजात फॉलो करता है क्योंकि उसने वो मिस कर दिया. But which reminds me, guys, thank you so much for having me. I have to rush. I have a recording in the morning. Absolute pleasure meeting the both of you. Sahil, as always, your laugh is contagious. Thank you, Niranjan bhai. I'm going to be back very soon whenever I can. And chat, fingers crossed, we are going for the World Championship.
We are.
India is going to win the World Championship. और कोई possibility नहीं रखनी दिमाग में. ठीक है? We are going for the
Manifest
king.
this in chat.
Yeah, come on. Let's go. Hearts in the chat. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. I'm going to say goodbye.
Pragg, I know you have to go, but just before you go, I want predictions for all the boards. So what do you think happened? Just result predictions quickly. Yan versus Pragg, what do you think?
I think I'd like Pragg to win, but I think half-half is more likely.
So a draw you say on that one, Vidit versus
Yes.
Fabi.
Vidit versus Fabi, I think again half-half, but I want 1-0.
Draw again predicted by Pragg. Okay, what about Firuza Hikaru?
I think Hikaru wins that one.
All right, Hikaru win there, and Gukesh Abasov, the big one.
Yeah, Gukesh is going to dominate.
Yeah.
I have no doubts.
We got this. Gukesh smashing this one. Although the position stands. Thank you so much, Pragg, for joining in.
Thank you so much,
guys.
Pragg. It was
The
very
pleasure
nice
is
meeting
entirely
you.
mine. Bro, the pleasure is mine, man. Please take care.
बाय बाय प्रखर भाई. एंड मेरी अब शक्ल वापस आ चुकी है स्ट्रीम पे. चैट क्या हालचाल, क्या चल रहा है यार? साहज भाई मुझे अपडेट कर दो यार, मैं मैगी बना रहा था.
I feel like लोग आपको बहुत याद कर रहे थे साहिल भाई. Like there was and someone actually did comment के आप मैगी बना रहे हो. Actually, I saw that comment.
मैंने पूछा. I asked कि
Oh.
भाई नॉर्मल की मसाला मैगी, तो चैट बता रही थी कौन सी मैगी. मैं बताया नहीं चैट, तुमने फिर बता ही नहीं पाया. मैं
Nice.
मैगी
nice,
का
nice.
सुन के मुझे भी भूख लग रही है अब.
यार
Yeah.
मैगी रात को 2 बजे लिटरली.
प्लीज यार याद मत
है ना?
दिलाओ मुझे. यहाँ पे I don't get the actual मैगी. ठीक है, मुझे वो नॉर्मल like नॉर्मल
Noodles
जो
मिलते
चीज
होंगे
फ्लेवर
ना,
वाली
which
मैगी
is-
होती है, मुझे वो मिलती है.
Yeah.
I
And
hate
that's
that
not
so
the
much.
same.
जब
साज
भी
भाई,
कोई इंडिया से यहाँ आता है ना, मैं उनसे सिर्फ मैगी मसाला मंगवाता हूँ. That's it. just to like have my
साज भाई.
to have my life be easy. Yeah.
सच भाई, अगर आज प्रग विंस, मैं आऊंगा शायद यूरोप कभी इस साल में विद इन द नेक्स्ट 3 months, तो मैं मैगी के आपके लिए 50 पैकेट लेके आऊंगा. तो लेट्स गो विद दिस. जल्दी
Thank
से
you
गेम
so much.
एनालाइज करते हैं भाई. गुकेश की, साज प्लीज लेट्स गो थ्रू द मूव्स एंड सी कि क्या सिचुएशन है.
Let's do it. So we were on queen e4, and are there any moves after this?
Yes. So Gukesh got his castle in. He defends the knight, the rook coming into the game as well. And bishop f4 khela gaya. Another developing move. Also, just making sure that e5 remains protected and black doesn't have any breaks or moves like f5 because en passant will come in with double power.
Absolutely right, Tanya. And I just want to focus on something in this game, and that's the time. Yeah, I mean, हमने देखा था कि निजत बहुत कम था टाइम में, I think, in the beginning, but now we're seeing it's exactly the same. So I think the position is more or less balanced. And even though इस position में king side attack उतना viable नहीं लग रहा, I still feel कि white के पास काफी attack है. Because firstly I see there is this pawn on d7. निजत सो रहा है क्या?
भाई चैट तो कह रही है सो रहा है.
निजत सो रहा है क्या ये? क्या हो रहा है?
You know what?
मैं तो बात कर रहा हूँ.
YouTube editor ने हमारे एक डाला था एक शॉट जहाँ पे दिखाता है कि Pragg was sleeping and then Carlson was sleeping, so clearly he's the next Carlson. So this is a clear way to try to get into our YouTube shots. निजात बन नहीं होगा यार. It will not happen. We already have Pragg, so we are not going to make a shot out of this. Is he actually sleeping though?
I don't know if the camera is frozen or he's actually sleeping, but that is
I
Oh my
think he's
God.
sleeping.
full on nap mode by Nijat.
सहज भाई ये भी प्रेप में था क्या?
I hope not.
हाँ, ये तो सो ही गया है बिशप f4 खेल के.
I think camera अटका यार. He's not even like his
Yeah,
hands.
it
Nothing
can't
is.
be.
हाँ, camera.
Oh, he's awake. He's
Oh,
back.
thank
He's
God,
woken
thank
up,
God,
guys.
thank God.
He's woken up. Oh God, फिर से सो गया.
Again goes. Sorry, by the way, Nijat, we absolutely love you, yaar. मतलब, it's just we are comparing you to Magnus Carlsen right now. That's the only difference. So full power to you, bhai.
वो actually हमें लग रहा है कि वो सो जाएगा.
यार मुझे नहीं लगता कि camera is frozen right now because he did open his eyes and then he
Yeah.
said कि भाई चाल नहीं चली है तो मैं थोड़ा और सो जाता हूँ.
Tanya, I had this crazy story. I was playing a tournament, blitz tournament 5+2, and मेरे बगल के सामने वाला opponent सो गया and he started snoring. This was in Pardubis, that tournament that's played. So वो सो गया, खराटे मार रहा है, literally snoring, and he was an IM. So I have seen worse. So this is very mild according to me.
It was a blitz tournament that he took a nap in.
Yeah.
Blitz के बीच में wow.
साहिल को क्यों तोड़ा? That is really some intimidation tactics, but Nijat, yaar, I think, you know what? We were talking about how painful yesterday was for Vidit. I actually think it was also equally painful for Nijat. That game that he lost against Ali Reza just smashed the ball out of the park in that one. And when you lose like that, you go into tilt mode. I mean, for all we know, he was, just like, ki, bhai, mera ho gaya, not sleeping the whole night, and just, he does look extremely... ये तो सपने ले रहा है, ये क्या हो रहा है?
Tanya, just like I want to mention something. अगर आप board पे सो रहे हो, तो you like try to hide it, थोड़ा सा. He's just out in the open, यार.
He is in tilt mode though. He is in tilt mode. I agree.
Wait, guys, 1 second. Okay, there are two realities, and we'll put this for poll chat. See, of course, there can be like the whole Beth Harmon Queen's Gambit situation, yeah, where your eyes are shut, but you're imagining, you're looking at the ceiling, you're working out the lines, and Nijat has the board in his mind. या फिर ये तो भाई खराटे लेने वाला है. दो ही चीजें हो सकती हैं.
This is when you are in a long flight and you don't have a neck pillow. This is that angle, honestly. Oh, his hand slipped! His hand slipped! His hand...
वो कुर्सी से भाई उसका हाथ ही गिर गया. वो this is not Beth Harmon style calculation mode.
Not the... Yeah, he's sleeping. He's legit sleeping, Chad, I think.
Dude, this is very, what? And what about Gukesh? This has to
Niranjan
be really
bhai,
annoying for Gukesh as well.
Yeah, can we have a look at both together? That will be crazy. For a second and then come back to this.
Imagine Gukesh just keeps looking at him. ये क्या कर रहा है?
I mean, this
Just
is...
waiting for the moment कि Gukesh just board से हट के उसकी शक्ल देखेगा. I think that's gonna happen.
I believe we have a move. Do we have a move?
He played Rook f d8, and let's see if that will wake Abasov or not.
Dude, he's gone off to sleep.
Okay, like just seeing the time situation, right? Just seeing the time situation. Would you play the move like really quietly so ताकि opponent उठे ना?
Like, just tournament where you do all this. कि भाई धीरे से clock दबाओ और फिर उसे आवाज ना आए और वो सो ही जाए.
हाँ, like एकदम धीरे से दबाओ और even score sheet पे कुछ भी मत लिखो हैं. उसके बाद just keep focusing on the board. Just like I'm still thinking. Have that poker face on. तो उठ के भी अगर वो देखे भी तो it looks like it's your move.
चलो उठ गया finally. He's up, guys. He was not sleeping. He was calculating, obviously.
He was stretching now. उसने पूरा ऐसे नैप लिया है. वो उठा है ऐसे मतलब सो कर. लगता है वो अभी जाएगा बाथरूम मुंह हाथ धोकर ही आएगा सीधा.
भाई वहां पे तो दिन के 2 बज रहे होंगे ना, दिन के 4 बज रहे होंगे. ऐसा क्यों? साहज भाई क्या हुआ? पूरी रात प्रेप कर रहे थे आप लोग. What happened? Like you know him well, so
Yeah, because उसका game जल्दी खत्म हुआ ना, तो he was very fresh by the time I finished. So preparation काफी late तक चल रही थी कल. Yeah, I feel like at some point I need to stop like entertaining this क्योंकि सबको ऐसा लगता है कि I'm actually his second. Guys, I'm not his second.
But you
ठीक है, I'm
are. I mean, we all
That's
know
what a
that
second
you
would say.
are.
yeah,
Yes,
but a
but you
good
just don't want
second
to.
will never reveal that.
But
A good
now we
second.
know now.
Oh,
But-
he half yawn. I think he half yawned.
Sahil, what half yawn? The guy was literally passed out on the board. He would open it, उसका हाथ slip हो गया chair से. 2 minute और रुकते रहो.
Someone
मतलब
just said, wait, sorry, someone just said Abasov.
I shouldn't be laughing, Chad. I am evil. I
Like,
shouldn't be
me neither.
laughing.
I'm sorry. That's a good comment. Like, insane. Shall we go
Abasov.
for?
Yeah, Sajay, please.
Shall we? I mean, if looking at this position, just talking about the moves, I mean, it feels logical to play Rook D3 and Rook D1 to me, or like Rook D2 and Rook D1 to me, just to like put pressure on the D7 pawn. And even though pawn को आप मार नहीं सकते अभी, I think it's kind of important to prevent ideas like D6 or F6 or something like that.
So, Sahaj and Tanya, I mean, this position looks very complex. And as you said, D7 pawn, बहुत, it can be put under pressure. But, कई बार ना मेरा मन करता है मैं इंजन को एक नजर मारूं एंड जो मूव बता रहे हैं उस पर मुझे थोड़ा सा सदमा लग रहा है. So, एक वेरिएशन है, क्या मैं आपको शो कर सकता हूं?
Yes,
Sure.
please.
So,
Please.
यहाँ पे the best move for white is apparently bishop f1, which makes sense. I mean, you want to get to d3, ठीक है? And then apparently, at some point in the next two moves, black can apparently go g5. So I'm scratching my head by what is g5? Isn't it like super, super, super scary?
And मुझे अभी भी idea नहीं समझ आ रहा G5 का, because can I not just play bishop to D3?
Yeah, but I saw
What's
g5.
your
Oh, sorry,
idea?
sorry. Yeah, so rook bishop f1, rook bc8,
Rook B8, okay.
and then queen e2 is apparently the best move, and then there is g5, and that is the engine's variation, which to me makes no sense at all.
So you mean after rook B8, white goes queen E2 and then G5. So the G5 का idea, I think, okay, now I think यार अभी भी मेरे को थोड़ा dangerous लग रहा है. I'm
Yeah,
not gonna lie.
and I just want to point out one thing. This whole line is so bizarre. Sahil,
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
first of all, back with the bishop to f1, put it on a square where, okay, maybe you want to go to d3 and still make sense, but I loved that bishop on g2 to start with. And
Yeah.
then proceed, you fall back with your own queen to e2, blocking that bishop, getting your queen to a less active square. This is computer chess, not human chess.
Exactly.
100%.
It's
So,
bizarre.
like, the first thing that I'm wondering is, मुझे bishop f1 खेलना जरूरी क्यों है? Because why can't I play queen e2 straight away and keep bishop f1, बाद के लिए कभी भी?
But Saj, I like your idea. I mean, queen e2 maybe is possible, but why not just go for the most natural aspect of doubling up on the d file? I don't know what square, if it makes a difference. But again, just intuitively, you want to put the rook on the light square because तुम्हारे opponent के पास dark square bishop है. So to keep things defended.
Tanya, I think I see something really cool. So bishop f1 ka idea is not to play bishop d3 at all. I think it is so that after bishop f1, can we have that move on the board?
Yes.
If black plays d6, there is e takes d6, bishop takes d6, rook takes d6, rook takes d6, and if I go rook d1, Tanya, rook d1 is not a check.
Oh,
Wow.
wow. That is crazy.
This is insane. This is so deep, so deep. It's crazy. So you're
That's
saying
crazy.
that bishop f1 is a prophylactic move, and did he play it? He played
He
something.
played rook d2. Rook d2.
Rook
Yeah, more
d2.
human. That's the whole point. This is what we were talking about. This whole line. And Sahaj, what you showed right now, it just emphasizes how inhuman bishop f1 is. As a prophylactic move, even against d6, you're thinking about कि भाई मुझे double करने हैं अपने pieces.
Exactly.
So I completely understand nobody finding bishop f1 at this moment. This bishop just looks like it's doing a great job for now. Maybe later on you want to defend c4, have a different idea. Rook d2 was played, doubling up on the d file, and I think that's a very human approach. And Gukesh falls back with the knight. So not only defending d7, but maybe someday he's dreaming of getting the knight to more active pastures.
Yes. Also, I think knight g6 के बाद f4 का bishop, I think it needs to find its footing. क्योंकि अगर if I take on f4, then somehow I see कि वो e5 का pawn थोड़ा सा weak हो जाता है, and then d6 becomes a lot easier for me to play. So I think maybe it's not wise for white to allow knight g6 and just to play something like h5. But
Did he
मुझे
play
h5
already?
की भी,
Because
sorry?
I thought I saw, did he play already? Because I thought on the camera there was some movement or not.
Yeah, I think Abasov was writing knight f8 on the board. Yeah, he was writing the
Okay,
move, I think.
knight f8.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
fair.
I feel like knight g6 ko, I mean, from a prophylactic sense, right? I see two ideas. One is to play h5, which is I think the normal
Yeah.
human move. But h5, I think मुझे थोड़ा weakening भी लग रहा है. Not weakening, maybe it's not the right word, but because वो g5 का square ना अब खाली हो जाता है. So I think black's knight can come back to h7 and maybe go to knight g5. Although I'm not sure what is the knight doing there.
No, but you provoke h5 and you're eyeing the g5 square.
Yeah.
Very tough.
So,
Very tough.
but I
position.
like the move instead of h5. I really like the move g4.
Oh,
क्योंकि
wow.
इससे ये होता है ना कि अब बिशप मेरा g3 पे बैठ जाएगा and I'm just starting some kind of an attack on the king side, even though it may not be as effective. I can see the bar doesn't like it so much, but मुझे practically थोड़ा dangerous लग रहा है.
Very
I would
interesting
worry
idea,
here.
g4. But that's the thing, right? When you provoke moves like g4, long term, you're creating chances for black also. So it would be like a double-edged move to make because there are weaknesses to be handled. For example, let's say, I'm not really sure again, but let's say I even provoke you to go h5. And I'm kind of looking at this h4 square, but it's...
Yaar, knight h4, just because the bar didn't go up, I'm supporting
I'm
this move. But
surprised, by the way.
अगर normally board पे खेलो तो knight के पास कोई square ही नहीं है, like what are you going to do? Somehow I see this king h2, king h3 and you just take the knight on h4.
Crazy position. Knight f8 on the board. That knight will never come to h4. I don't think we're going to see that line happen. I'll be very surprised, Sahil, if white goes g4.
Yeah, I'll be very surprised as well. And chat cheek रही है Nepo blunder. Nepo ने blunder नहीं किया है chat. नहीं है. It's just a trap. Of course, हमारे पास bars available है chat. I don't think he has blundered, although he has played your move rook to d3. So that is on the board. So वो भी game पे हम जा सकते हैं very, very soon. And chat, by the way, you know what? We have Tanya today, so we can give Tanya the task of giving you a challenge as soon as we reach 2,000 likes. Jaldi se chat like kar do, and if you're here for the first time, do subscribe. So let's have a look at the game. Can we switch to the Nepo game if possible, Tanya and Sahaj?
Absolutely. Another very important game. Chat, such a big day for us. Stakes are super high. The players have been fighting in Toronto for Gukesh. Massive round. For Pragg, massive round. Agar Pragg ye jeeta hai, the field is wide open for everyone once again. So lots to play. Vidit is fighting against Fabi, and your support is everything right now. So spread the word, like the stream, and fill it with hearts. Fill it with hearts right now. Send your energy to our players. This is the live position. Should we take it from where we started, from where we left, and do an action replay?
Sahaj bhai ko sare hearts chahiye, chat jaldi hearts do. And yeah, Sahaj bhai, please take over the game.
I mean, hearts तो नहीं दिख रहे मुझे यहाँ पे. Just first of all, I'm really trying. But so we were discussing the move rook d3. I feel that's what happened on the board, right?
Great call.
Yeah.
It happened on the board. And queen g4, Pragg wanting to trade the queens off.
I think that's not a good idea for Nepo, क्योंकि he wants to develop an attack. You know, अगर आपने queens trade कर लिए, तो you can say goodbye to any kind of queenside attack. And even though I see queen d2 was a slight inaccuracy by the bar, I can see the bar थोड़ा सा नीचे गया था. Practically मुझे decision ठीक लग रहा है, because he is just saying कि queens are not going to get traded. Now I'll have this knight a5, rook c3. Maybe I can create some kind of a attack on the queen side. I mean, just look at it. I mean, white ke paas 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pieces hai, which are on basically, you know, can contribute to the queen side attack. And whereas black only has one, you know, maybe two defenders. I would say the rook on d8. I'm not sure if that's a defender. Yeah, bishop on e7 probably. Three defenders, yeah. Knight can come as well, yeah, you're right. But I feel like white ke pieces, they're just looking really scary. I would be worried here. I think sharp moves खेलना यहाँ पे, precise move खेलना यहाँ पे बहुत जरूरी है. आपको क्या लगता है?
यार मुझे लग रहा है कि because queen d2 was an inaccuracy, we saw that, by the way. I think Sahil, that was the point that the chat was like कि Nepo blundered, Nepo blundered. Because it means कि कुछ chance तो मिला है, and it's difficult to understand. And the point Sahaj made, right? Practically, it's a more difficult situation to handle as black, because you're getting scared about your king. But there is something for Pragg here. He played b6. Apparently the best move, because I see the bar says it's all good for black. And this is our current position.
The knight on a4 looks really stupid now, to be honest. मतलब क्योंकि there is no queen a6 anymore. और queen के पास एक भी square नहीं है, knight c5 पे करेगा क्या? So it has to come back. And you know what? I would like to ask you this, Sahaj, and chat, आपके लिए भी सवाल है. Is the tide turning enough in Pragg's favor? क्योंकि turn कर रही है वो तो मुझे बार भी बता रहा है. Is it turning enough gradually in his favor कि we can hope for a win for Pragg 20 moves from now?
I think body language को देखते हुए, I mean, Nepo is not looking very happy. Position को देखते हुए, I wouldn't say so. Like it is turning for sure, but I think the next few moves are quite crucial. दोनों sides के लिए. और बहुत, I think it can turn very easily. You know, black की तरफ से एक mistake can be quite difficult here. Yes, अगर दोनों sides perfectly खेले, yes, black has the better position according to the bar. Not disputing that. But I somehow feel white का attack है इस position में.
And
I
Tanya,
also,
yeah, Sach.
No, please continue, Tanya.
I was asking
the position.
I was asking Tanya ki, I mean, now the knight will come to e6. And kahin na kahin pe, I like that knight on e6, putting pressure on d4. So, I mean, where do the rooks go, and what could be Pragg's plan in this position?
You know, I actually think, again, we have the bar, and it really doesn't matter, because always human evaluation and human element in a game is far more important than what the bar says. And I'm trying to understand what is the case. Why is it that Joe advantage de raha hai to really get, I think more important is to get to the why of it. I actually think it's become easier to play as black right now. Even though the knight has provoked a weakness on the queen side, as you guys very rightly pointed out, the queen is not anywhere to take advantage of these weaknesses. There are no penetration squares. This knight, if it falls back to c3, because ye knight a4 pe kya hi kar raha tha, look at the pieces. They feel like they're getting in each other's way for white. The rook on d3 is so weird right now. It is super awkward. What is the rook on d3 doing? This knight on b3, this formation, ki bhai ek pawn hai with 2 squares difference with the knight, controls a lot of key squares. Rook on d3, doing nothing. The bishop, it's a big pawn right now, stuck between its own 2 pawns. The queen on d2, is it really that active? Meanwhile, for Pragg, the improvement moves are easy to make. Knight e6, really nicely pointed out. I'll put my king on b7 to defend everything, all my pieces on the king side. I'll next improve the position of my rooks. I'll get it to e8. And then eventually, at some point, I will start thinking as black, which pawns do I want to push? I don't think it's an advantage for black, but is the momentum shifting very slightly, Sahil? And I think Yan can feel it. He can feel it. He comes back with the knight. I saw him make that move on the camera. Knight has done its job. It's back on the board. Knight c3. I love the idea of going knight e6. d4 is a weak spot. Maybe this bishop will come to f6 at some point, putting more pressure on that d4 pawn. You know what? Pragg is going to get his chances in this game, is my feeling.
Anya, I think he's going for Sahaj's heart again because I can see knight on b3, knight c3, rook d3, bishop e3. एक queen उठा के f3 पे रख दो, कोई ना कोई heart तो बन जाएगा Sahaj. What do you think?
What have I done, yaar? What have I done?
Yeah, but there's a full traffic jam. Actually, imagine like queen f3 pe Ralo, it'll be like the full row 7 out of 8 squares captured by the pieces. But honestly, Sahaj, what is going on with these 4 pieces?
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely not looking happy. I mean, definitely जो उसने plan किया था, that's not, it has not, worked out. Somehow I was thinking, okay, he's not gonna go knight c3, and I had this feeling that he's gonna go for some king b1, rook c1, and c4 idea. So, if the king b1, rook c1, and c4, and I thought, isse he can maybe, sort of continue the attack. But I feel that maybe he missed something like b6, and he just stopped believing in his attack. Because knight c3 feels like he's just retreating, no?
Yeah, मुझे तो लग रहा है कि that move knight f8 is what took him by surprise. The resource that Pragg showed at this point with knight f8 is the moment that we see things start to shift a little bit. A retreating move, but watch how white's pieces start retreating after this. b6, knight comes back, the queen is awkwardly placed, the rook is awkwardly placed. Black has easier moves to make. Pragg is thinking, by the way, the clocks are level as well now.
And look at Pragg's body language there. He looks very confident suddenly. इतना confident तो नहीं थे. I'm yeah, as you said, Tanya, कहीं ना कहीं पे वो एक tide shift हो रही है in his favor. Maybe it's not too much yet. And वो light squares पे पूरा dominance. मतलब the queen is just floating around मजे मजे में, कोई counter attack करने के लिए option नहीं है. And as you pointed out, ये तो ऐसे लग रहा है art gallery की तरह 5 showpiece लगाए हैं pieces सामने. I mean, they don't serve a purpose. Knight can't move on b3, rook on d3 can't move, bishop on e3 can't move. So फिलहाल के लिए I am loving Black's position, and it's just the feeling of putting these pieces there कि यार मैंने क्यों रखा इन pieces को यहाँ पे, मेरा सारा plan ही waste हो गया. So what can okay, Yan is not even sitting. मैं उसके लिए यान के लिए स्ट्रेस ले रहा हूँ, वो कुर्सी पे ही नहीं बैठा यार. मैं काहे स्ट्रेस ले रहा हूँ चैट. यान का मन ही नहीं है, वो चिल कर रहा है, मैं ही स्ट्रेस ले रहा हूँ नहीं.
उसकी मूव नहीं है ना अभी. So he's waiting, and I think Yan's the kind of player. Everyone has their own preferences. How much you like to walk around. Do you like to be on the seat? Do you like to think about your opponent's move while they're thinking? So Yan, we've seen throughout, even in the World Championship, he's somebody who likes to move around a bit. So can't read too much into that just yet. But for Pragg, he's on the think right now. And guys, do you think we should take a look at the other boards? Because action is heating up.
Absolutely. Maybe we can have a look at the Caruana Vidit game. We've not seen it for a while.
Let's do it. But before that, chat, hype for our players as the Pragg board heats up massively. We'll come back to this and see if Pragg is able to make something in this one. It will not only be a huge result for Pragg, but for Gukesh as well. Yan, the tournament leader, to take him down, is undefeated 96 on the board. He plays the idea, and his moves are going to flow over the next couple of moves. I think the rook will come into play, the bishop coming to f6. I'm looking at some pawn advances here as well. It's going to be a fun one. But Sahil, let's turn our attention to another board.
Yeah, we have the bird's eye view, all the 4 boards there. हर जगह पे complications है यार, कोई भी ऐसी simple game नहीं लग रही. Any game we look at.
Just looking at the top right corner of the screen, Abasov versus Gukesh. This b5 move definitely changed something, no? It feels like Gukesh is kind of going for some attack, some counterplay. Because, we were discussing that those c4 or c3 pawns itne weak the. And now that pawn has been exchanged.
That's a massive structural change. And I think we have to go to that position. It's, of course, our marquee matchup with Gukesh currently tied for second, just half point behind behind Yan Nepomniachtchi. So, again, I love doing this, guys, to just take it from where we left it, because it gives us context to the position. Knight f8 ke baad Sahaj ki move again on the board. Sahaj, Nijat second. He is calling out the action. और Nijat भाई खेले ही जा रहा है जो Sahaj बोल रहा है. सहज एंड निजात की इतनी ज्यादा अलाइनमेंट हो रखी है कि हम क्या ही बोले. सहज, can you please suggest a blunder for Nijat?
It only works when it is, not a blunder, but like a really bad move, but you can't figure out why. Then it works. So I'll make sure to do that slowly.
At this point, the payment ले लो second की why, because I think you have enough video evidence to prove it in a court of law also, I would say. कि भाई payment नहीं मिली. So yeah, I'm glad that Tanya is in on the joke, but yeah, of course, he's definitely the second chat, by the way. So Rook B5 on the board, and फिलहाल सर खुजलाते हुए हमारे Abasov.
Sahil, this moment is when this move happened, b5, and we were talking about the double pawns being weak, but look at this idea that Gukesh comes with. He says, this pawn is a weakness, but I can't really get to it. Because the moment I set up an attack, white just needs to play one move to defend it with the light squared bishop. So मैं क्या ही कर लूंगा इस pawn का? So what Gukesh wants to do is, he wants to get to the other weakness in this position, which is going to be easier to attack. And how does he do it? With the break on b5, and beautifully timed. Not only opening up the c file, but the rook is nicely placed to capture the open file. Pawn takes pawn mara, rook se mara. Nijat falls back with the bishop, attacking the rook. I like this structural change because I think, Sahaj, it gives Gukesh the chance to attack on the c3 pawn.
Yes, good point. And I think वो counterplay जो B file में जो आ रहा है, I can see something happening there. Maybe he can get access to the B2 square. You're very right in saying कि कि C3 का pawn थोड़ा सा weak है. And also let's not forget जो black का knight F8 पे बैठा हुआ है. It's doing a wonderful job of guarding the H7 square and also the D7 pawn. So D7 का pawn, before the rook, it was a rook's job to kind of protect that pawn. But अब वो rook वहाँ से हट सकता है and it can join on the B file, and where you can play something like rook B2. And I think we can see, Gukesh getting some counterplay here.
Yeah, absolutely agree. Yeah. Sorry, Tanya, please.
No, please go on, Sahil.
No, I think I was mentioning the same point. Copy paste बिल्कुल कि रुक B फाइल पे आएंगे तो बहुत प्रेशर पड़ने वाला है. And कहीं ना कहीं पे व्हाइट को अटैक करना था. That's the point of H5, Bishop F4, Queen E4. वो अटैक कहाँ है तान्या? I don't see a glimmer of it now. And कहीं ना कहीं पे you need the rooks, at least the bishop on D3. अभी that's the only threat. But knight कह रहा है भाई मुझे तुमने इतना रोस्ट किया सुबह से लेके अब तक, अब मैं F8 पे बैठा हूँ. Threat evaporated. अब क्या है यहाँ पे तान्या? I don't see any attacking chances. Is it a one-way street, or does white actually have something here?
I am actually loving the opening up of the B file and potential threats on C3, and really nicely pointed out कि ऐसे तुम ये position देखो, you might feel that this knight is a bad piece. It's in your own camp. Knight G6 का square है, ये knight जा का रहा है, but it's doing a phenomenal job. It's defending any mating ideas on H7. It's also, as said, you rightly pointed out, you want a lower value piece to play the defense rather than a higher value piece. This rook on D8 gets free because the knight defends the D7 pawn. So I am again liking the imbalance in this position. And where are the imbalances? Of course, one is the double bishop for white, the bishop and knight construction for Gukesh. And the second imbalance is the big pawn structure. C3 always a weakness. The third question to ask is, who controls the open file? In this position, there's only one open file in the position. It's the B file. And to me, it looks like it's going to be Sahaj who gets, not Sahaj. Sahaj already got there in the analysis, but Gukesh who gets there first in the candidates.
Sahaj, the eternal second of every single player in the tournament. It's not 8 players playing chat. सारे 16 player के second Sahaj ही है. वो घर पे script लिख चुके हैं भाई पूरी तो candidates की.
Guys, what are the chances, by the way, of this position? जो हमारे पास action है, हमने pre-game predictions की थी. But looking at what we have on the board of this being a decisive game.
Good question.
I would say pretty high, yaar. I would say pretty high. I would say maybe 80% I would say there is a result here. I mean, that's just my personal opinion. आपको क्या लगता है? If you had to make a percentage, ठीक है, what's the outcome?
80. I mean,
80 as well.
Sahaj,
you think?
जो आपने बोला भाई वही हो रहा है तो 80 बोलेंगे अब. If I'm betting on something, जो आप बोलोगे copy paste. As I said, कुछ भी change नहीं करना मुझे. I would love to have you in my personal life to making decisions कि भाई क्या stock खरीदना है, क्या करना है. साज भाई, ये बाद में बात करते हैं, बात की बात है. But फिलहाल के लिए, I do agree with you. 80%. Tanya, what do you feel?
I think it's going to be a decisive game. If I had to give it a percentage, I would put it around what you both are saying. I think between the 7, I was going to go for a more, my risk appetite is not as high as you guys. I was going to go in for more of a 70% chance that we get this to be a decisive result, but huge chances because of all the different dynamics that exist in these kind of positions. और लगता है कि both sides have things to play for. The one idea that I think could be on Nijat's radar, we were looking at this, I think in some other position, Sahil, I think you had mentioned it, that maybe a G-pawn advance and some sort of a king side, blow up, which actually would put my 70% to 100% decisive because then it gets completely out of hand and crazy. So I think we need to look at some lines here. We guys think it's going to be decisive, but let's jump into the chess action. Pehla question hai ki bhai rook pe attack hai. Where do you want to come back with your rook? Where do you go with it?
Maybe rook to b6, I think, just to keep that space on b8 open. मुझे d7 भी protect करने की जरूरत नहीं है, तो I'll just go rook b8 in the next move. And now I think it's a bit difficult to find a move for the white side क्योंकि मुझे कोई clear cut plan नहीं दिख रहा है अभी. Because as you said, h7 is protected, d7 is protected. So black ke liye, I feel like it's easier because rook b8 pe baithna hai and then you have to just play rook b2. I feel like that's more simple. And white ke liye, I'm struggling to find a move here. I'm not sure. Yes, there are a few ideas like you mentioned, g4, g5 looks interesting. A4, a5 bhi interesting ho sakta hai. But I mean,
you're
what?
just in time, right? A4 ke baad you'll go rook b8 and you're just in time to answer a5 with a rook b2.
Yes, true. But maybe, I was going to suggest something like rook a2, but nahi yaar.
Oh, wow. You mean a4? Hanji, bolo.
Why not g4? Just let's go for g4.
Let's go for it because we really want Gukesh to win.
Yeah. So I think that's the... Yeah, because he played rook b6. Sahaj, what is this, Sahaj? Again, rook b6 on the board. Wow.
But agar g4 board pe aaya na, so then it's
I thought that's what Sahil was going to say because rook b6 though, it's
logical.
It's the move. But g4 would be a shocker, by the way. And I don't know how good this is because it's hard to find a follow-up and you have to be so careful about committal moves like this, Sahaj. How much would g4 shock you? Or do you think it's possible?
Sahaj, script email kar dena. Script email kar dena. Script email kar dena, please. Why?
g4 kill, come on.
Oh, rook a d1 on the board. Rook a d1.
नहीं वो g4 prepare कर रहा है ना, rook b8 के बाद g4 खेलेगा वो.
Okay, like you said, d7 defended है. Let's continue with rook b8.
Now g4. Let's go. देखो बार चेंज नहीं हो रहा है, बार चेंज नहीं हो रहा है.
बार देखो.
I mean, rook d8 on the board. Rook d8 on the board.
See, these are again moves that flow, but the question is, will we have a committal move by Nijat or not? Will he play g4? And how do you react to g4 is the big question. Guys, can we have that scene where we have the players on one cam on top?
Yeah.
Them together.
By the way, I'm going to bet, I don't know, $100 on g4 here. Definitely g4 happening. 100%.
क्या बात कर रहे हो? चलो 400 रुपए तो बन गए.
I'll join you on that. I'll join you on that.
चलो 200 रुपए बन गए. Even though g4 was an idea that we've been talking about for a while, but I would be really surprised to see g4 on the board. But also the question is, if not g4, how does white improve the position, right? What do you
Exactly.
It's not an easy question to answer.
Because rook b2 is incoming and एक बार rook एक exchange हो गया तो attacking chances भी कम. d7 पे pressure नहीं है because knight अकेला hero बन रहा है. तो you have to go g4. And chat, कौन तैयार है 100 रुपए की शर्त लगाने के लिए? Let's go.
चाट लगा लो, मैं बता रही हूँ तुम्हारे को इजी 100 रुपए बन जाएंगे इस शर्त में.
मैं बता रहा हूँ
अगर नहीं बने तो मुझे मत मारना बाद में saying कि भाई 100 रुपए मेरे तुमने डुबा दिए.
रिवर्स सुपर चैट कर सकते हैं क्या चैट को? आई डोंट थिंक दैट्स पॉसिबल. चैनल तो मोनेटाइज भी नहीं है यार. नॉट पॉसिबल चैट, बट निकाल लेंगे तरीका.
No, I'm down for g4 यार.
I want to I want to ask chat, what is the move that they predict with white? Can we do that? Can we get chat's predictions here with white, Sahil?
Yeah, बिल्कुल. We can use the same move tool, no, for chat to guess कि कौन सी moves है. Chat, come on. So take a guess. What is the move? G4 पे ना फंसे, अपनी choice ले, क्या खेलना चाहिए यहाँ पे Abasov को to actually put pressure on Gukesh. Of course हम चाहते नहीं वो करे, but क्या खेलेंगे वो move guess करो. And निरंजन भाई एक बार graphic दिखा दो तो मजा आ जाए.
भाई चैट, तुम सोचो, तुम हो निजात, तुम खेल रहे हो कैंडिडेट्स में, तुम्हारे white pieces है, you're facing Gukesh. What would you play in this position?
Resigns. I mean अगर Indian खेल रहा है तो I assume.
Good one. Yeah.
हाँ,
So
निरंजन भाई
bishop
वो
d3
graphic.
and g4 is what I'm seeing. Yeah, bishop d. किसी ने
Yeah.
बोला queen d4. That's a. It's
I think
probably not.
that came after I said that you're playing against Gukesh. So like queen d4.
Yeah.
And there it is, bishop d3. So
Ooh.
chat wants a mate in one thread, but chat वो
Queen
thread नहीं है.
h7 बोल रही है chat. Queen h7 क्या ही चाल है.
मतलब मैं तुम्हें चांस ही नहीं दूंगा, तुम मेरी क्वीन मारो. मतलब क्वीन d4 में तो चांस था ना तुम्हारे पास, क्वीन h7 में तो मतलब चांस ही नहीं है.
Glad to know Vivek Desai is watching the stream. Hello Vivek. Queen h7, nice. फिलहाल के लिए chat, I can see a lot of moves. Oh, तुषार शर्मा, चंद्रसेन राठौड़, सॉज किंग, well done भाई. I don't know कौन सी move guess करी आपने, but अच्छी guess करी होगी भाई. Well done.
So bishop d3, yeah.
Wow.
And what do we think about this move? Because it does make some sense. You're kind of improving the position of your bishop, always eyeing the h7 pawn. The only drawback is you come in the way of your rook. But you can change that in the future. What do we think about bishop d3? Because to me, it looks like a move that does make some sense in the position.
So, I was calculating this thoda pehle and I was looking at rook b2, bishop c2, and something like rook
Wow.
a2, and I was just trying to make rook takes d7 work. But
Wow.
I don't think it is working, yaar.
Because of king e7.
हाँ, king e7 पे बैठ जाएगा and then it's sad.
And the king runs, but it's a great idea. Actually, you know what? Setting up this idea, it makes a lot of sense. And maybe you don't have to give the a2 pawn. So I wonder if you have another alternative. Let's go back. Really interesting stuff here. Bishop d3. I'm struggling to get it on the board. Rook d8 played. By the way, abhi tak move chali nahi hai. So bishop d3 is what chat is suggested. G4 is what Sahil and Sehaj have bet 100 rupees each on. 200 rupees to mujhe milne wale hain aaj.
एक second, we are betting against you. I
And
thought chat
as well, right?
No,
And
no,
chat.
you
chat-
also, but in that
You are in
case,
the bet,
you also
yeah?
have to make a move, no? You also have to suggest. a
हाँ,
move.
so you have to make a bet, right? So which move is yours? G4 नहीं आएगी आप कह रहे हो?
I mean, I can tell you queen h7 or queen d4 nahi hoga.
Really?
Okay, fine. Yeah, g4 also I like, bishop d3 also I like. And if I have to find a third move, it's really not that easy. Because I liked a4, but now that the rook has come to d1, a4 makes less sense to me.
So what's your move? What would you
Yeah,
bet
yeah.
100 rupees on?
Okay, so is queen c4 a move? Is this an option? I'm scared to see the eval bar the moment I leave it on c4. Dal do?
Dal do?
देखो
No, because queen c4, I'll tell you why. Although because I'm really scared of some tactics along the c file with rook c6 and bishop into pawn. And I feel this just doesn't work because I've got this move which can be very annoying with white to face.
चैट तो कह रही है बिशप h6 ही मार दो. चैट यार मतलब पीस की थोड़ी वैल्यू भाई 3 पॉइंट के बराबर
नहीं है तो इसका मतलब ये नहीं कि बस दे दो.
So Tanya, are you in on the bet or not? सबसे पहले, yes or no?
Oh God, yeah, so much pressure. I'm trying to also find another move, but it's really not easy at all.
Yeah, it's not easy. I think
It's not easy.
Yeah, he will play G4. He has to.
Yeah,
chat.
you know
he has
what? The
to.
more I look at this position, I think there's a huge chance of Nijat
Yeah.
going for G4. Sorry.
I think G4 makes a lot of sense, but because Nijat matlab almost so raha tha, like 15-20 minutes ago, it makes me think कि अगर उसने G4 देखा होता तो वो सो थोड़ी ना रहा होता. Like he would be more awake, no? Because that would have like kind of woken him up, because that's technically going for an attack, no? if you think about it.
Maybe that's what woke
Yes.
him up then.
Yeah, he's not sleeping anymore. He's very leaned in. मुझे तो लग रहा है कि G4 वैसे होने वाला है chat. Crazy हो जाएगा अगर Bishop D3 हो गया and chat got it right now.
हाँ
हाँ.
यार मैं जीपे करके थक गया हूँ चैट को यार. By the way, if you look at the clock, so it's like 38 minutes for Abasov. So Tanya, कोई time pressure face इस game में likely है कि नहीं? Because अगर G4 happens, then they will need that time to calculate everything.
Very good point. And by the way, we're just on move 23. This will be 24th move. So if we do the math, that's 17 moves at this point that he needs to make, counting the 24th move. And which means that 37 minutes, no increment, it could develop to be a factor in this position because a lot of pieces on the board, plans are building up. Gukesh is threatening to come into opponent's camp. G4 will be a committal decision that will require more committal decisions in the future. So I think you're right. Clocks will play a factor here.
And now is Gukesh sleeping?
मैं वही सोच रहा था ये हो क्या रहा है?
ये हो क्या रहा है
What is
chat?
he doing?
Can we have full screen or something? एक बार Ninja bhai would love to see that.
Yeah,
he is sleeping.
That is crazy. Do you think it's some kind of like counter tactics that Nijat ne ye kiya tha, you know, kind of showing that he's so confident, he's almost bored. I'm going to do the same thing. You know, you take a nap, I'll take a nap. There we have it, Gukesh. I don't think he's
Anya.
taking a nap, by the way. I can tell you this thing about Gukesh. He's definitely in Beth Harmon mode right now. The position is inside his mind.
Tanya, did you see the interview that जहाँ पे वो round table था जो chess.com पे video गुकेश ने बोला कि you know you should have seen my Oscar level acting when I was playing Parham. I had made a blunder and I started acting as if nothing happened. And is this like acting to invite G4 कि भाई मैं तो सो रहा हूँ मेरे को तो कुछ नहीं पता G4 खेल दो attack करो because I would totally do this personally. Sahaj would love to get to know your opinion also on this.
Yeah. You mean that video where he was talking about that game, no?
Yeah.
I remember. Yeah. I mean, I think we're all a little guilty of that, you know, to some level.
So is this like an
I
invitation?
believe these are mind games. This is definitely mind games. But Gukesh, I've seen him do this in between games where it's obviously he's not sleeping or taking a nap. Yeah? This is the most important moment of his life, Sahib. He is tied for second. He knows that he's playing the underdog of the tournament. It's an imbalanced position. Gukesh, he does these, you know, whether it could be a little meditation to get his focus back, to get the zone back, or he's calculating in his mind. He's far away from any sleeping situation. But I also think that it's a bit of these intimidation tactics कि भाई तूने ये किया था मेरे साथ अब मैं करूंगा B5 खुल गई है मेरा रुक आ रहा है C3 पे तेरा pawn weak है I'm gonna take the nap this time.
Come on,
I think
G4.
that's very logical. I think that's very logical. You know, guys. You know, somehow I'm also thinking कि इन्होंने ना Nepo की position देख ली होगी कि by looking at that position मैं भी सो जाऊंगा.
अबे यार. अरे
Like
यार.
look at that.
We could do a quick. Should we get our bird's eye view? And as Nijat takes a decision, will he play G4 or Bishop D3 or maybe a third option that we missed? Let's zoom out of this one.
Yeah.
Get our bird's eye view up. And there we have it. By the way, the Hikaru board is mad. What is happening on that board? Look at that. That is the top left of our screen. Black pawn has arrived on D3. Everything is hanging. The black bishop is hanging. The black knight is hanging. The white bishop is hanging. Kya hi ho raha hai? No idea on that. I think that one needs a quick check-in. Meanwhile, queens have been traded off on that bottom right board. Jan Nepomniachtchi versus Pragg. Another huge matchup. We see that the queens are off the board, but it's still a queenless middle game. Lot of minor pieces. Still, I feel it's a lot to play for. It's not a dead position, Sahaj.
So, Tanya, यहाँ पे भी I can make a bet. This is like 100% a draw, I feel. You look at him, I mean, he's also playing bishop f4, you know, that's almost like a sign he just wants to trade off the pieces. I mean, let's look at Nepo's, you know, decisions leading up to this position. He has played French exchange, then you played that a3 move, you know, and uske baad queen's exchange and now bishop's exchange. I feel like he's definitely going into, you know, a quick draw. That would be my assumption here.
Very possible. And I think that was also a feeling at the start, right? While making predictions as well, that this game is very likely to perhaps head into a solid approach by Jan. He's leading the tournament. Tomorrow is the rest day. You don't want anything crazy to happen. Everything has gone your way. With last 2 rounds remaining, you want to keep your lead as much as possible. You're playing against a player who loves to play wild position, who will take any chance he gets. So Jan, with a cautious approach right now, you're predicting this will end in a draw. Meanwhile, Pragg jumps in with his knight, saying, Agar tum mera bishop khaoge, so I will take it with my knight, go back, only to come forward in the next move.
Sahaj, I have to
Yes.
counter you there. There is no way on earth this ends in a draw. I can legit bet money on that. Not even the 100 rupee joke. Legit. Because
I'll
I
take
mean-
it. I'll take you on that.
Okay, done by. So, we are going to bet. What do you want to bet, Sahaj, on this?
50 masala Maggi packets.
Oh,
Done. Done by.
Yes.
Done. So,
Hmm.
but लेकिन अगर मैं जीत गया आप क्या दोगे? मैं क्या करूंगा मैगी का भाई? मेरे पास तो है.
I told you what I want. You can tell me
ठीक
what
है.
you want.
ठीक है.
है?
So I'll let you know my demands later. But for now, my concept is कि भाई Pragg has to complicate. There is absolutely no other option. I mean, I know कि अभी equal है, bishop trade हो जाएगा, and then knights are also बराबर and rook will come to e1. Maybe it's very symmetrical as well. But Pragg will complicate matters. That doesn't mean he will win. But कहीं ना कहीं पे I do think कि result मिलेगा. Chat would love to know your opinion. Draw की result. And Tanya, what's your opinion here?
I'm going to stick with my pre-game prediction on
Hmm.
this one. I think very likely to end in a draw. I get what you're saying, Sahil, that for Pragg it's so important, but let's not forget he does get white in the future rounds. He's playing against the one guy who no one's been able to break in this tournament so far. You don't want to go too crazy. You don't want to get to a point of no return where you've messed up your own position so much. So for Pragg, if the chances would come, he would take it. But I don't think that either of these two players are looking for a wild game, walking into it voluntarily.
I completely agree with you, Tanya. And I think you've been absolutely right on the money. Yeah. I mean, I remember even before we started the stream, you said this game, it looks, jahan pe, there won't be a result. And I think you're 100% right. And yeah, I'm just waiting for this match to, end in a draw so I can get my exactly.
Maggie packets.
Yes.
मैगी के लिए सहज कुछ भी करेगा and फिलहाल के लिए he has played the
Look
pawn
at
to
this, yaar. He
C3.
just played C3. If that is not confirmation to you.
नहीं भाई मेरे दिल को भरोसा है कि Pragg will somehow create complications. Let's see how it turns out. And maybe we can have a look at the Hikaru game. Because वहां
Let's
पे
do
तो
it because-
as you said
oh
Tanya
God.
आग लगी हुई थी बोर्ड पे pawn D3 पहुंच चुका है.
Crazy
2 steps from
position.
queening. Yeah.
And we left it here last when we checked in. And we were looking at these different ideas. I think almost all of them played out. First, he put the rook on the open file. Hikaru kicks out Ali Reza's knight from b4. Ali Reza says, no, thank you. I will attack your knight on c3. If you take my knight, I'll take it, attacking your queen on d2. But actually, that's a really interesting line. And to really quickly go through it, you take it. I wonder if he wants you to take, because if you take this knight, queen into queen, rook into queen, pawn into bishop, everything is hanging, chat, not b5, pawn into bishop, and maybe you can even take pawn first, attack the rook. This bishop is hanging, so it was impossible for Hikaru to take the knight at this point. He jumped forward with his own knight on b5, and d3 happened. ये बिशप जाए तो जाए कहाँ, वैसे तो एक ही स्क्वायर खाली है. And c5 is hanging, knight is hanging. What is happening? This is the position on the board. The house is on fire.
Yeah. Also, Tanya, there is this knight c7 threat as well, which I find like if white just goes back bishop d1, ये 3 threats अब बचाओगे कैसे? Like, what are you supposed to do? Why is the bar not liking this?
Let's try and think in this position. So you're saying now Hikaru has all the threats on the board. But there has to be a move at this point. So my first instinct was put the knight on c2, but that doesn't fight your idea of c7.
That's exactly my thoughts as well. But somehow
I
यहाँ
mean,
पे थोड़ा
This
dangerous
is
लग रहा है
so
मुझे.
tempt- Knight c2 is really tempting though. Does it
You
work?
mean just to sack the rook?
but it doesn't work. It's not enough because you come in and very difficult to make play here, although very tempting. So bishop
Mhm.
d1, let's think, guys, here what's happening. Chat.
And crazy. By the
Ooh,
way,
maybe
yes,
there
Ajay.
is knight a6.
Oh, wow. Defending everything with one move. Knight
And the bar
bachaliya, bishop
goes.
bachaliya, pawn bachaliya. No,
तो मुझे
the
लगा
bar
12 बिल्कुल
kind of
ऊपर जाएगा.
moves. Very nice.
There
So
is
maybe
there
that's
is
the
a
point.
crazy move here for black, and that's again thanks to the engines, and that is rook to e2
After
after
bishop
bishop
d1.
d1. Yes.
I'm sorry, what?
What?
Yeah. So rook to e2 is the best move in the position according to the engines, which is, I
Oh
mean,
my.
crazy because you get bishop d3 at the end, but with so many pieces hanging, मतलब ये सोचना कि मैं एक और लगा दूं hanging is insane.
Yeah, ये
Wow.
क्या है यार? What is this?
Let's just
This is
take this position in. I mean,
Yeah.
how much material is that? This hangs, this hangs, this hangs. 4 pieces. 3 was not enough. So he's like, chautha bhi hang kara do. And you
And
just get this
also, let's not forget there is a heart on the board. Last time, I promise.
Wait, I'm
Last
trying to
time, I
find it. Where do you see these hearts? I never see them.
No,
So,
you can. It's like a
भाई
visual.
oh, it's
Valentine's
like
Day went
this.
Yeah.
2 महीने पहले चला गया भाई 2 महीने हो गए Valentine's Day को.
I just can't unsee it anymore, you know?
Yeah, and you're seeing hearts everywhere. Chat
Hmm.
hearts, chat maybe dal do so that we can see it there as well. But rook e2, what a move. That would be crazy if it happens. But our live board is d3. And right now, Hikaru is thinking, and this was one of the games that we called out to be decisive. And I think our prediction on that is on point because this is wild. So if not bishop d1, what's the move? Because rook to e2 pe aa hi raha hai वैसे भी, taking that
Mhm.
bishop.
Do you think they have both seen Rookie too?
Oh my gosh. I mean, knowing their style of play, their brand of play, if anyone can see those kind of moves, it's these guys. I feel rook e2 is so up Ali Reza's alley. It's the kind of move it's his bread and butter.
So would you say Rookie 2 is right up his alley, Reza?
Wow.
That will be it.
That was good. I liked it. That was
Nice.
good.
Thank
I
you,
liked it.
thank you.
Rook e2 is up his Ali Reza. That I really like that. And it's fire on the board. So would we say that it's fire Ruja?
And she doubles down. Let's go. I like that. I like that.
All right, so D3 still. Hikaru is on the thing. Yeah, pressure to hai bande pe abhi because it's a crazy position. You are in that tournament situation where you have to keep things in your favor. What are the other options? Because bishop D1 was the natural move that you want to make here.
But somehow मुझे bishop d1 तो forced ही लग रहा है. Like you can play maybe rook c5, but what else can you play na?
I mean, you're just inviting pawn takes bishop. You're inviting rook takes bishop. It just feels so difficult to make this move. I mean, even if you get the pawn on e2, and I would love to be black here. Oh, he's about to make a move. He's about to make a move. Will it be bishop d1 or will he take? And chat, we will go back to our boys right after Hikaru's decision.
Bishop d1, yeah, 100%. I mean, rooks, yeah, he will not allow the pawn to come to e2. There's no way.
This is so scary. He's hesitating. He's hesitating. High tension.
41 minutes for Hikaru. So 33 for Firuza. Even they don't have that much time actually.
Also, he's been thinking for like 20 minutes already, yeah?
Yeah.
And
that
he's
means
definitely not sleeping.
Yeah, he has seen Rook e2 then. Why would he think for so long if Rook e2 nahi hota to?
But what is the response to Rook e2? If bishop d1, Rook e2, does white have a good move at that moment? You said Rook e2 is the best move, Sahil. Oh, look at that. Hikaru, he's nodding his head. That's usually the Hikaru expression when he's reached a good conclusion in line, but he looks frustrated.
Come on, Hikaru. Looking at the camera there. I mean, again. Waiting for you, bro.
About to make a move any moment. And it's such a wild position. What does Hikaru Nakamura have in mind here? So much on the line for the players. Will he fall back for the bishop, or will he take one of the hanging pieces? Allowing that black pawn to come to e2 looks so terrifying.
Tanya, I think he played rook takes c5. He didn't go for it. Wow.
Rook takes c5. Okay.
And immediately pawn takes bishop. The pawn has landed on e2. Hikaru made another move quickly, brings that rook to stop the pawn from going anywhere further. Is this a weakness, or is this the strength in black's position, Sahaj?
I mean, I think if the pawn is that advanced, I would assume it's a weakness because, it's going to get taken. But if it's not dealt with, in the next, let's say 2-3 moves, then it becomes a strength for sure. So isko marna bahut zaruri hai. But I'm just very comfortable that there is a rook on e1, queen on d2, everything is protected. And still black ke pieces, the knight on b4 and bishop on f5. And let's not forget knight c7 also is hanging. So definitely black has to be quite precise here. I wouldn't be surprised if his position mein, ek hi move hai that saves the day.
It's the kind of position where it's so easy to just be lost in the next move, because it feels that anything could be a blunder here. And by the way, we do have a move. He goes in with the knight to d3. So attacking the rook, attacking the bishop, attacking the pawn.
And the c5 rook as well. So I think rook f5 khelna to ab zaruri hai, I feel, no?
Yeah, he has to take the bishop.
And then can you take the rook? Is knight takes rook? What do you recapture with? Because queen takes knight. I think that allows queen d1.
Then knight c3 maybe, Tanya. So knight e1, queen e1. He just took, by the way. So queen
What did he
d1,
take?
maybe he took rook f5. So I think we're on the right position. So now
So
if he
rook
goes,
f5, knight
yeah,
d1.
rook f5, knight e1, queen e1. And if he goes like queen d1, I like the move knight c3. Why is the
Very
bar
strong.
not
But
liking
what's
this?
going on here?
Sahaj and Tanya, I mean, this is again that moment jahan pe kuch crazy move hai Firouzja ke
क्या
paas.
बात कर रहे हो?
After rook takes f5,
Yeah.
Sahaj, I mean, the best move for Firouzja is not to take anything, but it's to play queen to d7, apparently. Tanya, I mean, now the bar doesn't like it a little bit, but at first it shows this as the best move, which is insane. I mean, there's no way on earth he plays this, right?
Like,
mean-
thinking about this move, it's like you're now
Yeah.
pinning your own knight.
Yes.
If I just move the rook,
Yeah.
you're
Kya
pinning
hi-
your own knight.
I mean, this is the most anti-human chess I have ever seen. This knight is the key piece attacking everything on the board, and तुम ऐसी चाल चलते हो कि वो knight हिल ही नहीं सकता उसके बाद.
Exactly.
Good point.
That's why, yeah, engines are useless, chat. I mean, Carlson also said कि भाई खेलना पसंद नहीं है मुझे इनके साथ, and this is why. This is how they play, and this is so weird.
Insane. But I think for me, the most human move, again, from this point of view, is to just take this rook.
Yeah.
And it may not be the most accurate move, but I feel like it's the one that you want to make with black.
Firouzja
He goes for it.
He takes.
He takes it.
Yeah.
It was begging to be played.
100%. I think you're absolutely right. क्या 91? Oh, 91
Queen
में is
d7 100 में से 100 games में कोई नहीं चलेगा unless उसको तुम बोलो कि Queen d7 is the best move in that position. It's that unlikely to happen.
Yeah.
All right, this is wild. We'll keep an eye out on this because it's so important for the standings. But I think let's zoom out to our boys and get an update on the other boards.
I agree.
Yeah, so Sahil
Which
bhai,
game should we go? Yeah.
So Sahil bhai, while we are on the bird's eye view,
Huh.
I'm just gonna wait for that scene, and I have a question for you. Would you like to double our bet?
So you mean which bet did we have?
On the bottom right corner of the screen कि ये
अच्छा.
game draw नहीं होगा.
Really? हमने bet किया था क्या कुछ?
Oh, really?
अच्छा हाँ, मैगी कुछ था ना? हाँ, right.
Yes. Yeah.
हाँ,
There's gonna be rookie one on the board, and that's gonna get taken, and then the other rooks will get exchanged, and this is a draw.
You know what? I will not double up because मेरे को फिर carry भी करना पड़ेगा वो luggage में, तो that will be waste of money. पता लगे मैं 23 किलो का बैग सिर्फ मैगी ही कैरी कर रहा हूँ उसमें, मुझे वहां पे कस्टम्स पे रोक ले. But I am still up on the bet. I do think Pragg will play G5 something to create complications. So I'm still up on the bet. But
Ooh,
I'm
G5.
but I'm more excited about the Gukesh game, to be honest, because मुझे वो रुक B3 दिख रहा है ना, तो मुझे लग रहा है कि G4 नहीं खेला white ने. So black maybe can take the initiative in some way.
Oh. Yeah, the
Yes.
G4 move didn't happen. Bishop D3 didn't happen. Sahaj, let's do a deep dive on that board. And once again, take it from where we left it.
Yeah.
So I
Which was not here.
remember.
Sorry, guys. I'm just going to quickly go to the moment when all of it happened. Rook takes pawn, and it was right now after the bishop. Rook went back, doubled up on the d5, and we were thinking here.
Yeah, so I think we were really looking at the move G4, and I think Tanya, you suggested A4, was it?
I did, but then I also said that with this last move, rook from A1 to moving to D1, it makes a little less sense to me. But I was completely off the mark there because I see A4 was played. So there are still ideas of trying to chase this rook down to A5, but I will say it, that when this rook was here, it was a lot more attractive.
I think a very good point, and A5 I think is definitely a good idea in the position. But Tanya, I also like the move bishop to B5, which kind of attacks the D7 pawn. And also it kind of, restricts the rooks, on the B file, jahan pe dono rooks abhi pade hue. So if black... Sorry?
That's exactly why Gukesh played what he played next, but please finish your thoughts, Sahaj.
Yes, that's exactly what I was going to say. Rook B3, what Gukesh played, like it just kind of stops me from playing bishop B5. And I think it was very clever from his side. But after the move rook D3, which protects our pawn, I see, first of all, a nice idea where you can go kind of rook to F3 and still go with the bishop B5 idea, or maybe even bishop D3. Because jab wo rook F3 pe baitha hai na, then I see this nice idea of bishop takes H6. Because if you take back that bishop, then wo rook F3 ka F6 pe jayega, and then it starts to look a bit scary, I think, for black.
And how all of this works out move by move is different, but the plan is there. You know, how it works out from a calculation perspective, we'll see. But very nicely pointed out that this rook D3, which is right now on the path of its own bishop, doesn't plan to stay here for too long, but it's a nice rook lift to a more active spot on F3. So now the ball is in Gukesh's court, head in hands. How does he respond to all these ideas of Nijat? I think he has to try and target these weaknesses one way or the other, because for Gukesh, look at the pieces. All of them on the queen side. One knight is a king's best friend, keeping everything guarded, and everything else is pointing towards white's queen side. So it has to be play against these two pawns, is my first opinion about the position.
Anya, could we just play queen b7 here? So agar queen hi trade ho gayi, then automatically there is no attack anymore, and then I pick these pawns one by one. I mean, rook a3, then rook comes, and white ki queen jayegi kahan? I don't see a normal square. I mean, c4, yes, but then you're again moving offside. Yeah, you don't want to be there. So, Sahaj, how does white continue? I mean, as your first, so how does he do it?
I'm struggling to find a response here. Queen c4 I like, just to not exchange, but there is rook c8.
Yeah, I was just thinking the same thing. The queen on c4 is trapped. This would be a very bad move, I think, because in any other position, you want to play this. But right now, with rook c8 coming, Sahil, bishop takes pawn is a massive threat.
Wow, that would be crazy.
और queen के पास कोई जगह ही नहीं है.
और अगर आप queen e2 जाते हो, then it feels like rook b2 फिर tempo के साथ आ रहा है, So somehow neither of them look good, and he would have to just exchange the queens. And then he can play for the a4 and c3 pawns, just like you said, Tanya.
And the point that you made, right? If you move the queen, it's worse placed than it is right now. Any other square. That queen from e4 is in its dream position. An endgame favors Gukesh because you look at the pawn structure, the pawn islands, black has got 2, white has got 3 with 2 big weaknesses. So I really think there's a lot to play for. And even though the bar doesn't react and says the game is level, this is far from a draw. This would give black some big hopes. If he's able to get this pawn with an A passer, this would be big, even if he trades the A pawn for the D pawn.
Yeah.
That is a good chance to fight for a win.
You know, Tanya and Sahaj, this is going to be epic. I think Gukesh might be on path to win this game. And as we know कि as Sahaj bhai ने bet लगाया कि वहां पे Nepo की win तो नहीं होनी, draw होने के chances. So maybe Gukesh is going to be back in the lead today. That will be crazy. And chat, we are going to be back in just a couple of minutes. We have a very nice video for you. जहां विशी आनंद अपनी prediction बता रहे हैं. We'll be right back in a couple of minutes, chat.
We have these youngsters, you're mentoring some of them. We would love to know how you see their progress to the candidates and what the future holds for them. So, to start with, Vidit Gujrathi.
He's been quite strong for a long time. He's been working with Anish for quite some time. Really, his confidence has come rather slowly. In 2019, he played a fairly impressive tournament in Vaikense. Then again, he seemed to disappear for a while. It seemed to me that he really needed a fire in his backside before he responded. He has his ups and downs, and last year was good. He had a very good result in World Cup. He only didn't qualify by very little. And then this unexpectedly easy Grand Swiss. I say unexpectedly easy because at times it seems the points were almost forcing themselves onto him. It gives that impression. Now, it's always nice when that happens, but that he won 2 games at the end and even clinched unshared first. That showed that he was in his element. And I think it's because of all this pressure of, Gukesh and Pragg and everything breathing down his back. He finally clicked, and after that, he's been generally very, very good.
Next is our own Chennai kid, Praggnanandhaa Pragg. Your thoughts about him?
In a sense, very similar, where his potential was revealed very, very early. And it was always clear that he had a natural gift. We've gotten so used to him now that it's hard to remember that till May last year, he was struggling within the definition of the word. It didn't look like anything was changing. But then suddenly he won this tournament in Hungary. He qualified in the World Cup. And then suddenly he was the top scorer in the Global Chess League. He was the top scorer in Dusseldorf. He did well in Grand Swiss, though he didn't need to qualify. Good stable performance. Suddenly he was outperforming everywhere. Now I think he just feels more confident, and he has already set his sights much higher. I wouldn't be surprised if he qualified for the final.
And how do you see Gukesh's chances going into the candidates?
Very similar to what I would say for Pragg, except Gukesh is by nature more volatile. His results swing much more. He's had real disasters, which Pragg hasn't faced in a very long time. If at all, I can't remember a huge disaster. But then he has the strength to come back, which is good, because he needs it. He has bigger swings within his thing. But it's also because he's much more ambitious. He's, I think, trying to push his limits. Look, I don't know how all of them will evolve. At this point, they're changing very fast, and their experiences are also making them change fast. I think, though, that what I suggested to him, that it's around about the time the Olympiad finished and so on, I suggested to him that he should maybe work more closely with Gajewski, because his openings needed stabilizing. He would need a full-time trainer and all that. That has driven a lot of things as well, because he's working and training very hard. He's never going to have a problem with work or finding the ability to work. My observation about him is he finds it harder to relax. And you need a balance in everything. So I think he needs to compensate on the other side. It's usually the opposite we tell youngsters. You have to work harder. You have to relax more. So that's going to be fun with him.
And our latest Grandmaster, Vaishali.
Vaishali did a condensed version of what Pragg did. I mean, essentially long struggle. And then the skies opened, so to speak. This Grand Swiss result was huge. And after that, She got her Grandmaster title as well. Huge achievement. Hopefully she's going to ride that confidence. I think she now has the strength and maybe even the self-belief that, she herself mentioned that at some point she realized Pragg had gotten much stronger than her. Her recent performances, has given her the confidence she really needs.
Of course, the fifth candidate, one of the strongest women players India has ever produced, Humpy.
She's coming to it from a totally different perspective. She's been here, done all this before. And then she's at a new stage in her life. She's now a parent, she's a mother, she has to combine, balance all that. She plays less sometimes, she goes months without playing but then comes back. She can surprise you. In the last couple of years, I've really been impressed by her performance in the World Rapid and Blitz. And that shows, I think, that her connection and feeling for the game is very good. She's going to be sensible and stable in the candidates, and hopefully that is enough.
We are back, chat, and the games are only getting spicier by the second. Welcome back, Tanya and Sahaj. You know what? Jaldi se games mein jate hain because kitna kuch stake pe yaar. Matlab, I'm panicking at this point. As we can see, Nepo panic nahi kar rahe, wo to chill kar rahe hain. So Tanya, looking at the current position, am I going to lose 50 Maggies worth of money, or do I have some hope left?
If you had asked me 5 minutes ago, I would have said कि तुम्हारा overweight होने वाला है on your next trip to Sahaj. But right now, it's getting quite interesting. I think it's not over just yet. I also want to add that today is the day that we either keep our dreams alive or things go very wrong. It is so important for Gukesh to win against Nijat. So important for Pragg to score a point against Yan, or at least hold it against Yan, to not let him run away with it. And Vidit also fighting against Fabi. Chat, sone ke bare mein bhool jao. Sab kuch bhool jao. Come and watch this with us. Stay with us. Send your energy to our players. And with that, Sahaj, let's dive in to what the players are doing in Toronto.
Let's do it. So knight f4 on the board. Knight takes, rook takes, knight to d6. Okay, putting the knight on a good square. Knight d2. Why does the bar not like this move? I feel like it's a pretty natural move because you're guarding e4 and c4, jahan pe black ka knight aa sakta hai. And now rook e8. Okay.
So he stops any rook e2. The rook comes forward. You want to double up. You want to get on in the second rank. Yan says, not happening. I'm going to trade one pair of rooks. Pragg says, you will trade it on my terms. You will activate my king. Actually, Pragg's pieces, Sahaj, start feeling like they're getting more active. What is this knight doing? What is this rook doing? Says, I'll tell you, I'm coming back. I want to double up on the e-file. Takes one, challenges on the e-file, king d1, and Sahaj, this is our live position.
So I feel we should address here a move like rook e3 is maybe a little risky for white, even though isme fir bhi drawish ho sakti hai, but I don't like that. Yeah, exactly, that knight f5, knight f1, and I don't like those e3 and g3 pawns. Yes, Tanya, you're so fast here. You're so fast. And I like this g5, h4, h3. You're right. It doesn't feel right to me. Agar black ka knight agar e4 pe baith gaya, then I feel like there are some real chances here. But
I fully agree. I think rook e3 would be a huge mistake because in knight pawn endings, it's all about who gets a side passer. And the moment this pawn steps away from here, black can start striking. I don't believe that Yan will make this error. He will, of course, know that this is an undesirable trade. But that means, Sahil, that Pragg's rook is the one which captures the open file. Pragg's knight is the one that's eyeing all these key square. And Pragg is the one who potentially can get a g5 break-in.
Absolutely
Absolutely right.
Trump cards uske haath mein, and at some point he might even go b5, bring the king, play knight c4, trade the knights, and the king will come and sit on c4. I know it's not that threatening yet, but because white king c2 nahi khel sakta, because there'll be rook e2 at the end to give a check. So kahin na kahin pe wo halke advantages hai, not something that should work against Nepo, but you never know, chat. Matlab Bhagwan ko pata hai ki meri 50 Maggie jani hai, Bhagwan kuch bhi kar sakta hai. And I'm still going to, double down on that, not financially, but just emotionally. This might just work out, and we have a move on the board.
I think I saw him move the rook.
Yes.
Rook f4, I believe.
Is he just waiting? Oh, no. His plan is maybe to go g4. I think he's wanting to play g4.
Sahaj, this is a sign. When you have to play two moves like rook f3, rook f4, it's a sign that he's not very comfortable with this endgame. Yan would give anything to be black at this point. If you play g4, even if you get g4, it's really not clear because Pragg will guard the 7th rank with his rook. You have potentially created some weaknesses that you might have to answer for. Not to mention that after g4, you might also have to calculate what's happening after g5 immediately.
Actually, a good point. Really good point. Maybe मैं g4 directly नहीं खेलूंगा. Maybe I will play f3 and then g4, because if you go h takes g4, then I can take with the f pawn, and that way my pawns are still connected. And only thing now is to just watch out for g5, yeah, because g5 ke baad, so let's maybe go a bit deeper. Let's say black plays a random move, I don't know, rook e7.
Also, before we deep dive, look at the clocks, guys. Pragg has 12 and he's touching a 12.5 minute mark. He still has 6 moves to make. No, he has 7 moves to make. It's the 34th move.
Chat,
Wait, is
just
it
an
7 or
update.
10?
Humpy has drawn her game. I think we'll stick to this until the 40th move. Uske baad ek nazar marenge. Humpy's game is over and she has drawn. And you're right, Tanya. I mean, time pressure bhi thoda build up hote hue. Sahaj, but you mentioned f3, but my problem is ki bhai f3 ke baad, the rook has no moves on f4, at least for one move. So I can imagine, is rook e3 a potential problem there? Yeah, it's absolutely fine.
Rook e3 को मैं just kick कर सकता हूँ, right? With knight f1.
He goes with Sahil's idea. b5 on the board.
Oh,
Sahil
A
OP.
call by you.
Sahil OP in the chat, guys. Come on, that was an insane prediction.
And did you see that? He plays b5 and he looks at Yan. He first looked at his score sheet, how many moves he needs to make. Then Pragg played the move b5, changing the dynamics. This move screams that Pragg is ambitious in this endgame. He is not keeping the status quo. He's going for it on both sides of the board. g5, always something to watch out for, and looking for that king activity on the queen side.
And Tanya, he was staring at probably Nepo's empty chair, not Nepo, because Nepo to baithta hi nahi hai yaar, kahan hai wo? So yeah, I mean, he's like, bhai, baith to ja kam se kam. And at this point, Nepo still not at the board and still has thrice the time that Pragg has. So as you mentioned, time pressure pura hoga. And Sahaj, yahan pe white ke perspective se, I assume he should take on b5. You don't want to open the b file here for black's rook.
Absolutely. And also, you don't want to sacrifice the pawn on a4, even though black ka pawn structure thoda sa kharab ho jata hai. But I feel like in the endgame, that b file, the b2 pawn, absolutely right. It just feels just not right. And b3, just yaar, I just don't want to play that move. No like particular reason, but just b3 I would never play. Just a takes b5 looks very logical here. And I think as soon as he sits down, we will see that move on the board. Question is, he will go king b5, and now will we see g4 here? Or maybe f3, g4.
And I'm really tempted to play this move. I want to create an h pass as edge.
So, okay, let's go rook takes f6 and you go g takes h4. And can I play the move? Yeah, I think so, right? I'm not sure or kuch hai ki nahi. But now, I mean, gh5 may be good, but I mean, I'm a little afraid. So I'll just go rook h6.
And I want to finish this line why I was hoping that you take this, because I think I have rook h8. And my point is that you'll play h6. I'll start pushing my pawns. The moment you fall back with your rook, I can take the h-pawn.
Yes. And I don't like this. Even though the bar abhi bhi 0-0 keh raha hai, but I don't like this. I like the move rook h6 rather. I think just to keep things simple and to just take the pawn on h4, first opportunity I get.
By the way, Yan is back on the board. He's thinking what to play. So rook h6, and you want me to take on g4 so that you can pick up this passer. Is there a way for Pragg to keep this endgame alive? Yeah, this move is so annoying.
Yeah, okay, it's a bit annoying.
What if we try to go in with Sahil's idea now? But I need to find the right moment to jump in with a knight to c4.
Yeah, and this pawn exchange on the king side kind of spoils it to some extent. You need more pawns. Ye sare pawn exchange ho rahe. I don't like that fact. Is there a way to maintain more pawns here?
So currently the live board is b5, and let's see how you can actually do that. So g4, g5 doesn't seem to get too much from black. How do we get knight c4? Do we do it immediately, by the way? I don't like rook f5.
Knight c4, yeah, rook f5, I think kind of shuts it down.
Oh,
Maybe.
wow. By the way, I just, again, thanks to the engine here, knight c4 is a tricky try in that position. And here, apparently, the only move for equality is b3.
What?
Yeah. And it will
Wait,
be
what
slightly
happens
better.
after rook f5? Tell us that.
Yeah, rook f5, apparently c6.
Oh,
And you just give up that pawn. If rook takes h5, there is knight takes b2 check.
No, the point is, I cannot play b3 anymore because g4 ka pawn hanging hai.
Yeah.
That's
at what
the reason.
moment? Let's just get everyone up to date with your thoughts. So you're saying ki b3 when?
So
B,
he
yeah,
meant
right now.
immediately here, yeah.
That's the only way.
Rook f5, c6. Now b3 Sahaj is saying is not possible because you take on g4. So agar b3 khelna hai, you have to do it before rook f5.
Yes.
Yep.
This is tricky. This
But it also kind of might lead to a trade. So white has to be absolutely sure. Black, I mean, ki matlab kuch ho raha hai. Otherwise, it might just lead to a draw. All rook endgames are draw. Humne suna hai. And I saw
move
Lian
kara.
moves. Yeah, he moves
I think he
something.
took pawn takes pawn and immediately king takes pawn on the board. Chat, this is the live board. This is what we've been analyzing. This endgame, whatever the eval bar says, chuck it out of the window. Chuck the India right now because nobody cares about that. Look at the pressure that he's created. G4 on the board. Sahaj, Yan goes for your idea. So we might be seeing these lines play out. G5 was a move that I was very tempted to make, but it seems like it doesn't work. Knight C4, another tricky option, Sahil, you pointed out.
So
I think maybe, sorry Sahil bhai, but I think he can also just take on G4 and rook G4 ke baad just rook E7. You know, why not just go
like
a bit simple, yeah.
And then you're anyways coming in with the knight to C4.
Yes, you can play knight C4 in the next move.
Yeah, that is definitely a choice. But you know what, Sahaj? You know, if B3 is the problem, why don't we just play A4 first and then knight C4? अगर हम A4 खेल रहे अभी
A4 के बाद तो pawn sack
अभी yeah G takes H5 and now knight C4. Can we do that? क्योंकि ये again I'm playing around with the हमारे silicon जी यहाँ पे and it's apparently not easy for white.
It's not, but you know what's the hard part is finding this. The position is not easy for white, but to sacrifice on h5 and look at ideas like, do you create counterplay with white with moves like h6, jahan pe f6 hanging hoega, Pragg will have a lot to think and it's a big decision with little time on the clock to give up this pawn.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but somehow knight c4 काफी dangerous लग रहा है यार. If I play a4, g takes h5 and knight c4, I mean that looks dangerous. I mean, how are you going to protect that b2 pawn? Because वो rook f4 का it's so misplaced. Yeah. It just feels like the king is going to come to b3, b2 and pawn to already advanced there.
And king c2 always runs into rook e2. Is it fair to say that Pragg is going for the win now? He's ambitious about this endgame?
Yes. I think if he plays b5 was already an indication. I think he's here to play. And I think a4 ke baad, I mean, if he sacks a pawn for sure, yeah, for sure.
So our candidate moves in this position, a4, knight c4 and g5. These are the three moves that we've been looking at, chat, and a4 looks like the trickiest one that Yan will have to face. A difficult move to find because he takes on g4. Another idea that you pointed out, because rook e7 keeping all the threats on the board.
And then he can play a4 and knight c4. No, that's still possible.
Feels a bit slow, but how does white make use of this time that you have? Is there an easy way for Yan to defend this? Because this king is so stuck. You really want to get this king over to the queen side. Maybe that's the point now. Can you actually do that? Is king c2 a move?
Because rook e2, I see your ideas maybe to go rook g7, but Don't I
Yes.
have knight c4
No,
there?
not immediately, Saj. We have to first walk out of the pin, right? Because otherwise you just win the piece.
Mm-hmm. So king d3,
Scary, but I don't see another option.
rook takes pawn, rook g7. Okay, somehow I'm liking white a bit more here. क्योंकि c7 का pawn भी मरता हुआ दिख रहा है मुझे, and h pawn is looking a bit scary.
Knight f5 maybe, but this feels like it will dissolve into something that should be fine for white.
Mm-hmm.
You take this, there is this check. No, I'm not liking this development. So what
Mhm.
about king c2? By the way, do we have a move by Pragg? I think he's gone for rook e7. We have this position on the board, chat. So we might be going into these variations.
Hmm. You think king c2 possible है अभी? I mean king c2 ही खेलेगा ना? What else can you do?
If rook e2 doesn't work, then you really want your king defending these pawns.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, गुकेश गेम में भी अपडेट है एक. उसने एक पॉन तो मार लिया है फिलहाल के लिए.
क्या बात कर रहे हो?
हाँ, he has taken a pawn, and as of now, I think he's maybe pushing a little bit.
Quick
That's
check-in.
good news.
Let's do a quick check-in. We have to go because that is undoubtedly a marquee matchup. If Gukesh wins this and Pragg wins that end game, Gukesh leapfrogs. He's half a point behind. He goes half a point ahead of Jan.
Hikaru is also winning, by the way. तो वो भी join कर लेगा उसको. And Gukesh and Hikaru play in the last round. So this could be crazy if it turns that way. So let's go to Gukesh's game. And Tanya, please run through the moves and let's see कैसे pawn मारा उसने.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So we have another end game in this one. And where we left it last was this point, guys. Rook a3 Aya, again targeting those queenside weaknesses like we were saying, and Rook f3 Sahaj's idea one more time on the board by Nijat. Nijat and Sahaj, what do we say? Tell us a better love story. Rook f3, Queen c Queen c6, trades off the queen. So by the way, Sahil, your idea, but from a different square. He gets rid of the queens because the white weaknesses of the pawns. And he picks up on a4. Nijat trying to reroute the bishop. But guys, this is what we were talking about. This pawn is much stronger than the c6 pawn. I don't even know if Nijat will be in time to take it. But even if he does, Gukesh has enough play to fight for with this a pawn rolling down the board.
Mm-hmm. Like even if you sack the pawn, it's going to be fun. And I think Tanya, I think you predicted this exact situation. जहाँ पे वो c pawn मरेगा and he would have the a pawn.
A and D, yes.
Yeah,
we were
yeah.
talking
I think
about
we're
picking up
getting
the
this
a pawn, picking up the d pawn, and we're getting that action, Saj. Please go on.
exactly the same. Yeah. So would you say I mean, somehow I don't feel protecting the c6 pawn is in my best interest. I feel like उसको sack कर देना चाहिए. Like you should play rook a2, rook b2, and focus on activity and give up the pawn and just go for this a5, a4 idea.
I love it. Actually, you're threatening this pawn immediately. So I might have to block you on the second rank to start with. Let's say I go rook d2.
And now rook b2 perhaps? Yeah, rook b1 check deke rook b2. Maybe I'll go rook b1 check first.
I just get the king to a worse spot.
Yeah, because now
Not
f2 ka pawn is a bit, yeah. Because if you take on c6 now, I can take on f2.
No, this is game on. This is game on. And Gukesh is, look at that. He again is leaning back. And Abasov sar pakad kar baith gaya hai. Dono side se.
Exactly. And chat भी कह रही है कि Sahaj is telling moves to Nijat through the camera. अरे Sahaj भाई ये कौन सी telepathy है?
ये position तो, so you're saying because he's listening to me इसलिए उसकी position खराब हो गई हाँ?
No, I'm pretty sure he's thinking on his own. And as of now, time pressure, I don't think यहाँ पे इतना बड़ा issue हो सकता है because they only have to play 10, 11 more moves. But कहीं ना कहीं Sahaj and Tanya, I think this is looking really good for us.
Super good. I could not agree more with you right now. With the black pieces, it almost feels like Gukesh slowly and steadily has outplayed. You know, his idea of going b5, breaking open at the right time, his decision to go into this unorthodox opening setup from the start up until right now, he's done everything right. Can Gukesh finish it off? Can he close this end game? Things are looking great for us on this board. I love the idea that you mentioned. Come in with the rook to a2, start putting pressure on the f2 pawn. Clocks are ticking low, But Gukesh up on the clock as well right now. Guys, this is looking super good for India.
Yeah.
11 moves left, 21 minutes for Gukesh and 17 minutes for Najat. Definitely looking quite good, judging by the position. Pawn up, activity bhi hamare haath mein hai. I mean, outside pass pawn, everything looks good.
चैट में कई लोग कंफ्यूज है, कह रहे हैं हिंदी चाहिए, कई लोग कह रहे हैं इंग्लिश चाहिए। भाई अब तो हम पंजाबी बोलेंगे चैट। सो चेस 24 पंजाबी सानू की भाई, सानू तो पंजाबी,
इसीलिए तो हिंग्लिश,
By the way, Hikaru himself is actually close to winning. So
yeah, he is.
एक बार उस पे नजर
by
मार
the
ले।
way, Sahil bhai, between the three of us, Tanya speaks the best Punjabi, by the way.
I don't know Punjabi, मेरे को 2 वर्ड रटे हुए बस।
Not that true. I can understand. I can probably speak. Yeah, maybe between the three of us, I understand full Punjabi, but my spoken Punjabi is not as great. I can't read Punjabi, but it's my it's my regional language.
Nice. I mean, I
Follow
just
chess 20 for Punjabi and we'll have it. By the way, moves we've got coming in.
Yeah,
and what did
yeah.
he go for? Rook E2 खेल दिया उसने भाई.
So this was expected. अब now Rook D2 is basically forced. नहीं तो आप बचाओगे कैसे
Yeah,
F2 के pawn
yeah.
को,
You know,
right?
maybe because of the line, it makes more sense to get this rook, so I don't allow you coming in with a check.
Okay. I'll go Rook B2 anyways.
Right now, I'm defended. 2 pieces are defending this rook. 2 pieces are attacking it. So the point we were trying to make, what happens if white actually takes the pawn? Do you
I'm
have
thinking
enough here?
let's just run the pawn down. Yeah, let's play A5.
It's such a difficult position to play with white. So A4 is not a threat because I can take, you take, I take, takes, as Hikaru would say. So what am I doing? I really want to get rid of this bishop. Bishop E3 feels ugly, but I can't even play it probably. Takes,
A4 तो possible नहीं है, you're right about. Well, actually A4 possible क्यों नहीं है? Because don't I have isn't the F2 pawn hanging at the end?
But do you care about that? Do you really want to give the A pawn for the F pawn? Very complex endgame, guys.
Good question,
Very
yaar.
complex.
Good question, yaar. Good question.
Live board rook A2. I think he has to bring a rook to the second rank because you really cannot allow this pawn to fall. Rook into pawn would be game over. Is bishop E3 something to consider? I would believe not because you can take, rook takes bishop and jump in with your rook.
Yeah, and again the F2 pawn is going to fall.
Is
Up to
there any way
C5
just
भी खेल
to
सकता हूँ.
save the C6 pawn? I mean, कोई तरीका हो we can just save that pawn. I mean, we're giving it away and that looks decent, but अगर उसको बचा पाए या maybe we can attack the C3 pawn instead, at least we can.
So you mean you take and go rook B3? Is that your idea, Sahil?
Maybe something like that. I mean, the idea is just to kind of not exchange all rooks and ये C6 pawn आराम से ना दे बस.
I like it. Why not? What are our players looking like? Gukesh, he hasn't yet. Oh, it's Najat's move. He's reaching out for the other rook. He's reaching out for the rook on the first rank. And he plays rook 1, D2. The bar goes even further down in Gukesh's favor. And this was the line that Sahaj, you pointed out. It allows a check. First, make the king go to a worse square where it's not defending F2. Or फिर वापस आ जाओ. क्या ही होगा इस pawn का?
True, but somehow the bar doesn't like this so much, and I'm very confused why not. Because do I have bishop F1? Yeah, bishop F1 doesn't make any sense. I have to play king H2.
Like
Rook B2, and yeah, F2 ka pawn is going to fall now.
By the way, Sahil, I hope you've got your eyes on all our boards. Any big updates happening on any of the other ones, please feel free to jump in and tell us where to go.
As of now, I think Hikaru is the only one who's kind of close to winning. And Sahaj, to your point, I think the difference, again, is that rook A1 check directly instead of rook B1 check. And we don't trade rooks. I think that is the basic idea. And then you just push the A pawn immediately. Maybe that is the concept there.
Oh, okay. So same kind of a position, but lekin ek extra rook rakh ke.
Yeah.
So, up your rook A1, king hataya, and then where do you want to go?
Then A5 immediately. But
he makes a move, by the way.
He takes.
Let's bring up our live board. So rook takes rook. We're expecting him to recapture with the rook, right? Is it on the board?
Yeah, I would expect so. नहीं तो अगर rook b2 भी थोड़ा dangerous सा लग रहा है, I feel. So rook
He
d2,
takes it
rook
with the
d2.
rook.
Mm-hmm.
And now this is hanging. And I also really appreciate this idea कि भाई हम pawn free में तुम्हें क्यों दे? जब तुम्हारा pawn भी weak है, why can't you just go in for the attack on this one?
Can I play rook c2?
Well, at least your rook is worse placed than where it was earlier. So
हाँ,
that's
बिल्कुल,
already a
बिल्कुल.
moral victory for black.
Also, black ka rook b is a bit more active than where it was. So definitely agree with you there.
You know, don't underestimate this knight, which has been a key defender. We might see it jump onto d7, jump onto b6 to assist this pawn from moving forward.
Mm.
By the way,
Yeah,
only
yeah, yeah, of course, of course. Also, knight
14.
c4.
14 minutes for Abasov now. So कहीं ना कहीं पे वो mistakes बढ़ सकती हैं, Chad. It's not that much time even for Gukesh, but his position is very comfortable. So क्या करेंगे यहाँ पे? Tanya, I mean, I really love Black's position, but again, that c6 pawn बचाना इतना आसान नहीं है. Sahaj, please find a way to push the a pawn by. So कैसे push करें यार? कोई तरीका निकालो. I really want to just put it on a3 and then I think we are close to winning this.
a3 पे पहुंच गया वो pawn, then it's winning. You are absolutely right. But वो a4 की जो obstacle है ना, I feel like that's the one to tackle.
Oh,
Because
wow.
rook c8.
A passive looking move, but you know what he wants, guys? He just wants to keep everything defended. He said, मैं pawn up हूँ. I'll first improve the position of my knight, potentially even get it to d5 via d7, b6, d5. Then I'll start thinking about pushing this pawn. Why rush? He's applying the do not hurry strategy in chess when you've got a better position.
You are absolutely right. But with that being said, मुझे ये नहीं समझ आ रहा कि if I just go something like, you know, king f1, king e2, how will you make progress? Whenever you push a5, na, I'll go rook a2. That's my idea. Just to not give you rook, just to not give you a4.
This knight has to come into play. And I think
But
this
my
will
knight
be...
too guarded hai na, because you can't play knight d7 right now.
The moment you play rook a2, but then you'll be attacking the a5 pawn. Okay, should we get our bird's eye view up? We'll check in with this one right now. Gukesh in full control. He has an extra pawn, Sahil.
So Vidit's game, I think something has happened. There's a slight mistake by Vidit Gujrathi. I think Caruana has found the best move. Nothing critical yet, but kahin na kahin very dominating position. मतलब अगर देखें on the bottom left, I mean, king is on e8, its original square, rook pin कर रहा है bishop knight को, the bishop can't move, pawn भी यहाँ पे space gain कर रहे हैं. Tanya, this looks really difficult. I mean, queen d6 may be trying to trade queens, but white क्यों करेगा exchange? उनको तो win चाहिए. वो queen कहीं हिला देंगे, and then again, black is struggling.
Fully agree with you. This is a lot of pressure on Vidit. The king is extremely awkwardly placed. To me, it just feels like you're not happy with your king there. No way will Vidit allow the queen trade like Fabi allow the queen trade. Queen d6. I'm not sure what's a good square, but queen b6 comes to mind. Queen h5 comes to mind with ideas of g5. Oh, I like that. Because then you come in with your queen as well for white. For Vidit, this is big pressure. And look at the clock. He still has 11 moves to make. And he's got 11 minutes. That's a minute per move at an average, guys. This is going to be a tough one. This is a struggle.
He's struggling. Yeah. Sahaj, do you think he can hold this? Rook d7, by the way, not the best move. Can he hold this? Because as of now, it looks really bad. And I don't want Vidit to lose. I want him to finish off with a couple of victories that would do his confidence great good. But yahan full pressure. Caruana ko pata hai what is at stake. Sahaj, please find Vidit a way somehow. Apne powers ke through unko ek suggestion de taki wo hold kar paye. What can he play here?
I mean, rook d7 already on the board. I mean, to answer your question, I think he will. Because position थोड़ी सी difficult लग रही है, that's true, but somehow position ऐसी भी है जिसमें black can be a bit flexible. It's not like you have to find forcing moves. there कोई direct threat नहीं लिख रहा मुझे white का. Like you can't play something like knight e5, you know, because there is rook d2 coming in. And for white, I don't really see any direct threats at the moment. And जब तक direct threats नहीं आते, तब तक I'm happy. So I think he can hold this.
Very good point. And actually, this is a really nice move because he's also sidestepped from threats of bishop f5. The knight on e7, which was a bit vulnerable and a little weak, he just defends that knight really well. So takes care of a move that earlier I think I had missed. Because in this position, there are ideas of this bishop coming in, taking away this key defender. So rook d7 played by Vidit. How can Fabi continue putting pressure? Because the position visually looks really nice. So if rook e4 doesn't really get you anything because you've got queen c1.
कहीं से ना क्वीन को I have to put in close to the king. कहीं से check. I can't really come to h7, so maybe queen a7 यहाँ पे. How is that with the idea of check and then picking up b7?
ठीक है, I'll play queen to c7.
Oh wow, going back. Then
आप
maybe
check
knight
दोगे,
d5.
I'll go rook d8. Knight e5, rook d2.
Oh, अरे bishop भी hanging है.
And I offer draw.
नहीं. If I'm Caruana, I'm not taking. Yeah, there's no way.
So rook d7 play. This is a position right now with its 11 minutes. Fabi also not that much time on the clock. He's got about 17 minutes. High stress, bhai, high stress. कैमरा में कैसे दिख रहे हैं दोनों?
विदित तो बहुत ही टेंस लग रहा है मुझे. He's like his body ऐसे rigid है पूरी. Caruana senses कि कुछ है. मतलब jacket off है. He's bending forward. I do think he senses he's much better here, at least practically. And 10 move पड़े हैं यार. That is so hard, no? 1 minute per move. Yeah.
Guys, should we do a quick check-in on the Pragg board? Because that
Let's go.
matchup also matters so much for our leaderboard. So as Fabi thinks, we'll of course come back to this chat. Oh, by the way, move on the board. Rook e4 khela gaya hai. A move that I was not very certain about because I thought that allows queen to c1. And we did speak about this. What does Fabi have in mind for queen c1? Oh, wow. And the bar says this is a mistake.
Knight d4, maybe? Because I see
like
some
it.
tactics after rook d4, queen c2. So if you take rook takes, queen c2, and now I see something like queen d6, yeah.
Wow.
Very
Is
nice.
this working?
And king f8, there's a checkmate. Otherwise, there's a checkmate on d8. Wow, rook e4, much stronger than what one felt because of this idea of knight d4. So how does Vidit keep the balance now? Because he has to find a good move here.
Queen trade, queen d6. Let's go and exchange queens.
Yeah.
I mean, if Vidit can do that, I mean, he's back. He's absolutely back. So queen kilo d6 pe. But how does Fabi avoid it though?
Queen h5 or queen b6 or queen a7. I chose queen h5 because I'm kind of stuck with this idea of g5. Maybe it's not a good idea.
Maybe I'll go knight g6. I'm a bit scared though.
By the way, queen d6
Wow.
on the board.
Queen d6 on the board, nice.
Could this happen? Queen h5, knight g6, and there's knight f4 incoming. That would be amazing.
Yeah, I don't like queen h5. I think this idea is just too slow right now. So queen takes queen, rook takes queen. Vidit's got to be happy with this trade, right?
Yeah. I think इसके साथ pressure बहुत कम हो जाता है. Definitely.
Let's go in somewhere. Let's go to a7.
Okay, I'm thinking of a
makes-
move. Oh, I have actually a nice.
Abhi makes a decision.
Yeah.
I see him on
I have a nice
camera.
tactic here. So after queen a7, if I play c5 as black, I think हम chat से भी पूछ सकते हैं. c5 as black. Can I play queen a8 check, rook d8, and queen takes b7? इस पे क्या हो रहा है? We can ask the chat.
इस पे कुछ हो रहा है? Oh, नहीं.
I think कुछ हो रहा है. Unless I hope कुछ हो रहा है.
I see your
I mean,
point, but it's not so
नहीं हो
clear.
रहा. नहीं
It's
हो
not
रहा.
very clear. Because rook b8, queen a7, knight c8.
How are you saving this? Why is
I thought
why
you
is
can
white
take on
winning?
e6. Can't you just take on e6?
F takes e6.
Bishop
Oh,
g6.
bishop
G7.
g6 check. Oh,
Queen
I miss
b8
rook.
and
I
even
miss
just
rook
queen
e6. Yeah, I
27.
miss rook e6. Yeah,
Knight e5 coming in, knight f7 coming in.
this is dead. Yeah, rook e6 is such a devastating blow actually.
By the way, Sahaj, we do have a move. Fabi did not go in. He lines up the queen, creating a bit of a jam on the e file. So still putting the pressure. And by the way, I really like your idea of knight d4 next. So it's something that Vidit has to try and stop here. Thinking of that, is c5 ever?
C5, yeah.
move?
C5 looks good, yeah. C5 somehow Vidit ka king मुझे थोड़ा uncomfortable सा लग रहा है, because I would much rather have it on F8 maybe, where it's like not in the X-ray. But yeah, C5 probably looks good here.
All right. So C5 things still under control. Let's do a quick check-in with Pragg. What do you say, Sahil?
Yeah, absolutely. And as Sahaj bhai लगता है आपकी Maggie deliver होने वाली है, because the game is slowly moving towards a draw. A4 आ चुका है on the board. The king is on A4 and Nepo ने सही time पे B3 खेल दिया. Can we go through the moves, Tanya?
Absolutely. So I think, by the way, that idea that you mentioned earlier of A4 was quite an opportunity, but a more human approach by Pragg. B3 khela gaya to take away some key squares on the queen side. Pragg trying to create those squares to penetrate with his own king. He wants to get to this pawn, but king C2 stopping any ideas of a knight jump. Knight to F5, defending G7, freeing up the rook on E7. After rook F4, knight wapas kya? A repetition or just getting to move 40? Which one is it?
Move 40. 100%.
42 पे पहुंच गए ना हम तो.
हाँ, but the problem is
Knight F5
option भी
was
नहीं
move
है.
40.
Yeah, option
Knight
ही नहीं है
F5
कोई.
was move 40. Yeah, very possible. Do you think we're going to have a repetition here, Sahaj, or do you think Pragg will play on?
I think he will play on because I think he has to, but in under normal like circumstances, I think he would take the draw. Because I still see knight c4 as a potential move जिससे कुछ हो सकता है, because if you take knight c4 dc4, now there is rook e2 coming in. And if I play something like, king d2, then king b3 comes in. So I think he can maybe try this, although ये अभी भी मुझे draw ही लग रहा है.
Okay. Agreed. All right, so a level game. We will keep an eye out. It could either finish at this moment, chat, if Pragg right now decides to, in fact, repeat. This is the live board, knight f5. Jan is inviting a repetition. He's saying he's happy with the draw here. Knight f5, rook f4. We'll keep an eye out. I think we have to head back to the Gukesh board. Yes.
Maybe we can go to the game of Hikaru against Firuzja, because उनको अभी 5 मिनट में 11 move खेलने हैं.
Wow.
So that is, and he's also much worse. So maybe we can have a look at that game, because Hikaru अगर जीतते हैं, he will be in the lead. He is in the second place right now. हमने rook f5 पे छोड़ा था. Please, let's go through the moves, Tanya.
Quick action replay and chat. We will go to the Gukesh game right after this. Alireza picks up the rook, takes the knight. We were looking at queen takes rook, but Alireza, he's Alpha Reza. He brings his own ideas to the board, takes the queen. Rook coming still looks extremely complicated with Alireza's rook entering onto d1. आ गया वो आगे, attacking the knight. Knight भी आगे आ गया, rook भी आगे आ गया. White की position क्यों better है यहाँ पे? Knight into pawn mara, rook e7, attacking the knight. Rook c5, defending the knight. f6, creating a luft कि कोई back rank में कुछ ना हो जाए. Bishop b4, lining up with the rook. King comes forward, h4, h5, and king to f2. This is the live board. The bar says Hikaru is clearly better. Sahaj, to me, it's not so obvious what's going on.
It's definitely not obvious. You're right. मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि जो E2 का जो pawn है, it's a bit dangerous. पर लेकिन वो E1 पे जो मेरा knight बैठा हुआ है, it's not just defending against anything. There's also a bishop on b4 that protects the knight. It's like we're completely guarded against anything that this pawn can do. So somehow I feel that it should be close to winning. ये winning नहीं है, because if you take knight d5, rook d5, इसके बाद तो winning ही लग रही है, नहीं?
4 minutes to Alireza as well. But do I need to take? I was thinking of trying to complicate things with a check, but I don't know where are the complications once. Okay, knight d1 check.
Check on the board.
I'll go
check
king
on the board.
g3
Check on
maybe?
the board. We have this position. King g3 also played, by the way.
Rook d7 now maybe?
यार बार इतना पसंद क्यों नहीं कर रहा ब्लैक को?
Guys, it's really complicated, but I want to go over to the Gukesh board as well. What do you think, Sahil? Do we stick to this one, or do you want to go over to Gukesh?
We can go to Gukesh. I think this one, Hikaru has it in the bag, at least based on the clock. 4 minutes, 8 moves. That is difficult. We can switch to the Gukesh game quickly.
Let's get a quick update. Chat क्या बोल रही है? Chat को क्या देखना है? आप वो भी बताओ, Sahil. Bishop C2 played. The A pawn is rolling down the board. But as pointed out, the light squared bishop controls a key square. The rook controls a key square for the knight to come forward. How is Gukesh making progress in this position?
So I think difference ये था कि जब हम लोग discuss कर रहे थे, then we were playing rook a2 always just to stop a4, and I think he has gone for a different approach just to stop a4 from happening with his bishop, and this way the knight on f8 does not get out. क्योंकि वो knight एक बार बाहर आ गया ना, if that knight goes to b6 forever, I think black is even close to winning.
Yes, and if you the problem is that if you go rook c7 here, there's rook d8.
Rook d8, yeah.
This is annoying.
It's almost like एक hold बना लिया है निशात ने. Maybe you can try something like f6, but वो थोड़ा dangerous लग रहा है मुझे.
Because you're opening up the two bishops, definitely giving counterplay in that position.
Also h6 का pawn यार. What am I saying? What am I saying? Yeah.
क्या होगा? तुम्हें क्या लगता है?
Can we play G5? Why not G5? जो हमने देखा था पहले एक बार कहीं पे.
Completely forgot about this move, by the way.
Same actually.
नाइट ही प्रॉब्लम है ना, तो इसको रास्ता मिल जाएगा तो हम सब खुश.
So G5, okay, yeah, the more I look at this, the more I like it.
Takes, you take with the knight.
Bishop G6 is forced, no? Obviously, because if I go Bishop H6, there is knight E5.
Yes, this looks very bad with the knight jumping in all over the board. भाई कैमरा में क्या हो रहा है? Okay, so
बहुत tense Abasov. He has 7 minutes for 7 moves. Chat time pressure दोनों games में है. So regardless, you're going to miss something. So let's stick to the Indian game for now. And chat भी पूरा गुकेश की game देखना आती है. 60% लोग. So this is the game chat we stick to until the 40th move. Gukesh fully focused. 3 minutes. Sahaj, is 3 minutes a significant edge on the clock here, or it's like irrelevant at this point?
Oh, when you don't have the 30-second increment, I think even a minute is a lot.
Very
it
nice,
can
very
change
well
everything.
said. Those extra seconds matter so much in these kind of situations. And it's a difficult position for white to defend, even if you had 30 minutes on your clock. So it's just worse for Nijat. And I really like your idea of G5, freeing up this knight. कि problem piece कौन सा है तुम्हारा? कौन सा piece है जो बाहर आना चाहता है to play? And that is only this knight. So on the board, I believe.
Yeah, he played it.
Oh, he played.
Whoa!
He played it.
क्या बात है साहिल भाई?
G5, G for Gukesh, G for G5, G not for Sahil, but Sahil
G for
did find
G
it.
for Sahil OP.
ये क्या था भाई? Oh, by the way, did Abasov reply immediately? No, not yet. Yeah.
I think I saw him make a move.
Yeah, even I thought he may play something.
Yes, H into G6. Because there was nothing else to do. You can't come back with your bishop and kind of just ruin your pawn structure even more. This would just be a very bad idea. And let's point out that, the knight is not dead anymore. There's a path into the game.
Yeah, that's a very good path.
Right.
So he had to take, which he immediately did, and knight takes pawn. Knight bahar aa gaya hai, game on.
G6 तो मारना ही पड़ेगा ना. I don't see anything else here.
Yeah,
Sahaj,
that's the question, I think, because in one situation you are saying कि ठीक है, you can take my pawn, and the other one is you're giving up your double bishop advantage, and then you're saying okay, pawns are equal hai. And then you go bishop h6. But another thing that I'm wondering is do you have to play bishop h6 like in any scenario?
I want to point out to your point that if you take this, I think with black, I'm really happy to at least reach a3. For example, rook a2, I could also go rook b8. Or maybe not. Oh, sorry, a4 is hanging. First, I'll have to go a3. Bishop c1. And now rook b8 was my point because bishop into pawn runs into rook a8.
Yeah.
Dangerous.
You're right.
And I'm coming in with my rook to b3, so quite dangerous for white to handle. Knight takes pawn. I don't think that you should allow a4. So Sahaj, to your point, maybe an intermezzo like rook a2 here?
Then I think rook a8. And even if you take bishop h6, then I can do the same thing. No, you want to go rook a4.
But then you have g5. I don't want to go rook a4.
Yeah, that.
You know, guys, this position, there is such a small tightrope to walk on between a draw and a Gukesh win. Like one inaccuracy can level this game out completely. And what Gukesh needs to do, it's not like it's a winning position. He just needs to keep the game going. He needs to keep building on the pressure. So there's no direct path. It's a difficult one to convert. It's not easy at all, Sahil.
There's already pressure, Tanya. 4 minutes now. 4 minutes to make 6 moves, and he's just played king to g2. Sahaj, that feels like a nothing move to me.
So he was like, I can either take the pawn or I can take the knight and the pawn. He's like, nahi, kuch bhi nahi.
Ye kya tha? Not expected. And now, I mean, I can save the h pawn. I can start preparing the a4 move. Gukesh ko ek badhiya tempo mil gaya yahan pe. I can play. Yeah, I don't know what I will play actually, but regardless, I have an extra tempo in any variation because king g2 has no relevance. To be samajh mein aa raha at least.
Well, I mean, I think the decision of keeping the bishop on c2 is that usko a4 allow nahi karna, because that bishop is kind of defending that a4 square. And if black ever plays rook a8, then I can go bishop to a4, which not only blocks the pawn, but also attacks your c6 pawn. So king g2, in the other sense, it's like you are just centralizing your king. Idea is king f3, king e4. That's it.
That's interesting. Come on, Tanya, what does Gukesh play here? He has more time, but क्या खेल सकते हैं यहाँ पे कि a pawn बस push करना है. How do we push this pawn?
I think it's a good idea to defend this pawn first. It can't be picked up with the bishop, yes, right now, because e5 is under fire. I was considering a move like h5, but I weaken some squares for this bishop, which makes me a little uncomfortable to play a move like h5.
So h5 mein, I'll just go like king f3. I'll just ignore it.
By the way, Hikaru ने एक blunder मारा है अभी के अभी.
बात कर रहे हो?
He has blundered his advantage away, so that game has turned on its head. अब draw की तरफ बढ़ते हुए apparently knight d1 double question mark हो चुका है board पे. It's still better maybe, but it's not what it was. If you go one move back.
मैं just देख रहा हूँ. First of all, Alireza only has a minute on his clock with 6 moves still remaining.
I think we should stick to this till time control, no? Because it's bullet mode.
Yeah, this is like a pattern, I think, for him. Jab bhi this situation happens, Alireza just plays so well. Last time this happened with Gukesh and now with Hikaru as well.
And what a complicated position it was when we left it last, as Hikaru thinks it was around this point. Rook moved to b1, knight was offered for a trade, and this is where we left it. Rook Aya on the 5th rank, putting pressure on that d5 knight. Knight Aya aage to put pressure on that rook. Rook falls back. Look at the complications in the position. There's a pawn on e2. Knight and bishop trying to keep that together. Bishop comes back, stopping. And this was the big blunder as I see the bar drops. But I do not understand why. Maybe you just take the pawn. And he did. After knight takes pawn, rook b5. What is the idea? Because this knight is pinned.
He has like 55 seconds on the clock.
Rook d1 played.
Rook d1 played, guys. 57 seconds on the clock. No increment. And he still has 5 moves to make. So he's saying, you take my knight, I'll take your knight. As long as Alireza's e2 pawn is alive, life is tough for Hikaru Nakamura. It would hit this knight, it would hit this pawn.
Hikaru's nodding his head right now, but I don't know. Sahaj, agar ye 5 move nikal diye, we have to remember chat, Hikaru could win and go into the lead. Hikaru ka draw is good for the Indian players overall. So ideally, we want Firuza to hold this, right? Right, Tanya?
From the Indian perspective, absolutely. For our boys, it would be a massive score if Alireza can hold this. But of course, for Hikaru as well, he's looking for a kill through in this one. He's been, his last couple of games, he looks unstoppable. He's been a beast on the board. At 6.5 points, he's looking for a win here. And guys, if we can zoom into our players' camera, going into bullet mode, I think we want the full screen on the players.
Yep. And Chad carrier Fabi blundered. I know Chad he blundered, but the position is still very complex. So, +2 से +1 जाना in such time pressure would not be a huge blunder. फिलहाल के लिए maybe can stick to this game because सिर्फ 50 सेकेंड है. I don't do the maths on that one. It's such a low number. कैसे करेंगे Firouzja, Hikaru trying to come with a long variation. Sahaj, will he pull this off?
Hikaru, I think he has kind of already, I don't want to say messed up his chances, but I think position was completely winning pehle, but it's looking a bit better. Like I'm just looking at the bar. So maybe not.
Can we zoom
looks
into
like a
the
draw.
players, Niranjan? If we can get a full screen of Hikaru and Ali Reza right now and get live into the action in Toronto.
Let's go, Niranjan bhai. We already have a few moves. 37 moves ho chuke hain. 3 more moves to go. The pawn is still on E2. And Tanya, I don't know. Until the pawn is on E2, the game is a 3-result game. Bishop ke paas zyada flexibility nahi hai life mein. It always has to take care of the pawn. And as Firouzja has 47 seconds for 3 moves.
I could not agree more with you. I really think this is a game for all 3 results. But that clock seems to say to me that it's more likely to go into Hikaru's favor. Because even if Ali Reza makes it to time control, it's not ki 40 moves ho gayi. Bhai, kis halat mein wo 40 moves khatam hoengi? What will be the state of the position jab wo 40 moves khatam hoengi? Will Ali Reza's pawn still be alive on E2? Will he still be able to keep the activity? Because ye pawn chala gaya, the 2 pieces versus the rook dynamics will be an easy cakewalk for Hikaru.
Absolutely. Timer on the screen, chat. Hikaru a little bit tense. सोच रहे क्या करें. He probably missed something somewhere. उनके एक्सप्रेशन से लग रहा है कुछ ना कुछ तो उन्होंने मिस किया है. क्या है वो तो उन्हीं को पता है. And now he's considering many moves. Bishop B4 check बहुत tempting लग रहा है देखने में. It's a clear check and the king will have to go to, I don't know, G8, which is uncomfortable. But again, वो pawn को release करता है. So Sahaj, I don't know what white does here.
It's a tough question, because even if you don't play Bishop B4 check, I'm playing Rook D1 in the next move. I mean, you can come back King F2 for sure, but E2 का pawn फिर भी रहेगा वहाँ पे.
बिल्कुल 5,500 लोग देख रहे हैं तान्या at 4 AM. Exactly same scene कल था. Same scene कल था, so let me not jinx it. So come on chat. अपने सब प्लेयर्स को सपोर्ट करो. सबके नाम के साथ ओपी दिखना चाहिए चैट में मुझे. लेट्स सी क्या होता है. फिलहाल के लिए तो हिकारू ही हम देख रहे हैं. And hoping कि Firouzja holds this.
Guys, I am a bit torn right now where to go. Yes, Ali Reza has 47 seconds with so much excitement on the other board. Sahil, chat se पूछो, आप बताओ, should we stick till move 40 on this one?
I would say I think it's one more move. No, 2 more moves. Yeah, 3 more moves actually. Yeah. I think we can even switch. Chat, what do you think? Yes, no, like the bhai. Do we switch or not?
Because the thing is, right, this will be a long game. Hikaru is not going to flag Ali Reza. It will go on for a while. So we can check in and get an update.
Yeah, let's go then. Let's go to the game of maybe Gukesh. We can go and check what's happening because even they have 2 minutes on the clock.
They have 2 minutes on the clock and still there are 2 moves to be made by Black. Quick update. King G7 defending the 8-6 pawn. Bishop A4. So we were calling out this action and Gukesh desperately trying to get the knight into the game. D5 square was stopped, but now this pawn is defended. The rook gets active. What a move by Gukesh. This one was a retreating move with an attacking idea. Rook A2 Aya, Bishop B4 defending the A5 pawn, not allowing any activity. Eventually what he wants is C5 karke ye knight ko active karna. King F3. First he gets rook to the only open file. I'm expecting either the rook to come in next hedge or free up the knight and bring it into the game.
I think both. I mean, he just has the flexibility to just play whatever he wants at this point. I think everything is protected in his position. He can just play C5, knight F5. He doesn't even have to be precise. And just to elaborate on that point, I mean, Gukesh kitna solid khelta hai, right? I mean, he's an aggressive player, but he's so solid at the same time. So I mean, such a nice combination. Like move like Bishop B4. We were just discussing that. It's such a nice, like, calm move that keeps the advantage in the long term. And definitely, I think this is a lot of pressure for Nijat. What just
Very
happened?
universal style of play. Absolutely right. Gukesh, I think he can adapt himself to the changes in the position. If it demands him to go for complications, he's ready for that. If it demands him to hold back, ki bhai mera advantage hai, I need to keep everything under control, he's able to do that. But that is the key for these young players. They are all extremely universal in their play.
30 seconds now for one move. He has to play
Make
now.
move. He needs to find a move, and it's not easy, guys, because Gukesh का तो plan बहुत clear है, और एक बार ये knight अंदर आ गया, that is a huge, and now 15 seconds. That would be a huge improvement.
Maybe
Time
G4,
to-
yeah, just G4. Just to stop
Time to
knight F5,
distract
I don't
him.
know.
Time to distract Abasov here.
कुछ कर सहज. Dude, he's...
Dude, just play.
Oh, he
And
made
five.
a 5 seconds on
seconds
the
there.
clock.
Oh, the bar
Oh,
doesn't
that's
like this
not a
move.
good move. That is definitely, that's not a good move.
Oh, wait, rook d3, rook c3. Isn't it just losing a pawn?
Very good question,
Oh.
because I think this had to be stopped.
Maybe rook c2 he saves, but I'm not sure if he wants to trade rooks when he's a pawn down.
You,
And e5
I think
is
if
also
you trade the rooks here, it's probably losing.
You could, I mean, it's probably losing even this position, but
Hmm.
I feel that you can't give up the c4 pawn, right? You have to keep that alive. So maybe he might be forced to go into that. By the way, Gukesh has 3.5 minutes to figure out two plans, right? Rook d3, rook c3, going into that rook trade, like you pointed out, or improving your knight. I have a feeling that side if c5 is played, your move g4 might happen, because you really cannot allow this knight to f5.
Yeah, absolutely. But I also think after rook d3, rook c3, if you do manage to exchange the rooks, then I really like the move c5. So just imagine this exact same position without the rooks. And black, I think, is going to play the move c5 anyways. And the question ye rahega na कि, how do I push that a pawn? Right? क्योंकि वो a pawn आगे नहीं बढ़ रहा. You can go knight c8, knight b6.
Wow, that's a nice maneuver actually. Nice.
Yeah, you know what?
एक
I
बार
like it
a4,
more than
a3 आ
going
गया, then
after.
it's over.
It's over. And I like that idea more than bringing the knight to a seemingly more active square, because you really want to get to that bishop. So Gukesh with 2.5 minutes, what approach will he have in this position?
भाई जल्दी खेलो यार, time pressure में ना, you don't want to leave it बिल्कुल last second तक. Chat, he has
Nahin,
2
I
minutes
think
by the way.
He has 2 minutes, and I like that he's taken a pause. एक ही move है. He has to make only one move, and he will not get any prize for saving these 2 minutes. So it's a good thing that he takes his time.
Just something I noticed, Nijat keeps looking back and Gukesh also keeps looking up. This has happened for the second time already. I wonder if there is any
action.
Action. Yeah, exactly.
On the other
Nice
boards.
word. Yeah.
By the way, there are a lot of action going on. First of all, Hikaru की game में भी बहुत time pressure है. VD is also close to lost. दोनों back-to-back blunders चल रहे हैं वहाँ पे. So it's a lot of action in all the other games, chat. I would say we wait for one move from Gukesh and then we switch.
I think we should go to Vidit's board. Has time control been met on Vidit's board?
Yes, I think so.
Okay, so we'll do a quick action replay on that and take a look at that. But let's wait for Gukesh's decision here. Very huge matchup, chat. Gukesh ne agar ye jeet liya, if he gets this win in the bag, that puts him in the big race with only 2 rounds to go. Guys, who would have imagined 17-year-old Gukesh, who made it to the candidates at the very last moment with that hustle with the Chennai Grandmasters tournament, makes it into the candidates. Everyone's talking about, experience hai. It will matter so much. It's good for the experience. Gukesh says this is not about experience. He goes on to be on top of the leaderboard consistently. And if he gets this in the bag with just 2 games remaining, it's a huge chance for India to get into the World Championship match.
Yeah, for sure.
Definitely,
and chat, you would love to have the 2 board. Oh, Rook D3 on the board.
Beautiful.
Wow, Rook C3 incoming, chat. Best move by the as well. We see that the bar says this is a great idea. Sahil OP, really fantastic find there. And this means if the rooks get traded off, Gukesh's life becomes even easier. Sahaj, your idea was really impressive.
I think it's happening, yeah, because he will play rook c2, and I think he probably has seen this knight c8, knight b6 idea. I would assume this is going to happen over the board. Or, the other option Nijat has is that he just gives up the c4 pawn. I mean, in both cases, he's probably lost already, right?
Yeah.
Well, 40th move has been made. I would want to answer that question as hopefully yes, but it's a good moment to zoom out, get our bird's eye view, and do a quick action replay of all the time scrambles we saw, Sahil.
Yeah, absolutely. And would love to have that two board camera as well. Maybe we can have VD's game as well as, I think Pragg's game there and quickly have a look. Filhal, we have all the 4 games. And wahan pe we can see bottom right pe Pragg trying to push till the pawn has moved to f4. Bottom left pe we can see Vidit king on b8, the queen on b6, bishop g6. That looks like a red flag in terms of the back rank. We'll have to go to that game soon. And finally, top left mein as well, I think we have reached move 41. So both players surviving the time scramble. Tanya, kis game ki taraf hum jaye? I am in for maybe VD's game.
We will. I want to just point out that from in terms of Gukesh's chances, Hikaru not winning is actually great because otherwise he kind of runs away with things. So even if Firouzja is able to hold this, it would be a big result for India. And I agree with you. Let's get an update on the Vidit board and then we will quickly jump back to Gukesh and Pragg as well. But Vidit ke board mein काफी कुछ हो गया है. King march from right to left has happened all the way. We last left it around, well, not around here, but somewhere around here. And lots of moves. This is where we left it. Queen e3, c5 on the board. This was a move we were looking at. Rook e5, rook was attacked by the knight. Wow, look at that, taking advantage of the pin.
Wow.
Very nice move. Beautiful move by Fabi. Vidit ki queen goes into passivity and loses the c5 pawn. After rook e7, trying to get out of this pin situation. Fabi not giving tempos, attacks on g7, rook ko hataya to h5. Bishop comes in with a check, already up a pawn. This is looking very difficult. And look at the way Fabi's playing on both sides of the board. Rook goes here, bishop starts targeting from this side, queen starts targeting from the b6 square. Coming in, king b8, rook c5. This is our live board. And I think b4, b5 Sahaj is incoming.
Great, replay there, but I'm just not understanding because ek move pehle, the bar was like, it was a bit balanced and it felt like last move mein it went really up. So was king b8 a bad move by Vidit?
Yes, apparently kuch, instead of king b8, a better move was queen to f4. Now, why is that exactly? That's a mystery to me. And
bishop takes g4, bishop takes g4.
Oh, wow.
And guys, as it usually happens, this was move 40. The biggest blunders in chess happen in move 40. Vidit perhaps playing on seconds at this point, so easy to miss and make the most natural hand move. How natural is it to just sidestep with your king to safety? Take control of more squares. You're stepping away from any check on the C file as well. And on move 40, Vidit makes a decisive mistake.
Oh my God, Firouzja just blundered. What? On the 41st move. Yaar, ho kya raha hai, chat? I mean, 40th move pe suna tha, 41st pe he just blundered. And Hikaru is now apparently
Why is this a massive blunder?
I think you're just going in for b4, b5, and this queen is stuck now. Now there's no queen f4 because rook into knight hangs.
Yeah, queen f4, yeah.
How are you fighting against b4, b5, and maybe even bishop e4 in some positions is an idea?
I think I really like your idea of b4, b5. I just think there is no... Because, it's technically a double pin. The queen is pinning the queen, but it's also pinning the king. The b4, b5 looks really risky for Vidit here. Is this over, Sahil bhai? What do you think?
I honestly don't know because considering that pichle move pe we have seen a blunder, I'm still hopeful for Vidit here ki it will not be as easy. But b4, b5 does seem elementary. Simple plan hai. King's queen side puri khol denge b4, b5 ke baad. Vidit needs some counterplay, and I don't know if still queen f4 kuch possible bhi nahi. Yeah, there's no counterplay now. So
h5 is stopped by the bishop. f5 is stopped by the pawn and the rook and the bishop. Where is the counterplay?
Yeah.
Knight हिल नहीं रहा, queen हिल नहीं सकती.
Yeah.
Rook, I mean, it can move, but what can it do after moving?
Only piece that can move is the bishop.
Yeah. Maybe we can defend the knight somehow and then move queen f4 with a similar idea. Is that a possibility?
Then I think you'll be a bit
bishop
late because there is b4, and if queen f4, then just b5, and like think about
Yeah.
that queen d8 check idea, you know?
Yeah.
Is
Yeah.
bishop
Yeah.
d7 a move? So b4 is what we're looking at. Yeah, this looks very scary because, but actually, said, is it b5 bishop into pawn?
So kuch to hai yahan pe. I can see the bar,
Kuch
to
but
hai, same, but
if
it's
I
not
didn't,
easy,
if I
right?
didn't have the bar, I would be very scared right
It's
now.
not so easy, exactly.
Maybe just takes on g4. Yeah, मतलब अगर मार के भी एक पीस मार भी लोगे तो वहां पे सब कुछ मर रहा है. नहीं, this is not it.
No, I
This is
think there
very
is a
dangerous.
perpetual here because king f1, there is
हाँ.
queen h3 check, yeah.
Yeah.
So एक second, यहाँ पे I'll go knight to g1.
Wow. अरे यार.
Rook e2? Oh, rook e2 is defended. That's why you play knight g. So tricky stuffing this side.
Yes, I think so.
That's a lovely move, actually. Not an easy move, by the way, to spot on knight g1.
No, I'm still not sure if this works.
Yeah, the bar did not react to it, so it definitely works.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I didn't.
So, rook c5 on the board, guys. Fabi in driver's seat in this one. Vidit, he's going to try and fight it out, but it's not an easy task for him. But let's send him our energies and let's send him our love so that he can do it and stop Fabi in the path. Meanwhile, Sahil, what's happening on our other boards?
I think we have to switch to the Hikaru game because, as I said, I mean, he blundered. Firouzja blundered in one move. If we go back to where we left, and 41st move pe blunder, that is extremely rare. And Hikaru phir se in the driver's seat.
So it was around here we left it last. We were looking at ideas of checks. This knight gets super dangerous. Firouzja picked up a pawn and things are under control once he's picked up the pawn. Do a material count. It's rook and 2 pawns for 2 pieces. The math works out. Really interesting. You can give a check, but you can't pick up the rook because you give a queen to black. So rook takes pawn was a nice tactics there. After king to f2, he stops any checks on b4. The rook lines up against the a pawn, attacking the knight. So far, played really well by Firouzja. Knight ko bachaya. g5. Is where the bar shoots up. It looks like an incredibly weakening move, but not clear why it's so bad. Pawn takes pawn. He loses this pawn, and Firouzja's idea was to get rid of this knight so that he could activate his rook. You know, I see the bar, but again, I don't completely understand it, Sahaj.
I mean, I don't understand why he played g5. I mean, I get the idea of rook e5, but somehow it felt like he was already 2 pawns up. Do you think he was trying to play for a win?
G5 feels like an anti-win position, no? I mean, unless you have a clear idea, what does he want? Okay, you get your rook to e5, and then? Why is that so great?
Rook a1, a4, something like that. Maybe he wants to protect the a5 pawn and just kind of, play for a win. So, I mean, if you're playing for a draw here, why would you go g5, You can just kind of give up the a5 pawn and go for the draw. I mean, 3 versus 3 with a draw yogi udhar.
And it was a decision when he had time on the clock. So he thought this one through. This is some deep super GM level idea. And it's, of course, connected to the fact of he wants the a5 pawn to be alive. Hikaru plays g4, not the most accurate move, but I think the most human move here right now. He defends this knight. It's just a nice move solidifying the position. So what happens if Ali Reza goes with the plan of trying to push this pawn?
Knight f6. Let's go knight f6. Yeah, I think that move is dying to be played.
You want to come in with your knight to d7. Scary stuff.
Also knight e4 I like, yeah. Also knight e4 I like because then I can take your e2 pawn.
Exactly. Agar e2 gaya to that is basically over.
Very true. Tricky stuff. Is it fair to say that Hikaru is in driver's seat in this one because of the activity of the minor pieces? The pawns are a bit slow. Should we check in with this in just a while and go to our Indian boys?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think
yes, let's do it.
We can go to the Gukesh. Gukesh mein kuch hua nahi hai actually. Nothing has happened. Maybe we can have a look at the Pragg game for a second. because we've
So no
had some
updates
updates
here.
there. Yeah,
Chat, just
rook
a quick
d3.
one. Rook d3. I'm sorry about that. That is on me. Rook d3. This is where we left it. This is where we are. Yes, Sahil.
Yeah, I
Wait,
think
this is the Pragg game or the Gukesh game?
This is the
Gukesh game.
Gukesh game.
Oh, I thought Pragg is like minus. I was like, ye kab hua?
Yeah, this is the
He's still
Pragg one.
pushing, yeah? He's still pushing.
He's pushing. I mean, these youngsters, they just find a way to keep the pressure on. And why he's pushing, chat, is because if white was to trade this monstrous knight on e4, it allows a beautiful pawn formation for Praggnanandhaa. And then he can combine ideas of creating a passer, the king coming from this side, starting to attack the queenside pawns.
But
But
still, I mean,
if I just don't do anything, like if I just say pass, तो आप क्या करोगे?
how will you pass those, Sahaj?
Like let's say h5.
That's a good question. Are there ideas of takes, f3, rook e2? Does that get me anything?
I'll just go rook g5. I'll give you the f2 pawn. I'll take the g7 pawn.
Okay, let's just show
And
what the
then I
plan
will
was.
just, and I will demand my 50 masala Maggi packets.
भाई ऐड कर दिया ब्लिंकिट पे मैंने अभी मंगा रहा हूँ लेकिन सहज if you had to push here let's say कि you were getting I don't know your final GM norm as black so how can we have something he took on e4
I think you can't. I thought at first this is dangerous, but I understand. You never go back to e2. I don't know, is king c4 a move here to keep the king active? Because I don't want to allow black's king to b3.
Tanya, this reminds me of Vidit's king, by the way, who was stuck on the A file yesterday. बिल्कुल ऐसे ही फंसा हुआ था वो. So yeah, king c4 could be a scary prospect here.
Because the point is, chat, you want to play e3 to actually create a passer, but this would be the nightmare for black.
Yeah.
The rook mare in this case. So d takes e4 on the board, I believe. Yes. King c4. Very interesting move, actually. Stopping any ideas. The more I
King
see it, the more...
King c2 bhi theek hai, I think.
King c2 also fine, but Saj, I feel king c4 could be the more human approach, just cutting off this king and setting up the ideas.
So, Tanya, are you trying to win this as white? I know you.
I'm just trying to play the position. Don't put me on a spot here. Not trying to checkmate black's king, but I feel that Yan would be very tempted to put his king to an active square.
Sahaj, by the way, if white wins, then you lose the bet, right?
Oh,
yes,
you lose the bet, right?
We do lose the bet, but I feel like we will all lose then, we don't want that to happen.
Actually, that's one bet I think Sahaj wants to lose. He says, "Mujhe Maggi nahi chahiye isme."
Uske liye, I mean, yeah, Pragg jeet jaye to, I'm happy with it, like harna nahi chahiye. That's, yeah.
By the way, king c2 on the board. So a more solid approach. Sahaj, the one that you were vouching for, it's been played. I think it's likely to fizzle out, guys, this one. I feel this will end in a draw. Which would mean that we need Gukesh to win, because if Gukesh wins, Yan draws. Once again, they both are at the top. And Hikaru might join them there. Party of three.
With 2 rounds to go. Man, that's like such neck to neck. Yeah, पिछले sub candidates में Nepo was winning, I think 3-4 rounds prior. He was running away with the tournament. यहाँ पे कोई clarity नहीं है. And then your opponents, your colors against them, इतना फर्क पड़ता है ना कि pairing किसके साथ है. And it's going to be crazy. So maybe, okay, Gukesh is still not played. I think Abasov has not played. By the way, Abasov has used up half of his time. So सिर्फ 15 मिनट पड़े हैं उनके पास अब. Even after time control.
सो तो नहीं गया वो.
भाई पता नहीं.
So let's switch up our games, chat, and let's go to the other boards that you're pointing out. Nijat ne khela nahi hai, as you said. We still have the exact same position. We don't have them on our screen, so it would be nice to see if Nijat's taking a quick nap again or not. But this time the nap doesn't matter because Gukesh in full control, full driving seat. And now Fabi versus Vidit. This is looking tough. By the way, Vidit did go for the bishop retreat, defending the knight, and we might see this line because the only counterplay that Vidit has is this idea. B4, Queen F4 might happen, and then this would be insane. And then can Fabi find this defense of knight G1?
And if I go
Yeah.
bishop takes h3, then we have to capture back with the king, right? Or is the knight also fine?
Knight should be okay. King, knight h3, queen g4,
No,
king
ठीक है, I
h2.
think.
Yeah.
Knight h3. Yeah, knight h3 is probably better, yeah.
Because you can win the
King
bishop,
h2.
but
Yeah.
you lose your
Yeah.
queen side.
Yeah.
This is over, yeah.
So live board right now, chat, and Vidit not on his seat currently.
23 minutes. Right now, I think Caruana and Hikaru are both, much better or winning right now. So that means दोनों US players getting what they want. अब इंडियन प्लेयर्स को मिलेगा क्या जो उनको चाहिए? आई थिंक प्रग की गेम एंड गुकेश की गेम, दे आर द वंस जहां पे कुछ ना कुछ तो चाहिए. वी नीड एटलीस्ट गुकेश विनिंग, एंड maybe in a, I know, hypothetical world, Pragg also somehow confuses Nepo.
Yeah, but can I just say one thing? It's actually, we played out the moves and got to that knight G1 point. The thing is for Fabi, he needs to find that from this position. He's calculating that Vidit's idea is queen f4 to sacrifice the bishop for the pawn. And it's really not an easy move to spot. And the more I look at it, the more I feel it's the only move that helps Fabi win the game. So it feels like a forced sequence of move because b4 ke baad Vidit doesn't have too many plans. He has to go for this counterplay.
Is there nothing else that he can do besides queen f4? I'm just wondering, yeah. Is there maybe like f5? No f5. Maybe rook e2?
Does it help to try to trade off queens here? It's very ugly and I'm scared what's going to happen with the bar if I place this queen here.
So that would be a good move, Tanya, but I think there is something. I think if I take on c7 and I can play b5, I'm not sure if that is working.
What was I relying on? Oh, king d6 is what I was thinking. No, but then rook d5. Why did I want to go queen c7? Queen c7 looks bad.
It looks like a natural move. No, it looks like a natural move in this scenario. I mean,
it's just a blunder. I think after b5, it's a pin. You pin it and you win it. Because king d6 unfortunately doesn't work with these ideas. So what else can they do here? I really think that he has this on his radar. The same idea, but just a little too late, yeah.
मैं कुछ h5 फेंक सकता हूँ क्या?
फेंको, तुम्हारे pawns थोड़ी ना है.
Bishop takes, what then?
h5 कब but b4 h5.
I don't know. I just wanted to distract you and just do something. I don't know. Position काफी. I mean, it seems to be in Fabi's.
Do we need to actually? Why can't we ignore it? By the way. Okay, maybe we can't ignore it. Let's check this out. Because now you have queen f4.
Yeah, that was what I was kind of hoping for.
Okay, Abasov just made a mistake again.
Whoa. All right. So as Fabi thinks how to proceed this position, will he find this sequence of moves? Vidit, by the way, also watching close to his chair there. Let's quickly get the update on the Abasov board. King e2 attack kiya hai, but this walks into the idea that you guys were talking about.
Oh. Yeah, c5. Wait, why is this?
Maybe the king just comes now.
There is actually a huge problem with this variation. It's crazy concept, by the way. After rook c3, if we go back,
c3, yes.
Yeah. So black can actually not take rook c2. I mean, I think for the trade, black can just play rook a3.
Oh, this bishop is trapped.
Yeah, that is crazy. Wow. That is crazy.
That is amazing.
So if he cannot,
that's such a nice gift. That's such a nice gift.
But the gift that keeps on giving.
It's gone, no? Because c4 pawn mil gaya, then knight d5. I mean, I'm completely winning as Gukesh.
And यार वो rook d3 आया तो वो rook c3 तो खेलेगा ही. वो तो force कर रहा है उसको rook c3 खेलने के लिए.
100%.
What does he have in mind after rook c3? There has to be something. Obviously, Nijat has seen something in this position. Abasov is not going to walk into this. We all hope he does, but I think he has something in mind.
Yeah.
Bishop D2? नहीं.
यार Bishop D2 तो pawn तो है ना.
Yeah, I don't see any way to save this. A pawn gaya, so that means, and then E5 is also a bit weak, and I have two pass pawns now. King भी game में आ जाएगा अगर एक और bishop
Guys,
exchange हो गया.
Guys, can we get the double board view? Because I think we want to see this board and Vidit's board. Because Vidit's board
go.
is also reaching its climax and it's such an important position right now. So let's get that board up. Let's have a two board view, Niranjan, if we can have it as quickly as possible.
Yeah, let's go as soon as possible. And फिलहाल के लिए 12 minutes है सिर्फ. So Sahaj, do you think he using 18 minutes on the previous move was a mistake? Because यहाँ पे position भी गई and time है ही नहीं. I mean ऐसा लगा कि अभी time control reach किया है और immediately time pressure में फिर से.
Actually, you're 100% right. Yeah, because I mean, I think mistake 40th move पे सबसे पहले आई थी, because you know he was under time pressure and he made that one move जिससे I saw the bar went really down, and after Rook D3 probably he had to sort of get himself together again, and somehow he realized the position is lost already. So tying, yeah, he could have played fast, but the position is still lost. I see one way that maybe he can get the pawn back, but I'm still not convinced he has anything. So the way I see it is if you go Rook C3, I think I can go Bishop B6. And if you take on C4, then Bishop B3. And I think I can kind of take on A5 then.
Rook C3?
Rook C3 and then Bishop B6.
No, I mean Rook C3 and then, after taking the pawn.
Yeah, then Bishop B3 and Rook C3 and then I'll just move the...
Our chat can't see our analysis because we're in the
yeah.
Oh, okay.
board view. So let's update everyone with what's happening here. Bottom board, Fabi with white against Vidit. B4, by the way, on the board. So the line that we were looking at is taking place. Vidit, will he go for the Queen F4 idea or maybe throw in an H5? Because he has to create a chaos right now. His only hope, it's desperation right now for Vidit. He's lost, but he has to try to create and trick Fabi in some variation. We'll either see that happen with Queen F4 or H5 right now. Meanwhile, on the top board, King E2, and Sahaj, you were mentioning some ideas which still help Nijat to stay alive. I am really impressed with the fact how controlled Gukesh is right now. He's not rushing with his moves. He knows that he's, so close to getting the job done. Very professional stuff. He slows down. He's calculating. He's fully focused. It's a big moment. And chat, you guys are joining us for this stream and it's 4:30 in the morning. We don't care about the sleep. We care about these guys who are fighting it out. If Gukesh wins this, the Indian dream stays alive.
Absolutely. And Gukesh is on track for it. So Gukesh जीतेंगे, एक और point add होगा उनके score में, and Nepo is hopefully not going to get more than a draw there. So he will join Nepo in the lead. And maybe Hikaru as well. So 3-way lead होगी with the 2 rounds to go. तो बहुत मजा आने वाला है. मतलब ये कैंडिडेट्स कितना सही बिल्डअप हो रहा है ना towards that final moment जहां पे we'll see these players clash against each other because Gukesh is still yet to play Hikaru. तो काफी matchups अगले होंगे. And yeah, Sahaj bhai, is there any chance for Abasov at least here? What's your prediction?
I really want to say yes, but I don't think so. No, I don't think so. I think this is lost. I think even he knows this is lost. Koi chances nahi. And this is great news, I think, for Gukesh. I think because he joins, I think he's going to be tied first end, right? For sure. Because Nepo got a draw already.
Yeah, and by the way, Tanya, tomorrow in round 13, it is Nepo against Hikaru.
It's a big one. We saw their roads ahead. And actually, let's bring that up. Let's bring up the schedule of the players who are fighting for that spot in the World Championship. Niranjan, if we can have first, let's remind everyone of Gukesh's path in the candidates ahead. अगर वो आज आबासोव के against win ले लेता है, round 5 में वो जीता था निजत के against, if he gets a double down victory against Abasov, he sets himself up in a confident state against Firouzja, who is somewhat shaky. You know, we're seeing his up and down game against Hikaru. He's at the bottom of the leaderboard. Firouzja is very tilty right now, and it could really work in Gukesh's favor. Then he plays the big boss in the end, Hikaru, and I feel that could be the fight that might just decide the candidates.
Very, very exciting stuff, yeah. Do you think, by the way, I know I'm getting a bit ahead of myself, but do you think as candidates we're going to see a tiebreak?
And great question, by the way. My answer to that is yes. With so many players so tight at the top, I think there's a big chance. By the way, this is Hikaru's road ahead. Today, he's playing against Firouzja, and it looks like it's going his way, but he still has to show some great technique. And Hikaru is known to be one of the best players when it comes to technical chess. He plays Nepo tomorrow. Tomorrow's a rest day. He plays Nepo in round 13. Day after, that is going to be a massive fight. And then Gukesh, for Hikaru, it's 2 incredibly difficult rounds. He's playing the tournament leaders, the most consistent guys at the candidates right now. So a huge road ahead of Hikaru. Then we've got, which is also why he's desperate for a win against Firouzja today, because it's really a point he wants to rely on. Let's take a look at Jan Nepomniachtchi's road ahead in the upcoming battles. He's fighting it out against Pragg. But we think that for Jan, if we can have his schedule, Niranjan, on our screens as well, for Jan Nepomniachtchi against Pragg, we expect that one to end in a draw. He plays Hikaru and he plays Fabi. He plays world number 2 and then world number 3.
And I think the problem is he has white against Hikaru, so he has to go for a win there because Gukesh can win against Firouzja. So that game in itself will be crazy, chat. Matlab, Nepo pushing with white, Hikaru trying to win with black, वहां से Gukesh playing Firouzja trying to win with black. तो ये 14th round में, final round में जाके हमें closure मिलेगा कि कौन जीतने वाला है. Chat, it's going to be exciting. And yeah, I mean, nobody's path is easy, but Gukesh is playing Firouzja tomorrow. वही एक हल्का सा difference है जो I feel उनको help कर सकता है. What do you think, Saj?
I completely agree with both of these statements. I think Gukesh next 2 rounds, I feel they are comparatively easier. I would say, of course, I mean, when I say Hikaru and Firouzja, I don't think easy, but I feel like they're comparatively easier. So yeah, I would say if he wins today, then he has some very, very good chances to win the candidates.
If he wins today and he creates his chances against Firouzja tomorrow, because really also Firouzja's style of play, right? We are guaranteed fireworks on the board. Firouzja's already wanting to get those wins on. So it's going to be entertaining. But guys, right now the entertainment is on the board. I think we need to rush back to the players, to the action. I'm going to make this, I actually think the Vidit game might end soon and not in the way we'd want. It's going in the line that we were looking at, by the way. Queen F4 khela gaya hai, Vidit say. That's the bottom board against Fabi. Fabi can continue marching up the board with that B pawn. Vidit is relying on a sacrifice on G4. It's the only move that gives him counterplay. And then has Fabi found that knight retreat that keeps his big edge, and that would be busted for black.
100%, yeah. 100% he'll find knight G1. And this would mean like a huge victory for Fabi, yeah. Must win. White pieces say it will take him to 7 points. He's in the running again in second place. And Sahaj, I mean, oh, by the way, he did not play it. He did not play it. Fabi just played Bishop F5.
Whoa!
But that I think is also fine,
Whoa.
no?
No, it's fine, but he was winning, completely winning.
He missed knight G1. I'm telling you, knight G1, a retreating knight move is not easy to spot. At this point, you know, you're in your 4th hour of play. It's a hard find. Fabi plays Bishop F5 and gives a chance to Vidit.
Man, that is...
Guys, I think maybe we should go to Nepo versus Pragg quickly, just because I think there's going to be a handshake there very, very soon.
Yes.
Let's
it's going to be a
do
draw.
it.
Yeah, uske saath, I think I'm going to be Sahil bhai, I'll be sending you my address for unrelated purposes.
No. I'll be coming there and filling up
And
my suitcase with Maggie and everything you need. तो
if
वो
you
कोई
want,
चक्कर
I
नहीं है.
can if you want, I can do an unboxing video for you, just like the yeah.
भाई cooking video भी कर देना, unboxing क्यों? But my question is, Sahaj, with this draw, क्या ये this is the end for Pragg's journey in the candidates in terms of first place? क्योंकि अब, for example,
And
सारे leaders.
he just offered it. Handshake, Sahil.
Yeah,
that is the end of the game, and Pragg will definitely not be happy. But Niranjan bhai, I would love to look at the standings once. Can we have it for 5 seconds and then we can go back to the game quickly, because बहुत कुछ हो रहा है. मुझे समझ में आ रहा है, I think Pragg के first के chances are kind of over. Tanya, is that correct?
I would have to look at this. We would have to look at a deeper look at the standings, but I think you could be on point with that. Because for Pragg, it would have been very important to get a win, Sahaj.
Judging by, we this whole time we were saying 8.5 is what we need to win the tournament. And I don't think that's possible anymore, right?
Yes, it's not possible.
It's not possible theoretically anymore. And already Nepo is 1.5 points ahead. I mean, yeah, theoretically, maybe it's still possible. But as Tanya said, when you have to use the word theoretically, something is wrong. So I would say this would more or less mean that this is over for the first spot, for sure.
By the way, big update.
It's a fair result. Sorry, go on, Sahil.
Big update. Abasov कह रहे हैं भाई एक मूव में ब्लंडर किया तो नहीं, एक करे तो दो करे तो तीन, सो तीसरी मूव में ही ब्लंडर किया है उन्होंने. इवन दो मुकेश ने बेस्ट मूव नहीं निकाली, he is well close to winning now. Can we go through the moves, Tanya?
Let's do it. Let's take it from which was actually not very long back. King e2 खेला गया था. Gukesh, of course, played the best move on the board. Rook c3 attacking the c4 pawn. ये pawn बढ़ाया. And not rushing once again with the decision to take this pawn. He doesn't go in with this. He first improves his knight. What does he have in mind, Sahaj, for bishop takes pawn? Rook c2 खेला गया.
There is a nice tactic after bishop c6.
We have to ask chat.
Yes, that's a good moment. Yeah.
Beautiful idea by Gukesh.
What can you play here to win the game on the spot? Black to play and win. And तान्या, I mean, जितना हमने चैट से सवाल पूछे हैं ना, they've never been wrong. क्यों सहज भाई? एक बार मुझे याद नहीं है कि चैट ने सही आंसर ना दिया हो.
They are absolutely goated.
And chat, black to play here. Can you find? It's what, almost 5 a.m. How sharp is our chat, Sahil?
We can see it.
I mean, it'll be 100% almost. Like, it'll be that crazy. मतलब कोई doubt ही नहीं होगा कि chat move निकाल चुकी है. And yeah, they have found it. Tanya, Rook e3.
Super. Let's have our chat wheel on the screen. So Rook takes bishop. Wow. Lot of people found it.
Yeah. There are a couple of e3s also. So I assume that is also Rook e3. And well done, Anshul, Dhruv, Naitik, Aditya. Excellent tactic there. And Rook e3 ke baad, Knight c3 would have been game over. But Rook c2 in the game. So Sahaj, how do we finish off your friend here?
I like the way you asked that question, Sahil.
Passive-aggressive question.
इसको किस तरह से हरा है? Can I just take Rook c2 and just play a4, for example?
Oh,
wow. Nice.
Is that what he just did?
Yeah, he
took on bishop c2, and I don't know if he played a4 or not, but I just like a4 because you can't take bishop a4.
Knight c3.
Mm-hmm.
I think हमने पहले से जारी किया था ना कि एक बार a4 आ गया, it's over. I think we had a bet on this. I think a4 अगर आ रहा है, Sahaj, great tactic there. I think it's winning for Gukesh. Tanya, any hope for Abasov, or shall I start celebrating?
I think we can start now, because you can start, we can start, chat can start. This head in hands for Abasov, and look at that. Gukesh also looking away. He's calculating the final bits of this line. My question to you is that, what about taking the second pawn? I feel like going into an opposite color bishop, I'm not sure if that's winning for black.
So good point. I don't, maybe it is winning, but just because you said opposite colored bishops हमेशा risky रहते हैं, because there is a chance कि white can set up a fortress, because they're bishops of opposite colors, and you cannot control the same color as your opponent's bishop. So I feel like you should go for a same colored bishop endgame instead. But I don't think that's possible. So this is why I think c5 के pawn को just छोड़ दो, just push a4, just push a3, and I feel like the game is pretty much over.
I would agree with that. And I also just want to point out that, if you take the bishop, it looks ugly, but maybe there's an option for white to even take with the pawn. And this bishop is coming to a4, c6 is hanging. So you have to calculate a lot of things. Why
Yeah.
go for that? a4 just looks so tempting right now.
I think black wins 2 pawns, like no matter what, even if you take with the f pawn, because I can sort of target that e5 pawn बाद में. So, but still, I'm not sure if it's a good decision. A4 on the board.
A4.
It's
A4
on the board. Let's
Wow.
go, Gukesh. Guki for the win.
Oh, this is over. Isn't he just winning a piece by force? I can just play a3, bishop
Bishop here.
b3, and then
nice.
knight c3.
King
King
d3 on
c4.
the board. Yeah.
King c4.
a2.
Bishop a2. I tricked you.
यार ऐसे नहीं करना चाहिए था.
Sorry.
ऐसे नहीं करना चाहिए यार. You're just crushing, all of
But there
this
has to be
calculation.
something. I agree with you that there has to be something, but I don't think it's that straightforward. So a3, bishop b3, something here. But let's just show that idea, because I think it's a really interesting idea. Knight c3, king c4, attacking the bishop, and a2 looks like you're winning. But after this, you take, and then this double attack. This is the problem. So what is the winning line here?
Is it knight e3? If it's knight e3, I'll be very. Can knight e3 up possible है, because I can play a3 and then I can take on c5. That might be winning.
It just feels now you don't want to give up this beautiful knight, and something powerful has to be there with this knight and the a pawn.
Yeah, opposite color bishops is always risky. Like you need to know till the very end. Last move तक calculate होना चाहिए कि हाँ, this is winning.
भाई वो full calculate कर रहा है अभी.
I see another idea. So a3 पे आप क्या खेल रहे हो? Bishop b3, right?
By the way, a3.
Oh, it's on the
did
board.
He just played? He
Yeah,
played
bishop
it.
b3.
Yes.
Bishop b3. So now I'm thinking, what if I just go bishop e1?
Oh.
Next move knight b4.
Bishop b3 on the board, by the way. We are going to see this
By
stat.
the way, yes. What does Gukesh have in mind? Let me just
Or
update.
bishop a5 actually. Bishop a5 also looks good, but I like bishop e1 more for some reason. Just
So you just want to
intuitively.
move the bishop and get your knight to b4. I think he took a decision. What did he play?
You played bishop b3?
No, I thought
Come on,
Gukesh. I thought
Gukesh.
Gukesh hasn't played a move yet. I like your idea, because bishop e1, you just have a massive threat. You're threatening to go a2 actually next, right?
Bishop a2 and then knight b4. Check. But since the bishop is on e1, you
Maybe
have this
bishop
king e2 idea.
c1. And I want to put my bishop on b2 and defend in a very ugly way.
f2. Let's take that.
Then I might have some. Oh no, I thought I'll win a3, but you get g3. Even that is winning. But you know what? That is, I don't know how happy you are to go into that, to give up this pawn for this pawn.
I mean, I'm also targeting the e5 pawn, and then the h pawn can run down,
Right. Yeah, should be winning there as well.
But maybe you can just go
Gukesh.
knight e3, king e3, and just bishop c5, and that's probably just the simplest. I don't know.
By the way,
You
Crick
think
Buzz official
Sai-
कोई line लिख रहे हैं engine की. I don't know if you want to look at that. I want to avoid knight e3 if possible. सहज उसके अलावा कोई तरीका है क्या?
I'm
Bishop
sure he
e1, yeah?
sees knight e3, but somehow, judging that is another thing. I like bishop e1 or bishop a5.
Same. I really like this concept. He might go for knight takes bishop, like you're pointing out, if he feels he's just winning in that opposite color bishop, because he's going to calculate it through. But I think you want something more direct. It's one of those situations where, all paths lead to Rome, but you want the fastest one there. So Gukesh just has to be
क्या बात
sure
है?
about his
But you know,
approach.
it's like if I'm Abasov, that's exactly what I want. Some hope here कि opposite color bishop चले जाए और मैं फिर calculate करना start करूं. If I really want to give no hope, I would avoid that at all cost. कोई भी और तरीका है ना. If there is one path that exists, I'm taking that one.
Shreya Joshi has just written Gukesh is calculating mate in 31. I think
Very
that is
possible,
right.
by the way.
I think
Possible.
that is. I think you're right.
Come on, Guki. One more good move here.
No, Gukesh is not running short on time. I think we're fine there. अब तो increment भी है ना, तो we have this is now fine, I think, more or less.
All right, should we bring up our bird's eye view and check in with the other moves as well? By the way, we do have a decision, so we'll stick to
King-
this because
King G6.
okay, that wasn't a move I was expecting, but seems to be still fine, keeping all the ideas on the board. And what does he want with King G6? Is he really wanting to get the king into the game as well? इतना time है
Maybe-
क्या black के पास?
Maybe King C4 पे he wants Sahaj's idea
Apparently.
of Bishop E1.
Apparently, yes. we were all panicking कि pawn को promote करो. You just no, we'll chill. Just king को लाओ आराम से. Well, it's still winning apparently, yeah.
Oh, by the way, Hikaru has won. Hikaru has won
Oh,
against Aleza
wow.
Firouzja. So that's one more result. And Hikaru takes the lead along with Nepo. तो दो लोग पहुंच चुके हैं
Unbelievable.
7.5 point पे. Man.
Hikaru, I think, is now just so motivated to get that chance at the World Championship match. I mean, for the guy, that would be so massive. He lost the second round to Vidit, and the way he lost it, it was such an up and down journey in the first 5 games for him. And then coming back, or जैसे उसने खेला है second half में, he's in beast mode. He's in full beast mode. And for Hikaru Nakamura, I think this is his best shot at the World Championship.
For sure,
Absolutely
yeah. 4
agree.
out of 5.
4 out of 5, and also the fact that if you make it, you know, you're going to play against Ding Liren, and that is really, it's a 50-50 World Championship. It could be anyone's match.
Probably higher than 50, I think, because Ding's current form is debatable. And Hikaru is in great form, by the way. And by the way, Bishop D4. Sahaj, what is this move? I mean, trying to stop the pawn.
I think probably at this point Nijat realizes that he's lost and Gukesh is not, delivering the final blow that quickly. So it's just he's just delaying it sort of. And it feels really bad to be in a situation like this as white, because you're lost, but you're going to lose this. There is no counterplay. There is nothing. I mean, I feel like black can even just go king f5 and just kind of go after that e5 pawn even, with bishop a5, bishop c7. Like how will you defend? How will you defend that?
You're pointing out this idea, and if you go f4, then you start targeting the g3 pawn.
Yes.
It's also really bad news for white that you just can't get to the a3 pawn because the knight takes away so many key squares. I'm also looking at ideas of bishop e1 combining them with the king march to get to the f2 pawn as well. How are you going to manage to save all these threats? So actually, king g6 a very calm move, but a very dangerous move by Gukesh, because you keep all the trumps in the position, but you're adding more ideas with the king coming forward as well.
Definitely, yeah.
Pieces ke saath khel raha hai. It's just incredible.
No, I wouldn't be surprised if he plays a move like h5 here, just because. Just because he can.
Why not?
Just he can probably.
Full domination. Should we check in with Vidit's board, because I am worried about that one, Sahil?
Let's go. I think he has made a mistake on the last move. I mean, everything is a mistake in this game. So many mistakes, question marks, which are almost incomprehensible to Fabi and us. And it's just crazy. And 9 minutes versus 12 minutes. So we are not going to see less blunders in this game. I think chalta rahega ye scene. Sahaj, who's better, man? I assume it's Fabi. But I'm not sure if that means he'll win.
I mean, he's definitely. I mean, he's a pawn up. He's got more active pieces. A little bit more time on the clock. I would say he's definitely better. Maybe even winning. But yeah, it looks like Vidit has found some counterplay here.
You
Tough to say if it's winning or not. Yeah.
Yeah.
Rook d5.
So this was his last move. I was looking at more direct stuff. You want to go rook d5? Is that because you want to block?
I don't know,
something
Gukesh Karim, they can. I'm just chilling right now. I feel like if you're in a winning position, you should just take it slowly. This is the Gukesh
Not
effect on
rush.
me. And I'm just thinking rook d5, just relax.
Why
I
not
like
just
the move.
d5? The same plan.
I like b5. I like rook d5. But why are you guys not going for the most direct line? Queen f8. Oh God, the bar hates it, by the way.
Maybe now b5?
Yes, I was hoping you'd go king a7 and then I wanted b5.
Can I take on a5? Knight a5? Is that working?
I think it's not only working, I think it's a move that you have to make, and I think it's a very good move, and it's a move that I definitely missed.
Be like Gukesh, Tanya. Just be like
Is
Gukesh.
it
Just
over?
just
Rook
with slow
c5?
moves.
Oh gosh. This is what we
What?
want Fabi to play.
Queen
Still no moves, by the way. The
e7.
live Queen e7 is very nice because I wanted
Tanya
rook
and
c5.
Sahaj, if you
Yes.
had to bet money on this game, would you bet on the result? Because जो
Oh,
मैं
wow.
देखा अब तक कुछ समझ में ही नहीं आ रहा है कि यहाँ पे क्या होगा at the end.
Very tough. But I still think that this looks so tempting for Fabi and something feels like it should work. But Vidit is fighting. He's keeping the game alive. Would I bet money? Maybe, but I wouldn't bet my house.
Yeah. कोई कह रहा है
Achha, by
सारे
the
से
way, the other move you guys are talking about, b5, what happens here?
Yeah. Even that the bar doesn't like.
Yeah, that's how difficult it is. So maybe I should bet my house.
But I think b5 now, even if it's not the best, at least king to open होगा. मतलब it just will open things up and there's more chances of mistake. वरना बैठे बैठे क्या करेंगे यहाँ पे?
Yeah, don't bet your house on b5.
No? Okay, that's some wise advice from Sahaj. I should not
मैं
bet
एकदम
my
प्रॉपर सोच रहा था कि b5 होगा कि नहीं, but नहीं यार. I think rook d5 seems like such a normal move. I mean, वो like आप क्या करोगे?
best.
What? क्यों?
Yeah, जो भी move चले, the bar just goes down. So
ऐसा
we
क्या है यार
really
इसमें?
shouldn't even bet money then. कुछ नहीं bet हो रहा है इस game में.
Sahaj
Maybe
bhai.
Vidit is just back.
Time for me to get my Maggies back. Let's go.
नहीं वो तो आ रहा है. I'm gonna do an unboxing video and everything. I'm telling you. Pack करके लाना, pack करके.
Vidit is not looking happy though. He's like, यार कहाँ फंस गया मैं यार, क्या ही गेम है. Fabi putting all the pressure and Fabi को option भी नहीं है भाई, जीतना ही उसको. अब सारे लोग जीत गए. Hikaru also won, so he has to win this somehow.
Quick, is it a precise move or something? Because it feels like you're a pawn up and you don't have to be like accurate, but somehow हम जो भी चाल चल रहे हैं, it's not working out.
You know, Sahaj, this is why
Is it
sometimes,
clear
बिना हिंजिंग के खेलना बड़ा मुश्किल है यार. That is the
Queen
issue.
d5, okay.
Oh, Queen
Queen
d5.
d5.
Wow.
अच्छा ठीक है.
Attacking the rook. b5 in the air. Check in the air.
रुक को भी भगाओ. रुक को e8 पे जाना फोर्स है ना?
And I think the point is that after rook e8, what does Fabi want?
b5 नहीं यार. b5? Yeah, b5. Oh, b5 is nice because knight a5 there is a tactic now. Chat से पूछते हैं.
Oh, lovely.
Chat से पूछते हैं. So b5 knight a5 chat. What will we play?
Chat सुबह के 5 बजे. Who
So-
is tactically sharp?
The idea was to avoid the queen trade directly. Was अरे
Yeah,
यार,
very
that's
clever यार. Very
crazy.
clever.
That's crazy.
अरे वाह, beautiful.
It's actually beautiful.
Wow. And he found it, yeah. So VD again pressure फिर से VD के ऊपर and chat फिर से सही guess देते हुए बिल्कुल B6 and कई लोग B5 लिख रहे हैं, but yeah, that is the plan. B6 indeed.
Wow.
Full b6. And that's the idea that here it's a clearance tactics. Black would take the pawn and you lose the knight. So actually queen d5, jo queen yahan thi, basically sidestepping the queen trade after knight takes pawn. So Fabi is setting up these tactics. Very clever play, very clever. And rook e2 khela gaya hai. Vidit say he's made the move rook e2. So how does that help? Can you go b5 anyway? Oh, you know what? Now queen b6 will attack f2. So b5,
Oh, I think he
knight
just
takes
played
pawn.
b5, no? He didn't.
Did he?
Not yet.
I saw him make
Not
a
yet.
move. Okay, not yet.
Not
Okay.
yet. But
Okay.
I just show the point that after b5,
Yeah.
knight a5, now it doesn't work as well because Vidit has set a counter trap.
Maybe we can just take on a6 then. I mean, everything is opening here. King is completely bare, stripped apart, and I mean, the black queen has no way to come to f2 in any way. So b5, knight a5, ba6.
You make a good point. But can
No,
you
but I
start
can go. No. I can go A, B, C, B, and then knight A5, no?
Then
A, B, C, B,
maybe
and then yes, maybe that's a better version. This gives some questions to be answered. So what Sahaj is suggesting is ki is pawn ko hatai do and now take on a5.
By the way, guys,
Again,
just a quick update. I'm not sure हमने mention किया था या नहीं, but
no.
what
Chat
happened?
Gukesh blundered. chat,
No.
chat,
नहीं,
यार
नहीं, वो
ऐसे मत
chat
करो
मैंने
यार.
देखा
सुबह
था.
के 5
भाई,
बजे तो don't do
यार
this
ये
prank with
नहीं,
us, yeah.
वो मैंने
गलत है
देखा था,
chat.
don't worry.
My heart can't take it, yeah. After like
मैं
5.5
रोऊंगा.
hours, ऐसे मत करो यार. He is like the big hope for us right now.
Tanya, can we just go and confirm यार? थोड़ा सा ऐसे सदमे नहीं चाहिए यार. Let's just make sure एक बार.
नहीं.
Because
So
I
we
can't
will
handle
go.
this.
He's going for this plan that we pointed out. It's on the board. He got the bishop to e1. The king is playing. It's like he's dominating the board. a2 is a big threat. Up simply step. I think he's just going to come forward with the king. King h3.
खत्म
the
है ये तो
bishop-
King H3.
King g2 coming in, Sahaj.
Yeah,
This is
yeah.
over. By the way,
This is
guys,
over.
a quick update. I don't know हमने mention किया था कि नहीं, but Vaishali has actually defeated Anna Muzichuk with the black pieces, which is I think a
Wow.
fantastic result.
What a
3
comeback
wins.
by
What
Vaishali.
a comeback!
3 wins in a
यार.
row, yeah?
3 wins in a row, yeah. Salimova,
Wow.
Goryachkina, and Anna Muzichuk. Like that's phenomenal.
Wow.
Yeah, no, that's just amazing. And also with a difficult start, you're back against the wall. You're feeling that you're not having a good tournament. Then to bounce back, it really shows an incredible mental fortitude by Vaishali and she beat Goryachkina, Anna Muzichuk, like you said, Salimova, just back to back, amazing stuff. But
Gukesh की
it's-
गेम एक बार
it's-
रिपीट हो चुकी है by the way.
ये क्या कर रहा है ये गुकेश ने सर I feel like
Gukesh is-
I feel like वो मजे ले रहा है इस टाइम पे
वो चैट के साथ मिला हुआ है. चैट के साथ मिला हुआ है, मजे ले रहा है हमारे. ऐसे मत कर गुकेश प्लीज यार. Let's just find the winning move.
एक्चुअली मजे ले रहा है वो
This game has 5.5 minutes, so at some point he has to, show the progress in the position, and he will. I have no doubts about that. By the way, again, a2 doesn't work, chat, because bishop takes pawn, knight b4, the king will come back and attack the bishop. So knight into bishop, white will also take the bishop. So abhi he can't rush with pushing the pawn.
guys what are the odds कि Gukesh actually plays the move h5
Pretty
Like,
high
what
right
are-
now.
Pretty high actually. Yeah.
I'm telling you he's gonna move around क्योंकि वो threefold repetition now he's gonna push h5 and he's gonna do this
Oh,
this thing again.
King f5. King f5 played.
Yeah I see it.
It's triangulation by the king, just saying that you have got no moves, Najat.
Chat अब मजे ले रही है. Kramnik loss, Magnus blunders, पता नहीं क्या क्या. भाई
chat, क्या कर रहे हो यार?
क्या यार?
Literally, I can't believe it's 5. Sal, how many people are watching with us?
4,800 right now. And
Wow, chat,
4,900
almost
actually. It's
5,000.
4,900. Yeah.
Yeah. And it's 5 in the morning. हमारे दिल के साथ, हमारी भावनाओं के साथ मत खेलो अभी. But chat, send all your love to the players, to send all your energy to them right now. 5 घंटे हो गए हैं. The games are on. Vidit लड़ रहा है. बचा रहा है वो अपनी पोजीशन. गुकेश मजे ले रहा है अपनी पोजीशन के साथ. Pragg has managed to hold Yan. What
Yeah,
happened there?
apparently I have blundered now. Look, Sahaj blunder लिख रहे हैं. What?
my God.
भाई
Yeah,
बस इस गेम में ब्लंडर नहीं होना चाहिए, that's all.
This is our go-to option for feeling good about ourselves, while we sleep. यही एक गेम है जहाँ पे we can fall asleep आराम से कि चलो गुकेश जीत रहा है, सब प्लान के अकॉर्डिंग चल रहा है. तो ये गेम परफेक्टली जाना बहुत जरूरी.
बहुत important है यार, because Gukesh, and in chess, one of the most difficult things to do is win a winning position. And we have the bar screaming ki bhai Gukesh ki is totally winning. These guys are on the board. They are working it out. And Gukesh has to make progress. He has to add the finishing touches in this position. So chat ऐसे मत बोलो, because मुझे तो बहुत डर लग रहा है till this is not over, because if he has to win it to keep the chances alive. It is just so critical.
Yeah, and Sahaj, look at the clock. 5 minutes remaining with no time incoming. I know increment है, but जब तक मुझे वो दिखता नहीं है ना, वो हाथ आगे बढ़ता हुआ आवासव का to resign, I'll still be nervous. So yeah.
I'm somehow very confident here. I feel like ये position आ गई है, तो now he will convert it. By the way, guys, I think Vidit के game में there actually was a blunder.
There's a drama. Wait, did Fabi blunder? Please say yes.
No, I think it was Vidit who made a mad move. We were discussing some ABCB knight a5, and I think he went knight a5 straight away. जिससे BA6 की option खुल जाती है.
Oh.
So this position B5 hua board pe, as we were discussing, by the way, and he did not take. He went for knight takes pawn, and this gives the additional option of BA. By the way, Fabi also coming down to the 5-minute mark. BA is the scary move. क्या हो
Yeah,
रहा
I
है
feel like यहाँ पे बहुत danger है black को. Black has to find knight c4, I think, which is more or less forced. But somehow यहाँ पे, okay, first we should address के knight c4 के बाद black का idea is to go knight d3 check, yeah?
Oh,
Which looks
beautiful.
really
I
scary.
Wow. Yeah.
And you're saying it's forced because the knight is hanging, so you need to
Yeah.
defend your knight. So knight takes
Yes.
pawn. And what's going on here? Okay, so let's give a check because I want to walk out of knight e3. By the way, I think we just saw a move. Did pawn takes pawn
Wait.
happen?
Fabian
Knight
didn't play
d4.
BA6. He played knight
Oh, he
d4.
did.
What?
Okay, logically, he
Guys-
attacks the rook, no? So it makes some sense.
No, it's a move.
Oh, yeah.
It's definitely a move.
Yeah.
It's a tempo. And you always have pawn takes pawn. You also always have b6. He's blocked this diagonal. So Vidit cannot go rook d2 pinning this knight because it runs into knight c6. Or does it? Wait,
No, it does, no?
it does, but it's not
Why
very
is this
strong
bad?
for some reason.
What?
What? What am I missing, Sahid? Tell
I
me.
don't know. I really don't know. I'll have to look at things because my brain can't comprehend this. What?
What is it? It has to be knight takes knight.
Oh my God, you have to be kidding me. It's B takes C6. What?
Oh,
Queen
knight
C-
d4 and ab5. Yeah, you're winning
Oh,
2
knight
points.
my
takes pawn
God.
and you just pick up all the
Knight
pawns.
c4, ab5.
This
Yeah.
makes sense. Okay, so
Yeah.
not so easy. But then he has to play rook d2, right? Because तुम rook कहीं भी जाओगे, white is going b6.
Yeah.
I can take queen b6. Not Tanya? Nahi. Huh.
No, you can because d4 is hanging, you're right. I don't see the finishing blow then.
BA6
there's-
maybe he can play. I
Yeah,
think.
BA6 looks.
But rook d2 is such a sneaky move, no?
Yeah, rook d2 because it feels like you're walking into this. And rook d2 is really the move you want to make, right? Pinning this knight.
Just play rook d2 and just pretend like you've blundered.
They go like, अरे
No.
यार, ये क्या
यार
कर
यार
दिया?"
ये मैंने क्या कर दिया आज यार. Wow.
And Vidit has those emotional reactions. He can sell it really well, honestly.
Yeah, he can use that. Yeah.
All right, so things are getting interesting here, by the way. And guys, should we go into our two-board view of Gukesh and Vidit side by side so we can keep up with both the games?
Actually, I think Gukesh is close to winning now.
Let's go back
Yeah,
there then.
yeah,
We
yeah,
have
let's
to
go,
catch the
let's go,
final
let's
moments
go.
of that game. He's close to winning. Let's bring that up. There is. All right.
Yeah.
Actually,
there's
it's actually a very interesting position in Gukesh's game. And because it looks like the king it can get mated in the center. And I
Yeah.
was just thinking, because he has f5 as well, so I was thinking, what is the worst move for black here?
F5, yeah.
F5.
Don't say
That
that,
goes
guys.
into
Nice.
f3 checkmate.
By the
now
way,
you know what his idea is. He just wants to play knight c3 next and queen, guys. Or bishop c3 next and queen.
One or the other. Oh, 93 check also.
Everything is in the air. This,
we have
this.
few moves, I think.
And now
Yeah.
knight c3, bishop c3. So how do you finish this off? Do you start with knight e3? Knight e3, king d3.
Bishop.
Yeah.
He just took on g3, which is,
on the other side of the board.
Gukesh is just very solid, yeah. Very, very solid.
What an amazing technique.
Sahaj h5 indeed incoming.
मैं कह रहा था h5 के बिना जीतेगा ही नहीं वो.
The most critical moment. But this is so beautiful about chess now. You overload your opponent on the one side of the board. You're playing your whole game on one side of the board. And when all his focus and everything, all the pieces are on that side, you actually end up winning on the other side of the board.
Yeah, that is crazy. And to be honest, matlab, it required some insane, skills plus the attitude to win this game from Gukesh. Like he kahin na kahin must win hi hai. He knows kitna important game hai. He's playing the lowest seed. Black pieces jeetna. And as we know, Sahaj bhai, Abasov white se harana unko, black se harana kitna mushkil hai. और काफी कन्विंसिंगली हराया है. मतलब कहीं पे भी कोई भी डाउट ही नहीं था कि he was under pressure. And the h pawn is, I think, will you see resigns here, Sahaj? Will you see resigns on h5?
It would be very symbolic if he does.
I think he might go king d3 and then after knight f4 he'll resign. Because there's just no way for the king to come back. If king d3, h4, king e2, h3, then you make it in time. But ek bari ye check de di, then I don't even see a way for white's king. The bishop and the knight just control all the key squares.
Gukesh ne subtle सा ऐसे अपनी sleeves ऊपर करी. He knows it's over. And I think एक Abasov के साथ ही था ना, when he stood up and started walking last time जब वो जीता था. So
let's zoom in. Let's get our full player. We have a designation. Gukesh has done it in a must win. He gets the win done. Gukesh delivers for India, keeps himself in the race with 2 games remaining. Chat, Gukesh is in the lead with Nepo and with Hikaru Nakamura. What a guy.
चैट स्पैम कर दो गुकेश ओपी. इतना तेज चैट चलनी चाहिए कि लोग कहें दिन के 5 बज रहे हो, सुबह के नहीं. जल्दी से स्पैम कर दो गुकी ओपी विद हार्ट्स फॉर Sahaj bhai. Sahaj, what an achievement by this 17-year-old back in the lead at the candidates.
Brilliant performance, and what a game, yaar. I mean, aisa nahi ki, it was, topsy-turvy or anything like that. It's just from start to finish, he just completely outplayed him with the black pieces. I mean, can't believe he's 17, yaar. Honestly,
yeah.
Like unbelievable. He's so mature, he showed such maturity in his game today, like throughout. It was unbelievable.
And look at him, still no emotions. Still no emotions.
On the board and off the board. Yeah. As you're saying, no emotion there at all. Calmly puts the pieces back, calmly takes his score sheet, leaves the playing hall. On the brink of making history, his first candidates, 17-year-old. It's not about experience. He's eyeing that spot to fight for the world championship. And so far, Gukesh is doing just incredible stuff. He gets the dub in. What a day. Keeps the Indian dream alive, guys. It's going to be epic when he plays against Ali Reza in the next one.
Oh, that would be insane, yeah. That would be such a match to watch. And Ali Reza is already tilting. Let's not forget.
Yeah, and if he wins tomorrow and galti se Hikaru Nepo ka draw ho gaya, he will have a half-point lead going into the final round, and Hikaru will be in a must-win situation against Gukesh. So बहुत यहाँ पे खतरनाक matchups हो सकते हैं. And shall we go to the VD game now, Tanya?
Immediately, it's on the board already. Let's get them on the camera as well. Let's remind everyone of the results so far as we get the players on the cam. Yan Nepomniachtchi Praggnanandhaa ka draw ho chuka hai. So Yan moves up to 7.5 points. Hikaru Nakamura won his game against Ali Reza. So Hikaru joins Yan Nepomniachtchi at 7.5. And Gukesh gets a win with the black pieces against Nijat and joins Hikaru and Yan. He joins the former 2-time world championship challenger. He joins Hikaru. I mean, what to even say about the guy? These two players have so much experience in the candidates, and Gukesh amongst them with the very best fighting for the biggest honors.
It's just between the three of them now. It's just between
Yeah.
the three. It's happening,
is.
yeah. It's actually
It is.
happening. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Actually,
So if
there's one
Fabi
more
wins
guy.
this,
Yeah,
if
there's
Fabi
one more
wins,
guy. Sorry, Danya. Yeah.
no, I mean, I'm guessing that you mean Fabi if he gets this
Yeah.
win, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
If Fabi wins
Right, he
this,
would be.
he goes half a point behind the leaders. So
Hmm.
actually, he's close. With 2 games to go, Fabi is close.
Oh,
Oof.
36 seconds for Vidit. Chat, unfortunately, I think this is not going to turn out well for Vidit. Position भी खराब है, time भी नहीं है, king open हो रहा है, knight hanging है, white का king safe है, diagonal controlled है. Tanya, this is looking like 5 more moves and this should be over.
Sahaj, you
such
live in the city of Polgas. Can you rank them? It's Judith, Susan, and Sophia, definitely. That's by the ratings.
Knight c6 खेला गया है by Vidit. Problems on the clock, problems on the board. By the way, where did he move his rook to b2? So rook d2 would have been quite tricky as well. Pawn takes pawn. And now knight to c6. So this happened. And is there an immediate knockout blow here, Sahaj?
I see Queen G at check.
It's a check.
Isn't it
And,
just over?
and
King A7, there is
knight
knight
b5.
B5, game over.
Yes,
Right?
this is game over.
Oh, do you have knight E7? So takes
But you can
97.
always take with the rook, right?
Yeah, that's true.
So what we're just looking at is if you take with this, maybe some complications, but this just
Oh,
looks
maybe there's also Queen G7 at the end, Tanya. That's also winning.
also winning.
Yeah.
Yes, also winning in that line. And right now, Queen G8. So no King A7, you've got to block
Queen
the
G8
check.
on the board, guys. Queen G8 on the board.
Queen G8 खेला गया है, so how do you can't block it with Queen D8. This loses on the spot to knight takes knight and the queen falls.
And if Queen C8, there is a nice tactic there because there is knight takes knight, pawn takes knight, and then you play A7 check. It's a very nice tactic.
Yeah,
5 seconds. Oh, he played the move at 5 seconds.
And can we zoom into the players? Let's zoom into the players. We've got our live cams. Let's go straight deep into Toronto right now. A difficult moment for Vidit. Niranjan, let's get our full cam view in.
Sahaj, Rook D5 is the game over.
Yeah, I think that's game over. You win the knight, and it's there is no counterplay. Maybe you have some last hope with Queen F4, I see, but that's nothing.
Sorry, which position are you talking about after Queen G8? A knight D8.
He played knight D8, and now Rook
we have
D5.
a move on the board. Yes.
Yeah. Caruana looks visibly excited, chat. I mean, कितना important game है उसके लिए भी. Yeah.
Fabi's gone totally red in the face. He's trying to stay calm on the inside, but he knows that this is a big dub for him because he moves at a half-point distance. And this we've seen Queen G8 khela gaya hai. So knight D8, Rook D5 on the board as well.
Yeah. I think
feel like this is lost. Yeah.
Niranjan bhai, can we have the timer as well? Because Vidit has 10 seconds. Yes,
let's have the timer, Niranjan. We need the clocks because it's only 8 seconds for Vidit.
Vidit has played king to A7 and the knight has fallen. And that should be the end.
And we have the clock timings. And there we have it, chat, for you. 36 seconds, but the position is falling apart for Vidit. King A7. Can you just pick up the knight?
Yeah, just Queen D8 or Rook D8.
I would go Rook takes knight and look at checkmating the black king. I mean, why do you want to even trade queens? But Queen takes knight might even be a very professional approach. Fabi going for Vidit's king. He wants more for Vidit. This is once again a very difficult end.
Ajay bhai with an interesting point. I think credit also to Pragg, who held Nepo for a draw. That is true. I mean, he could have tried some crazy variations and overpushed and lost, but he held his nerve. And yeah, I mean, ideally he would have won. That would have been amazing. But at least now Gukesh is in the lead.
Very good point. Because for Pragg, it was so important to keep things under control. Yan with white, such a dangerous opponent, but with that draw, Gukesh joins Yan. And what do you guys think? Will we have tie breaks in this candidates? Sahaj.
I 100% think so. It's already between 4 people and it's really, really close. So I would definitely expect that.
Sahaj, sorry to interrupt you. Vidit has resigned the game. It is over. Camera halke se kuch seconds ke delay pe chal rahe. We can see on the board Vidit Gujrathi has indeed resigned the game, and we can see his eyebrows go up. And yeah, sad moment again for Vidit. I think it's not getting any easier.
So difficult coming out of that loss yesterday. The amount of energy that takes from a player, the mental toll that kind of a game takes from a player, one cannot overstate it. It's a battle that he had to fight against not only Fabi, one of the strongest players in the world, world number 2 for a reason, but his own psychological, his own mind state after that loss against the Yan Nepomniachtchi. And for Vidit, his hopes are dashed for the World Championship and this game as well. A bad end, but it just felt like Fabi played a fantastic game start to finish.
Yeah, and I mean, you're absolutely right. Coming back from that, bouncing back from that devastating loss was, it's a very hard thing to do, especially when you're facing the world number 2 with black pieces.
He's shaking his head. Yeah, it was that. That head shake, when you're thinking, I mean, how did I get here? Like, it makes no sense. And that's the handshake.
Down a piece, and Vidit resigns. And this just shows the sportsmanship and the love for the game, that despite it being so difficult, and chat, we can empathize, but really what he's going through right now, making it to the candidates. Vidit Gujrathi had a dream. This was we are going to see Pragg and Gukesh so many times in the candidates. It's even a potential world championship match between the two of them. But
Absolutely.
for Vidit, what potentially could be his once in a lifetime opportunity. Maybe he'll make it in another candidates, but chess is getting younger. It's getting harder. And for Vidit, what a start he had, taking down Hikaru Nakamura not once, but twice in the candidates. But the last 2 days have been absolutely heartbreaking.
Chat, you are amazing. VDOP बहुत spam कर रही है chat बिना बोले. That is amazing, yeah. And with it, I mean, it's amazing that he's analyzing the game, sitting there. He's not as emotional as he was yesterday because, of course, that was the moment when he realized that he couldn't actually win the candidates. And Sahaj and Tanya, I mean, I agree with you. It'll be very difficult. But I do hope that, once something happens in your life, it's also likely to happen again. And Vidit should kind of have full faith in himself that he will qualify to the next candidates. And we also have one more spot in the candidates because at the end, the World Championship match, the loser doesn't directly qualify. So that hopefully will make it possible for Vidit to qualify again. But yeah, not a good couple of rounds for Vidit here. And Caruana, by the way, joining second place.
Caruana
There's a
leapfrogging.
three-way tie for the first place, and Caruana joins with 7 points. Yeah.
Yes.
It's very, very
Huge
close.
victory. A huge victory for the American Grandmaster. And that is where we are with our standings at the end of this round 12, I want to say. Why does it say round 11, Sahil?
I think that it's still stuck in round 11. I mean, I can understand the trauma it fell through in round.
दिल से हम भी round 11 में
round 11 में ही हम लोग.
Hard to move on.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
what a win by Gukesh. What a fantastic win by Gukesh when it mattered the most. And now it's Gukesh, Yan, and Hikaru leading the leaderboard with 7.5 points, breathing down their neck. Fabiano Caruana at 7 points. And then we've got a distance of 1 point with Praggnanandhaa in 5th place and Vidit with 5 points at 6th place. What a day of chess. Sahil, these are our pairings going into round 13.
And, we might think the results don't matter. Yeah, Pragg, for example, doesn't have a chance. But second game, hum dekhe Pragg against Caruana. So, Caruana in a must-win scenario. Pragg is going to help the other 3 if he holds that game, and I'm betting on him winning or drawing that game. But the big clashes, of course, will be the first Ian Nepomniachtchi against Hikaru Nakamura. The leaders of the event battling each other. The guy who loses goes down and will have no chances. And of course, it will be Gukesh against Firouzja. Excellent pairing for Gukesh there. And Sahaj, how likely is it Gukesh wins tomorrow?
I would say, the way he's playing, I would give him, a very, very good odds. And also, let's not forget that the previous time when Gukesh lost to Firouzja, he was completely winning. And, he was, Alireza, I think, had about some 2 minutes left on his clock with, 12 moves to make or something like that. And I'm sure he's out to get revenge, yeah? Just for that as well. I mean, and let's not forget, if that game didn't turn out the way it did, Gukesh would be having a 1-point lead in the candidates.
Yeah, well said. And Tanya, tomorrow is a rest day, so we'll be joining day after tomorrow. Tanya, I'm very happy with this, by the way. I think at least Gukesh is in the lead now. So we are not behind anybody, and we are facing a relatively weaker opponent as compared to Nepo and Hikaru. So what do you think of Gukesh's chances to actually win the candidates?
I think for India, it's a dream pairing, right? For all of us, we see Yan and Hikaru, unko ladne do aapas mein. Ya to wo ek, one will fall back. There'll be a bit of cutting going on there. Or if it's a draw, it gives Gukesh the golden opportunity. Imagine agar Yan or Hikaru ka draw ho gaya. Gukesh beats Alireza and he's playing with the white pieces, right?
Yes.
Gukesh beats Alireza with white. Guys, Gukesh goes into the last round as sole lead. And I know it's too early to call, but it's a very probable scenario. Because right now, the form the players are in, Gukesh with white is a favorite against Alireza on paper right now. The chess that he's shown, the stability that he's shown. And Yan and Hikaru, I mean, it's a toss-up. Kya hoga us match mein?
That will be insane. And not to forget, Nepo also plays Caruana in the last round. So he has an incredibly tough pairing. And Gukesh and Hikaru play each other in the last round. So kuch bhi ho sakta hai, chat.
Kuch bhi.
Kuch bhi possible hai.
Kuch bhi.
Honestly, this is a script you could not have written. These last round matchups of each of the candidates who are at the top, ऐसे, वो होती है ना, when you're the kite flying day और तुम पतंग काटने की कोशिश करते हो एक दूसरे की, it's like that. They are fighting against each other. It's a matchup of dreams for the chess world. I mean, this is really something else, the finish to this. The finish line of this will be spectacular. Tomorrow is a rest day, Sahil. Day after, a very crucial round 13. Chat, jaan laga do, your prayers for the next one day just for Gukesh to get that big dub in. And as you said, Praggnanandhaa playing such a big assist right now. Ek chess assist hai hamara aur ek Praggnanandhaa assist chahiye wahan pe.
पता नहीं हर किसी से मैं रोस्ट जाता हूँ, पता नहीं कैसे नाम से, बट या एंड तान्या, यू मेंशन कि स्क्रिप्ट लिखनी है, तो हमारे स्क्रिप्ट राइटर तो हमारे पैनल पे ही है, साहज ग्रोवर. होपफुली कुछ बढ़िया ही उन्होंने लिखा होगा. So
yes,
Tanya,
I can't reveal it right now. I can't reveal it right now because मुझे खुद नहीं पता. But I'm really hoping कि Gukesh is going to pull this off. And as you mentioned कि जो pairings हैं, they look amazing. I mean for him specifically. Last round वाला हम last round में देखेंगे. But just अभी Alireza is the problem, and with white pieces, that's looking really good.
Agree. With that, I think it's time to say goodbye, chat, for today. Thanks a lot, Tanya, for joining. बहुत मजा आया commentate करके. Sahaj bhai, I mean, I don't know आपने क्या script लिखी है, but I'm all in for it because बड़ा मजा आ रहा है भाई. We are still in the running. 2 rounds to go, chat. Next time we meet, उसके बाद कोई rest day नहीं है, and we will have the winner of the candidates. Thank you, Tanya. Thank you, Sahaj. Thanks a lot, Levi, for the amazing transitions, and thank you, chat, for joining. See you day after tomorrow. Bye-bye.